Chapter
Hello everyone.
32,
So
Legion's
this
Golden
is
Age.
the
It is the
start of the
golden age of the
commentary for
Legion,
book
and the
3,
Legion
and
is galactic
yeah,
heroes,
this will
nearly
be
getting rid of all Xantha's
very
allies, but this
interesting and
does leave
exciting,
Earth with less of a
considering not
guard.
only do I think
Similar
this
to
is the weakest
Dian,
book,
the
but it's
Legion
also
is
my least
relied
favourite.
upon by
But
various
I'm
planets,
sure it does have
making the
optical
Legion
moments, quite cool
prioritize
ideas,
multiple
and
planets.
like I said, there's already
Right now,
highlights,
the
such as
Legion is
the
helping some
flashback
green apes
and
on the planet Sphy.
finalising
This is
what these
mainly a
elements
pale
actually
jade
are,
green world, made
answering
up
some
of a glossy yet
questions.
hard material,
But
similar to
anyway,
glass but
so
without the
got a bit of a sore
transparency.
throat, so
The
I'll be
world has spheres
brief as
everywhere.
possible. Anyway,
Some are
let's see what
floating,
this third
some
chapter
have
is like.
entrances
Well,
as buildings,
actually,
and the
before we
rest are
play,
there as
so
part
this
of the
is like
environment.
a status
From
quo
how
thing where the
gripping the green
Legion,
apes'
just
hands
hopping
are,
from one
they can
planet to the
climb around
next,
all these
and
structures.
these
Speaking of
were
the
other
green apes,
example
they are bigger
allies.
than the biggest
These
apes
Rickos
currently
that
on
are
Earth.
basically small
They have
T-Rex,
darker
and
fur
funny enough,
alongside dark
because
blue skin, bare feet and
before
hands,
the
and their whole
Titrans
head
were
is
a
bald
race, it
too,
just used to
with
be
massive eyes
one
to boot. These
character
green
of the
apes live in
similar
a
design
world that
called
is essentially the
Titan,
galaxy's
that's his name
GPS, and
at
many
the
have been
time.
trying to get hold of
And
this
he was just
technology.
whatever more
This
of a
race is
big
happy to
lizard
help a
until it had the
legitimate set
shells
of
added on.
explorers or
And he
galactic
used to be
airlines,
like
but those who want to
a
explore for
evolved
evil will
dinosaur
often
race,
fight
with
back.
Ricker being
While
the
they do fight back well enough, there
the
was too much
antagonist.
damage, and the
But
cubs need defending,
later,
and
they're
this is where
both
the Legion
not
helps.
only
The
of their
foes they are
singular
fighting are
names, now the
Rickos,
names of their
T-Rex-like
race, but
aliens which are designed for various combat
but also,
situations,
they're not
and they had
involved
nothing
with
against
one
the
another in
Legion, so they
particular,
too
and
later
they're
had to bail
both
their mission like many other
multiplied.
Xantha's
And
allies
I still
beforehand.
like the
As
changes
the
in that.
Legion and even Diane
I
arrive,
can always
they
go back
already
to a
act on a
multiverse
strategy.
idea
Nicole
with,
tries to use
if
the high
there was just
ground as she
one of
fires her
each,
stun laser
and
at
there
the
were
Rickos,
rivalries, that
as
could
her
be
high
something
ground
to
is a
entertain.
massive sphere. She is stood
And
there
yeah,
without
these are the
falling
green
off
apes,
while the
so they
Rickos
live in a
struggle to climb up
location
there
where
despite their decent claws and leg muscles.
they have like the
Yes,
full
these Rickos
galactic
will be
map or
spared to see
something,
if they will turn and stop
something along those
fighting.
lines,
They
which
are
is a
not causing
cool
anything
idea, but
catastrophic compared
just
to the
felt like
likes of
everyone would have
Orpheon and
that kind
Ozona
of
after all.
information.
But the Rickos isn't a race that gives up, even if one of them does. Diane mainly helps
Oh yeah, I
defend
think
the young
I'm
green
gonna
apes
take a
or the green
breather.
apes which are at least inexperienced,
Um,
while using his body force to stop the
yeah,
Rickos. Any of his
I'll just come
long-range
back to you
weaponry
in
is too
seconds.
harmful. The Rickos do anything by trying to bite at Diane.
No, not yet.
Chapter 32, Legion's Golden Age. It is the golden age of the Legion, and
Yeah, I can see why, because everyone's around, everything's going well, and the results are more consistent. Like, granted, I think the next golden age would be like after book 5, but yeah, it would have been a lot trickier, what happened before then.
the Legion is galactic heroes, nearly getting rid of all Xantha's
The Legion are galactic heroes, sorry about that. But yeah, galactic, yeah, that's a big word. Yeah, they're all around.
allies, but this does leave Earth with less of a guard.
Oh yeah, so just a status quo update thing about Silent 4, and yeah, just showing how impactful the Legion are. And but yeah, it creates like it's a question, how protected is Earth when the Legion keep going all around.
Similar to Dian, the Legion is relied upon by various planets.
Okay, so yeah, so the Legion almost become like an extension of Dion as well.
Making the Legion prioritize multiple planets. Right now, the Legion is helping.
Yeah, I wonder which planets, because with the Ultimate Guide, Ultimate Guide, yeah, it's all getting rebooted anyway, as I said many times before. But yeah, it just makes you wonder which planets, like some would be safer than others, and but yeah, I wonder which planets do rely on them. Because in my guide, when I was trying to make because some planets were somewhat new, some that were more populated than others, I could see them, relying on the Legion, having like cities and societies, like Earth.
Some green apes on the planet Sphy. This is mainly a pale jade green world, made up.
I think I tried to pronounce it as Sphy or Sphy, like short for sphere, but Sphy works, just fine. Yeah, if you wonder why it's short for sphere, like a circular sphere, it's because the green ape planet, it domes like a load of semicircles, and it's like made as it's described here. Yeah, the planet is like made artificial, which is quite interesting because the origin story I've always stuck with, even if it hasn't been fully talked about, is the how the elements used to be these living entities, and they were the ones who created nearly everything from the get-go, and they might have made this planet the way it was unless the green apes did it themselves. So that could be worth exploring. But yeah, regardless, it's just showing what the leader's currently doing, who they're helping, and what the planet is like. And I think the image below kind of helps, but yeah, I'm curious on the description.
Of a glossy yet hard material, similar to glass but without the transparency. The world has spheres everywhere. Some are floating, some have entrances as buildings, and the rest are there as.
Yeah, I think I forgot to mention that some would be semicircles, but floating ones as well. Yeah, that sounds quite cool. It's like abstract in a way.
Part of the environment. From how gripping the green ape's hands are.
And not to mention, although we haven't explored the other planets really, but we do get probably. I know, but I don't think it has the most planet visits. It's possible. Well, the others explore quite thoroughly too, and yeah, and I think sometimes when you create environments, you have to be careful with with how many are different. Do they all still fit together in some way? And yeah, I'm just trying to think of a reason. Yeah, I think it's fine. To have a variety. It's yeah, I guess it's just like sticking to the art style or like the quirkiness of the rest of the world. I think that's what helps bind all the worlds together, even if they do normally stand out, and even if I do have elements that all carry across, like because I'm a massive fan of water, that takes place on a lot of planets, like beaches, like forest, under the sea, deep as well. So yeah.
They can climb around all these structures. Speaking of the green ape.
Oh yeah, that explains more on how and why the green apes, are adaptable in an area like this. Because yeah, because if you sometimes try to climb up a semicircle, it won't work. But these apes are adapted for their planet, and even they're the only kind of residents that live in this world. To which, yeah, I wouldn't know how to make this planet more populated. It would have to be kind of a smaller planet, considering how all the area would be like this. I don't think there's much natural bits and bobs, but at the same time, what do they eat? There must be some kind of farmland somewhere.
They are bigger than the biggest apes currently on Earth. They have darker fur alongside dark blue skin, bare feet and.
So they are quite big then, I see. That reminds me, when it came to early versions of the Haphazard Legion, and I'll even find that image if I can find it, where there was like the current team at the time before getting massively updated, and this was back in like 2018, 2019, before yeah, that was like when I thought it was finalized, but then after a lot of planning and reconsideration, yeah, it then changed to the the Haphazard Legion we all know well, and but yeah, like but I did create like a load of characters for like the sequel at the time, and there was an ape that was one of them, and it did carry over that same design, except it was like a magenta reddish fur instead of this jadey green kind of fur instead. And yeah, it was just like one singular character, and uh, so yeah, it's just kind of interesting how sometimes you do come up with ideas and how it carries across, whether it's come from one story to the next or when the story gets updated.
Hands, and their whole head is bold too, with massive eyes to boot. These green apes live in a world that is essentially the galaxy's GPS, and many have been trying to get hold of this technology.
And it's cool as it sounds, and I guess being the more definitive GPS kind of bits and bobs in this world, but um, yeah, it's just I just feel like other planets have access to GPS anyway. So it's an idea that I'm kind of struggling to like to stick with, especially if it gets rebooted. Like I really like the Green Apes, absolutely, and I think something about this world is kind of unique, but not sure. That reminds me, I still got those 3D renders of some of the settings I drew over for the storybook. It could be cool to talk about the comparisons.
Technology. This race is happy to help a legitimate set of explorers or
Yeah, fair enough. If it does have, secrets, and if it's like the more definitive map. Although maybe a Genk Visa or a sci-fi where they're like, oh, we all have a copy of this collective map, but maybe this world is the only one that truly has it, which, fair enough, if that's what I was trying to go for at the time.
galactic airlines, but those who want to explore for evil will often find
Yeah, I think planet Garup, that's like the spaceship planet. I think I could see how they would like work together. And Galactic Explorers, yeah, I could see that happening. Just trying to look back on the Ultimate Guide, but once again, these are like little world building bits and bobs, which I kind of forgot recently.
fight back. While they do fight back well enough, there was too much damage, and the Cubs need defending, and this is where the Legion helps. The foes they are fighting are Rickos,
Yeah, so it looks like it's a far more tense situation, but regardless, the Green Lips are still very able fighters, and not to mention, hopefully, I should explain later on that they're the type of race, with their sonic screams and, the kind of high frequency to like break glass, they're the ones that have that ability to which, um, yeah, it's, I guess it just makes you wonder, why give that kind of a superpower to ape-like creatures, and I I guess there's just something about it which slightly suits them because they're large creatures and they might have like very high vocals. Not to mention a lot of apes and monkeys on planet Earth. They're some can be really loud and vocal. So I think that's subconsciously something I was going to go for because normally you would give a creature with a sonic kind of ability to, I don't know, like a bird or an underwater creature, considering how loud they are or how they communicate through water. But I still like the idea, and I think that has been something I carried over recently with the reboot.
T-Rex-like aliens which are designed for various combat situations, and they had nothing against the Legion, so they too later had to bail their mission like many other Xiantha's allies beforehand. As the Legion and even Diane arrive,
Okay, so I think that helps vary it as well, because like when they come about, it could be for anything. But although if this is like the ultimate source of GPSs, then I wonder why this planet has not been attacked before. Not to mention if the green apes are also very formidable too. And I've also just suddenly thought of a potential missed opportunity. Well, they do get accounted for in book 5 where they sadly get invaded, but it could have had like one as a Legion member. That could have been fun. Although it's just, other than abilities, what character could I create? Because you can't just like add Legion members. Each one has to be almost representative of something. Because well, it doesn't have to, because even, I don't know, if you take the first Avengers film, for instance, like each character doesn't really have a strict representation, but they just, stand out as individuals, and you can see how putting all their skills together, works really well. But, maybe I might like to go a step further and, explore more of the definitive and standout concepts with, more with the main characters anyway, because you don't want to give it too much to the others. So I've already explained what the Rickos are, and yeah, so they're designed for allies, and but yeah, I think they were just strictly going for them. But the Legion around, yeah, looks like yeah, bailed their mission. um, well, they should at least. Well, they do try and fight the Legion, don't they? Maybe they bail the mission. Well, of course they will bail after finding out they're losing. But after getting beaten, because the Legion don't take lives, does that mean that um, like spare them and try and convince them to like run away or something, like the Quarrows did, in the previous book. I think that's the best assumption because, yeah, it's so weird because other than the Flamers having a definitive ending at the first book, maybe the Quarrows too, but then, the Rickers come about and they somewhat disappear. It's a weird, like, miniature army thing that's happened in all of the books except the 5th one. Well, and there's the sequel too, if we account for that. That's just like a single powerful entity. But that's a tad bit of a loop I've didn't know I realised I've entered. But at least there's a different context with a different one. And but yeah, so it looks like yeah, the Rickers had nothing against Legion, so they just simply follow design for. Maybe they heard something about the Legion. Maybe they just want to focus on their role. So they're definitely foes that stand out in some way, but they're still trying to benefit design for one way or another.
They already act on a strategy. Nicole tries to use the
Oh yeah, yeah. I've already wondered, why this planet hasn't been attacked earlier, because this would have been like quite a primary target. Maybe it's like hidden from radar, like many other planets, but that's not been explained. And yeah,
high ground as she fires her stun laser at the Riccos. As her
so yeah, Dion's around as well. So I guess it's like protecting a valuable planet. Maybe. Oh yeah, I think the reason at the time for Dion to join the Legion is just going to show that Dion has less to do, almost at a point where he might as well help the Legion when the situation calls for it. And whilst the Riccos aren't like too serious, but for Dion to like be more around the Legion, I think that's definitely like a sign of like the definitive team at the time. The five of them, because Dion's almost like the fifth member, almost, despite coming in and out sparingly because of how much responsibility he has or has given himself. Strategy Nicole tries to use. Alright, so yeah, we're going on to some specific combat in here.
high ground is a massive sphere. She is stood there without falling off while the Riccos struggle.
I hope it's explained how she got up there. Maybe Pod trucked her upwards, which is something to infer, but once again, probably should have been explained. Yeah, like inference and the need for definitive answers is definitely like a gradient, isn't it? It's not a and but yeah, go for high ground. Yeah, that's always a good thing to do. And Nicole always acts as the the long range one to help the others with. And but also just going down to the illustration below. So there's some apes on the right, and one of them's taken down using Sonic, and I don't know what the other two are doing there, but I suppose they're just helping fight with the battle. Dion's got one Rico, and Pod and Arvin got one. And then Zemi had to duck for Nicole to fire at one of them. So yeah, and also I think just to say ahead of time, I do remember what kind of theming, what type of theme this is, and it's almost like a theme of independence almost, but in a certain way, and it explores it with many characters. Like for instance with Zami, so he has been quite reliable with the Legion at a point where, like, even though they're still teamwork and and doing all sorts of goals, but he's almost like scared to do things on his own. To which, it's not only one of those traits he would have gained over time, but he's always been scared of being on his own. But once he does learn from this book, it's a stronger trait of him which he adapts to. He's able to do things on his own. Not that he is weird because he's done all sorts of things on his own, but the difference is that he wasn't necessarily looking for connections, just wanted an audience to cheer him, and that's it. But now he's, like I said, a tad more sentimental. He's like, oh no, I do need help with this specific thing, and yeah, in this case, he does. He has to defend a particular thing on this world. Oh, what was it? The source of all locations, something like that. Which, looking back, isn't that well guarded if Sammy had to like stand around. Why not the green apes standing around there too? So that is a bit flawed, but regardless, it's a starter point for Sammy's arc, and we'll see what it's like.
To climb up there despite their decent claws and leg muscles. Yes, these Riccos will be spared to see if they will
just go to show how adapted the apes are to this planet. How the other races would just struggle to go around this planet. I think that's one reason why this planet was hesitant to go for, because if the apes got the spheres and the goons like tried to struggle to climb up, they're like, could it get down there? And they're like, no, leave the planet.
turn and stop fighting. They are not causing anything catastrophic compared to the likes of Orphean and Ozona after all. But the Riccos isn't a race that gives up, even if one of them does.
So this just helps establish that there's definitely low stakes at this point, and But yeah, we'll see what happens with the Rickos. I'm actually kind of curious. We're going to have a change of pace compared to because the Flamos and the Quaros have different endings. But what about them?
Dian mainly helps defend the young green apes or the green apes which are at least inexperienced, while using his body force to stop the Rickos. Any of his long-range weapons.
Okay, that's nice for Dion to do. Yeah, if he is the most capable of protecting multiple at once, then yeah. And not to mention, I just suddenly realised there's hardly any like cases of kids like at all. Like, granted, because I don't think, other than like a couple of ideas, because I'm not like the biggest romance expert, I'm quite hesitant to write in romances or anything involving kids because it's like quite a, like a bit of a struggle. Or well, not. It's just something I'm not as like I said, experienced storytelling or writing wise. Because, for instance, with romances, they really have to check multiple boxes because you can't just have it because I think modern nowadays with romances it's just like people simply being attached to one another and overcoming a couple of obstacles and need to be like, oh, I've got like actually, which could be like, I don't know, satisfying for some, but there is other audience members that do demand a lot more. Yeah, like I said, romances that because it's having them to share experiences, how they differ and compare, how they change over time, how they just, change their routine, why like each other in the first place, what's their first interaction like, would they be able to go through low points together? It's a lot to account for, even at a point where I swear if I had tried to apply romance in any of these books, it would probably add like another third. I think that's how much time is needed. Although it was like a really good romance. Probably Notting Hill, and yeah, that one's like a really good example. Uh, Bridget Jones films, they kind of work here. They do focus on those aspects a lot. I know, just referencing Richard Dakota things, aren't I? Anyway, let's just get going.
Weaponry is too harmful. The Rickos do anything by trying to bite at Dian, charge at him or kick.
Okay, I thought no, that means that Dion doesn't have stun lasers, to which that's fair enough, if that's Nitrobot technology, yeah, because Nitrobot's never been set up to have that. So yeah, so Dion just has to just fly about to use his body weight, and with weight altering that we can affair as well. So he just simply like pushes them around, to which yeah, it's accurate with the image below. The images below are just kind of abstract. They were just kind of made to just as like a light visual to help out with the story.
Him hard. But none of that dents Dian once, resulting in Dian moving their attacks aside or throwing them towards the ground.
No, of course it doesn't. Yeah, if anything, I think the Ricker should have like broken bones, unless they probably have like a similar strength to Pod, because I swear Pod tries to go through Dion once in the fourth book, and it's not sadly, well, he doesn't break anything. So yeah, maybe Ricker's got similar strength.
Without damaging the ground, trying to make them lose interest in fighting him. Pod and Arvin are fighting alongside each other.
Yeah, without damaging the ground. So once again, he's not being careful not to harm the environment. I say I was in the middle of the point there. So yeah, I think this is the only time there's kids in the story, cubs that these apes have. Because like sure you would think that kids are around on Earth, or maybe the Titrans would have them considering they're a big colony too. And there was also a brief thing in one of my comics. Yeah, there is that too. But anyway,
Arvin is on his own. But because this is yet another world for him to get used to, he is scared and distracted, but Pod has his back.
Okay.
Tilda chapter 32, Legion's Golden Age. It is the golden age of the Legion, and the Legion is galactic heroes, merely getting rid of all Xyantha's allies. But this does leave Earth with less of a guard. Similar to Dian, the Legion is relied upon by various planets, making the Legion prioritize multiple planets. Right now, the Legion is helping some green apes on the planet Sphy. This is mainly a pale jade green world, made up of a glossy yet hard material, similar to glass but without the transparency. The world has
There it is. Um, oh yeah, yeah, Arvin has like a really not an arc necessarily, but there's like a set of events where Pod. Well, no, Arvin finds this too. Because whilst there should have been like a hint in the second book about how he probably doesn't like going to other planets and how he likes his familiarity and he's not as adaptable to change compared to the others. But I still, like his approach of his character here, where, because this new golden age, it's so different and unfamiliar to a point where it kind of wishes the old days back, where it's just on Earth, but yeah, he just seems to be a bit more scared than others when visiting other planets. I think it should have been like expanded more from place to place, but at least it's a starting point, and Pod is keeping up for him, and yeah, reaffirming their connection is definitely something worth reminding, considering later.
Spheres everywhere. Some are floating, some have entrances as
Did I accidentally repeat some information? Oh no, I didn't. Unless did I? Because the type of information was new to me at the time. Sorry.
buildings, and the rest are there as part of the environment. From how gripping the green ape's hands are, they can climb around all these structures. Speaking of the green
Yeah. So yeah, just being careful not to go accidentally hit any of the green apes. To which yeah, that's good. And yeah, if the green apes were the only ones mentioned, then yeah, we can definitely infer they're possibly the only type of race around this planet.
apes, they are bigger than the biggest apes currently on Earth. They have darker fur alongside dark blue skin.
Are these Brickos slightly gluttonous then? Fair enough. But yeah, Arvin has his ways to protect himself, yeah, using his temporary evolution once again. And but yeah, so Arvin has all sorts of ways to counter them too. There hasn't been much teamwork in moments, but they're still using their abilities in effective ways. And yeah, it's still teamwork at the end of the day. Because something I've found out recently is that when it comes to when superheroes have more unified abilities, when Captain America's shield can be used to reflect Iron Man's lasers or Thor's shockwaves from the hammer. Those are actually like quite far and few between when you like watch superhero films like that, especially like a good collection of them. But it is just nice to involve them every now and again because it just helps explore abilities and explore dynamics. And yeah, it has been something that I've been thinking about constantly when writing these books. There's not one as such here, but we'll see.
Bare feet and hands, and their whole head is bold too, with massive
And yeah, not to mention these kind of descriptions also explain, with the Rickers being, like medium-sized foes. Yeah, how do they get countered, by the Legion?
eyes to boot. These green apes live in a world that is essentially the galaxy's GPS, and many have been trying to get hold of this technology. This race is happy to
Yes, they're physically strong creatures too, and yeah, I hope yeah, Sonic screams. So that sounds right. I'm just trying to think what the best term is because in the first Lego Batman, there's the Sonic suit. I think it was called. Where Batman has the ability to break glass. So yeah, does it have a name? Or what about Banshee in X-Men First Class? What was his um, power simplified or uh, I tell you what, I'm gonna find out actually. X-Men Banshee powers. Acoustic kinesis allows him to manipulate sound waves. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's what the Green Apes do because I've even plans for them to not only, it's not just the screaming. It could vary in other ways. Could have like long range poops or something. Yeah, it's just something I've thought about recently. But okay, I'll keep that in mind.
help a legitimate set of explorers or galactic airlines, but those who want to explore
Uh, right, so these don't work together necessarily. They just fight like a Rico each almost. It's a bit risky, but if they can cope with that, then that's fair enough. Oh, I maybe I've written this because it just goes to show that the apes don't rely on each other that much. They can work independently in that manner. So yeah.
Law for evil will often fight back. While they do fight back well enough, there was too much damage, and the cubs need defending, and this is where the Legion helps. The foes they are
Yeah, that's actually quite good to account for, actually. Like, I can imagine there's like a form of this power where the sound waves go everywhere, but yeah, it's good to clarify that.
fighting are Riccos, T-Rex-like aliens which are designed for various combat situations,
Wasn't set up where he was originally positioned, but at least we know now.
and they had nothing against the Legion, so they too later had to bail their mission like many other Xanth's allies beforehand. As the Legion and even Dian arrive, they already act.
That is a gadget idea I've thought about long ago, and sounds cool on paper here. It strangely doesn't come back. Maybe there was like a variation, I'm not sure. But as well as setting up Zami's current state of mind, even at the point where he's getting sadly distracted, but he's tried to invent other gadgets, and um, I, this wheel might be framed as like not like the best idea, or well, regardless, it just goes to show that Zami's trying to expand the ways of using his power, but that has come about thanks to the new ability it has, because MQ gives him some tips, which I'm a bit mixed on about, because if MQ is like the character to turn the back on, maybe by teaching Zambi, it could be like a misleading bond trusting kind of thing. Maybe Zambi is taught that, so MQ could have used it against him, which has never happened. That could have been like a neat payoff and a potential reason why give someone else your ability almost. And not to mention the Sochas, when encountered them, they give Zami even more tips, which makes Zami more able to use them more than MQ thought of. So it's actually like a good few reasons, but I'm not sure. Like normally when unless it's like a bonding thing, or could like a misleading trust building, or something that you can use against them later on. Yeah, you don't normally have traitor characters give other characters your own abilities. Yeah, when you're trying to backstab them later on, it's but what I've done is good stepping stones. But and if they were refined more, then it could add to a reason. Because I think Emiki was quite reluctant as well at first, but he was like, "Oh, maybe almost like giving Zami a test," and then he goes, "All right, I'll teach you when," then stabs them back. But yeah, so Zami has the cube ability, as I call it, because cubes are like atom equivalent in this world, and these cubes can be enlarged to form constructs, um, whether it's like a single cube or multiple of them to form large things like hands to grab something, or even a chain, which is mentioned later on. So yeah, there's quite a variety with them, because there's loads of inspirations, like funny enough, Geometry Dash was one of them, because I really like the blocky aspect of that game, and plus there's Minecraft and Lego in general, and plus how the lanterns are depicted in the Lego games, and because like normally the light constructs are just formed immediately, but in the Lego games, like the way the blocks all like fit together when you play as Green Lantern, etc. I just find that really satisfying. So that was like the kind of vibe I was going for when having these blocks get put together in that manner. And yeah, I kind of like that, a point where I definitely would like to use it again, even if Amigo is getting cut. I think it might be given to oh yeah, because if you remember Pixel from my first ever animation, he was the one intended with that ability. Even if the animation sucks nowadays. But yeah, I think it's a ability that I can have a lot of fun with, and even though it can build all sorts, there's still a limit to it. Because I used to make it so that the cubes could produce that energy, and I was like, no, that's going too far. If you can almost build anything, unless it then, because once again, like Green Lanterns, like yes, Green Lantern can fire lasers, but all of his constructs, they vary in shape, but they all do the same thing, like the hitting and that. I actually remember that animated short. What's it called? Justice League War. I really liked that animated. Well, not. It's more of a full animated film almost. And in Green Lantern, he summons a device to try and identify Mother Box, and he was in and because the source didn't recognize the Mother Box, and Green Lantern says sort of like, oh, they come from this entity and they know everything, because it's going through all of their knowledge. So yeah, that's like an extension of Green Lantern's power, but that's something I won't do because I want to add more limits. Just make it and build anything which is just solid. They hit, that's it. Or create like chains or wheels to help move along bits and bobs like that. That's where create solid construction can work in that way. But yes, Zemi kind of has an ability, except it's like varying his gadgets, making it like a shape-shifting suit, which is quite exciting. I hope it's explored enough. Anyways, continue.
On a strategy, Nicole tries to use the high ground as she fires her stun laser at the Rico.
Oh, okay. So it's not the device that's bad, it was rushed. Yeah, so that's definitely reasonable. So yeah, they've been at it for quite some time though. It's almost like been non-stop. I think that's another reason why Arvin feels the way he did, because there's almost like no time to relax or bond with the others. It's just like one mission after the next, and yeah, sorry, really bad at clicking. Even Nicole's not very pleased with Zami. Oh dear.
As her high ground is a massive sphere. She is stood there without falling off while the Riccos struggle to climb up there despite their decent claws and leg muscles.
So I think that's like definitely a hint of Zami, relying on someone. Although it's more like Nicole helping Zami because of how he's struggling on his own, but what I said still implies. So yeah, this is just more setup.
Yes, these Riccos will be spared to see if they will turn and stop fighting. They are not causing anything catastrophic compared to the likes of Orpheon and Ozona after
yeah, even Dion's having to help Zami out as well.
After all. But the Riccos isn't a race that gives up, even if one of them does. Diane mainly helps defend the...
I think what I should have written is that it was like a cool idea at first, but now it's presented to be more flawed. But although reading it again, I think a gadget like that could be like quite cool, because it helps happening elsewhere, but unfortunately the story frames is as like a negative. Could have been like a small payoff to it, because it's not that bad idea, just it's just knowing how to use it properly, because it has potential.
Young green apes, or the green apes which are at least inexperienced, while using his body force to stop the Riccos, any of his...
It kind of matches well my mindset, because I remember thinking, yeah, what other abilities can Zami do? It's lightning, because it can shoot ahead, it can shoot hit things whilst zapping them, and you can like electrocute everyone around you, like a full 360 coming from him. Lightning from the sky, yeah, that's another thing which I don't think he's done yet. But yeah, there's so much you can do with lightning abilities. Although funny enough, oh no, Zami I think has had to use his electricity to benefit like machinery from time to time. So yeah, there is that too.
Long-range weaponry is too harmful. The Riccos do anything by trying to bite at Diane.
Sorry, I just heard music. Where did that come from? Not sure. Anyway, the Riccos are pretty much stuck somewhere. Yeah, head to a wall, a metaphorical one. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Charge at him or kick him hard. But none of that dents Diane once, resulting in Diane moving their attacks aside or throwing them towards the ground without damaging the ground, trying to make them lose interest in fighting him. Pod and Arvin are fighting alongside...
Oh, okay. Well, I felt like the Legion would have to, like, I've convinced them or even threatened them to be like, yeah, just don't reveal this location. Although, maybe what I think I should have written is that if the Riccos did get hold of the source of all locations, or at least a copy, which is possible, as explained later, then the Riccos could be like, should we get rid of these green apes? We definitely know where they are now, but I don't know. There's just from Rico's, trying to fight the Legion, well, with the green apes initially, only to be like, oh, we totally didn't fight them, etc. That's like quite a jump. You'll need like way more reason, but never mind.
Each other. Arvin is on
I'm
his own.
surprised that the Rickers don't get punished or get come back. Oh, and now there's why am I describing the Rickers now? Or more description of them, I'm not sure. Lead the planet, almost like a cargo ship, but a lot smaller. I forgot what a cargo ship looks like. Oh, cargo, helps carry things. So yeah, if they're like big creatures, then yeah, fair enough. Still go train to more Rickers, it's similar. Oh no, I'm describing their vehicle, sorry.
Own. But because this is yet another world for him to get used to, he is scared and distracted, but Pod has his back. Pod avoids using fire, but he uses ice to make the floors slippery for the Rickos, water to push any Rickos away or put Rickos into any ice blocks for an easy hit against them. And they are also trying to be mindful of the residents around them. Arvin helps Pod by using
Now that's a very interesting piece of context. So it's almost as if what's been happening with the likes of just more of the quarros, it's like a start of a loop. But yeah, I can see why Zynfall's allies, why Zynfall plus the more faithful ones could be like, oh, yes, we'll definitely come back to them, but we definitely need to either, find an element soon enough, or, sort out the Legion very soon, because, they're causing a massive problem, not to mention Dion. And, yeah, I think in book one I was already explaining why design for just sticking around in this fortress isn't like the great idea, because he's shown to be like extremely powerful anywhere, so he could just like take an element whenever he feels like it. So I feel like that should have been accounted for. I tell you what, maybe in the reboot, maybe Zynfall is still like recovering from, I don't know, like a really bad set of injuries from like the war all of those years ago. And I think what could still make him weak is that he's like full of injuries, so despite being very resilient and strong, you can just like hit him around his injuries, making him more you like maybe stumble from time to time, which might make an easier fight for the Legion, but it could then make him more aggressive and more dangerous that way. Although that probably might sound too similar to Mechajaw because he's the more animalistic one. But his Iron 4, I guess, could be, like using his pain to, like fighting energy. Although, Iron 4 really knows how to fight well. Because I'm not sure I said this before, but I made up like not that it's thoroughly explained, not much, but Cypher has a type of fighting style where there's normal blocks against punches and kicks, but Seinfeld's but like he knows a lot of martial arts anyway. But what he primarily does is hit arms and legs away. So he doesn't just simply put it aside or block. He just hits it away, which is yeah. Think about it. Sounds so extremely tricky. Yeah, to fight an opponent like that, you'll just get bruised every time you try and throw anything at an opponent. But yeah, regardless, yeah, I do. Yeah, I kind of set it update. I kind of like just knowing what to prioritize and such. So yeah, I say just another is that because when Mechadov does like actually hurt Zine 4 properly, that's where Zine 4's like, oh no, I'm hurt, so there's no point staying here. I better get out and about now, which is a philosophy which I kind of see both sides of. He could be reasonable because he's done well to protect himself from any danger, and yeah, because especially these elements are like quite sensitive. But even his side injury showed to not affect him much when it kind of should have. Should have been like a weakness that the others take advantage of and something that he had to work through. But I think it's probably nearly forgotten. But yeah, I've already explained why Zarfar sticking around the fortress isn't like the most satisfactory answer.
Back spikes to prevent any Rickos from trying to eat him, and stronger arms to prevent himself from being stomped, holding any Ricko legs up and away from him. Other green apes are
so it's not so the grass isn't always greener. Yeah, there's always going to be problems from time to time. Even after the success of Zine 4, the sequel shows that the Legion. In fact, funny enough, I do have there was like a draft novel I've been writing, and I'll definitely will carry over any fixes or original ideas into the reboot when coming on to that chapter in the story. Um, but but yeah, even the sequel showed there was still things going on, like not everyone, being keen on the Legion, and there was a team trying to fight back at a point where most of the newer Legion members at the time were going, including Baton, who was an example, at the start of that story or comic, which there's a commentary of, like the sequel one, it's like more than 4 hours. Um, so yeah, just go show like not everything is perfect. Even in the last like chapter ever, where Pod's like the last one standing, it even talks about how there'll always be trouble, but even with Pod being the last Legion member to go, the other races all across the galaxy will still work it around to make sure that there's still peace everywhere.
Trying to help. They have the power of a sonic scream.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Um, Yeah, I've not covered one of the changes, so that probably explains earlier. It's a tad bit on the nose, but at least it's set up and seeing how it can work. It's like a better starting point than I thought. Anyway, Pod is eager to sort out the Morphils and have been sidelined. Yeah, I already discussed why they probably should have been prioritised, but for them to constantly be sidelined, I can see how there might be a good reason. It would just have to be written in there, and it's also a kind of a neat concept.
Which enables them to hinder any Riccos while also bringing them down using their strength, and these creatures mainly fight.
Um, yeah, um, yeah, I think there has been like past cases where Zami, has been, just more of heavily into teamwork. Because I think the last time William was on his own was with his first fight against the Inichbot. Yeah, because that was really tricky. But Nicole wanted more Legion members. Yeah, because does she go into like an arc of, just accepting no matter how limited the Legion is, they'll always be good regardless. Because I think having Hellwolf as an addition and also having the Pasnos and MEQ as potential ones at the time, I think that made her mislead herself. I need to then, like I say, come to the conclusion that, regardless of the number, the Legions fight regardless. So it's a kind of a cool idea. I'm quite looking forward to how it's all expanded.
Solo. They know they have enough of their inner strength to resolve the situation far quicker. And these sonic
I
screams.
think they were helping multiple planets anyway, but regardless, at least it will help them with time to time. Maybe help them with other locations, even with Morphils, which is said later on by Pod, even though that doesn't get prioritized. I think, did the Morphils become like the next consideration until Pasnos and Torrid were like, hey, there's a new storm coming about. That should have been written in there because that would have been like a neat idea, because you can see why a storm that could hurt the whole galaxy would be a tad more prioritised, because it looks like the Morphils are very in and out, and I think I already talked about why that was a bit unclear with I'm a bit confused on that status quo, because what I could have done is make it so that Mechajaw did lose a lot of his Morphils, including Pods, and he recently managed to find a way to repopulate, and then they started his scheme, and then Zionfor's like, no. So that should have been a good reason. Should have written that in. So yeah, the battle was fine. Despite all the Legion's faults, Dion doesn't have any drawbacks, to which fair enough. And I also feel like maybe this planet was hidden, but at the same time, Dean would have found it, and how did they know about this Rico fight happening in the first place? And I felt like they should have gone there first, because what could have been the case is that the Green Age could have been one of those races that needed, to be impressed by them, therefore trust them, and then be like, here's a copy of your GPS. So something like that would have been like a good reason. Legion's happy with it, with what they've been given. So yeah, let's go.
Can only hurt if you are within the radius.
That reminds me. I think what was also prioritised before the Morphils is where to place the energy sources, because they have both elements. It's kind of risky, which definitely made I can imagine making the Legion and Earth potentially more targeted, to which that should have been a bit more covered. Yeah, with half the elements at their possession. Yeah, that must be a hot target. No, 3, because of Pod being there, yeah, on Earth, yeah, every now and again. So yeah, her motor's like the most mysterious one, which is interesting. And what else was I going to say? But yeah, I was just wondering why those energy sources weren't placed in safety before, because that's kind of lucky that nobody tried to go for them in that manner. So yeah. Oh yeah, but yeah, there's still the yeah, because I think what made this story a bit puzzling is that because the long-term goal is to stop the storm, that becomes long-term goal, but what was achieved at the midpoint is both forces of energy being saved, to which um, I think that still works well enough. It just feels like another task to do whilst you're on your way, which makes the pacing and the premise a bit more stuttery. Because in book 1, for instance, at least the entire mission was you know um, find the energy source to be safe and then go and fight the niche bots, which you're doing anyway. Oh, actually, maybe it is more similar to book 3 than I thought. So yeah, it is just a part of the goal to. Although that's the thing. So whilst getting the life force, as a way to protect it further from the niche bots is definitely like relevant to the long-term goal for the end. But in this case, it's almost as if the Legion, Miranda, um, just like wandering from a place of the galaxy to sort out another thing along the way, even though that would be like slowing down before the storm, because trying to keep the energy, both forces of energy safe doesn't have anything to do with the storm. So that's where this story has the potential to be sadly the weakest one. And it's a real shame because I could have made it so that if the energy sources were placed safely, it could have been written so that only once they're placed safely, then it won't have anything to do with the storm that way, almost like a prevention, even a protection thing when the storm ever does come about. That could have been something. But yeah, I just remember thinking, because the energy sources had to be in certain places, ready for, book 5. But yeah, maybe not have the or maybe what I could have done is that instead of like the storm, why not have Tara try and backstab the Legion as they try and deliver try and keep both energy forms safe, and the midpoint could be to make an alliance with either the Sotras or the Titarans, or even both, considering they know each other, and then the long-term goal is having to go elsewhere and protect the energy that way, and with Amiku trying to go for them. But at the same time, well, we know you could still have it so that if Silveruk could be going for the planet dangerously, at the end of book 3, and that would still carry over how the Legion has been less reliable on Earth, therefore making a consequence when Silveruk did like attack the Earth. And yeah, I'm just talking about a rewriting possibility, by the way. So yeah, that would still carry over, and yeah, Silverrock would have to be sorted out later on, maybe as like an introduction for the 4th book. That might have made it like a better starting point for book 4, because Silverrock isn't like the hardest foe ever. So, but yeah, it still would have like made an impact. And maybe book 4 could have shown that even with Silverrock finally out the way, the damage was already done, and book 4 then continue onwards. That already sounds like far better almost. Like granted, it's not a bigger scale compared to, well, I don't know. It's I guess it is Earth being attacked again, but for a different reason. And once again with no legions, so the tension's already kind of higher compared to book 2, for instance. That is so good and so better already at a point where maybe I'll do that with the reboot instead, because even this cube storm is almost like a repetition of because basically the 4th book did what the 3rd book did, but worse. Just an attack across the galaxy. It's just somehow Mechadrill managed to make it worse. Well, I think because the Legion at least tried to find ways to slow it down, and maybe there was more preparation, but even then, that's like a tad repetitive. So yeah, book 3 could have had a whole new different premise. But yeah, as I was saying, so if Torrid is still going to be a traitor, he could have been fighting on some other planet, threatening another race to try and get a form of energy. Maybe Torrid could have been like an energy collector of his own, still on his own side. And then whilst the Legion roll up there, it leaves Earth to be vulnerable, to Sliverrock, because you never know, there could be like less servicemen because of less danger happening. The humans could be on edge at a point where crime is dipped. But no, that doesn't make sense. But like I said, something like that would really benefit the midpoint and then the long-term goal. But we've got this nearly final yet flawed version, so we'll still see how the story goes along, even if the structure isn't as good.
Meaning no green apes accidentally hurt any of the Legion's ears. Zami, however, who is still defending the main source of all locations, isn't doing well on his own.
Yeah, especially if Dion senses danger everywhere, so yeah, that already helps. And looks like Earth is doing some navigating too. Yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah, because I think the more we go on in the future, the more able we are navigating space. Yes, that's already inevitable.
Constantly looking around. And with his new gadgets not working, such as a throwing wheel which also zaps.
Yeah, Ozone's power should have been given a far better name. I guess it's like the best label to go for, but I don't know. Like the Life Force as an alternative name for living gore is better. A form of which is an empty absorbing machine, which so that's the same absorbent energy as Book 1, and the latter is in a energy absorbing briefcase. You might as well just create another absorbing device. That's makes it inconsistent. It makes Forza less powerful when it should be just as powerful. So yeah, briefcase, that's so humiliating for Ozone's power. I feel sorry for it. Yeah, so it should just be two energy absorbing machines, but yeah, so they've been improved, and I reckon they're like more able to be carried. Maybe they're smaller, maybe wears a rucksack again like last time, but just more adapted and made that way. Yeah, I should have added those details. Not to mention that we need to be well covered and protected too, considering carrying two elements around with you, it's risky. Even that should have been like more of a thing. Like, well, they do have Zionfall goons on the back later on, but yeah, maybe the Legion should have been like, well, not only heavily targeted because of their impact of the universe and how much it goes against Zionfall, but the two elements at their disposal, yeah, they should be in even more danger.
Lightning, enabling him to produce
Although
lightning.
that relies on, well, actually, no, I think the others should know that the Legion are in possession of those already after defeating both Orphean and Azona.
Elsewhere. But this doesn't work. Zami had rushed it considering how busy they have been, scaring and disappointing him, and even Nicole isn't very pleased. So she has to help Zami by shooting at the.
And yeah, this is like a time of Arvin, it's familiar to him, it's enjoying it, it's time with others, and yeah, he wished his technology to be better than creating stuff with static limited materials. So that's like set up for when he gets new power later on. So Zami's already feeling that kind of limit. But like I said, it's familiar to Arvin, so he likes that kind of thing. Because even Arvin gets disappointed when Zami does have like the more shape-shifting and the more technology. So yeah, that's definitely like a cause and effect I can get behind with. It should have been. Actually, no. If it is just like a miniature event that's happened somewhere in the last few weeks, I guess it helped add context for what's been happening all of this time. And this is just something that's happened. But reasonably, energy sources, being contained very well at the moment.
Rico's nearby Zami alongside anywhere else. Even Diane gives Zami a good boost by flying from one Rico to.
Okay, so what's going on here?
The Legion still has been making great progress, reducing all evil, whether it's the self-contained crimes on various planets or the near-apocalyptic attacks which the Legion.
Yeah, all evil. Yeah, whether it's like I said, crimes or what the Signforce activity. Still making. Yeah, definitely get that's news. Okay. So yeah, definitely great progress. Yeah.
Legion believes only come from Xiantha's allies. The Legion, despite having no allies, still has the favor.
What was that term earlier? Or the near events which Legion believes only comes from Signforce allies. Oh, so yeah, well, not only is that true, with the bigger events, but um, they're about to be told that, well, shown or experienced that not all of evil, come from or designed for, not every space-based evil. To which, yeah, because you could say, oh, but Ozona with the Nitrobots and the Stone Age being manipulated, but even that links back to Ozona and Orphean, who thus were designed for. But with yeah, Taurid's not really connected to Xenophon anyway. And because I remember a really good template for how to make a good twist, and actually it was Tyler, what's his face, like the screenwriting dude. His videos are all good actually. And yeah, I think that's how I learned momentum, the success and cost kind of strategy, which really works. But also, so I kind of forgot the steps. So it's changing. What was it? Like yeah, like it alters, something that alters the plot well. It changes a character's belief, and there's like a philosophical reason I kind of forgot, but like I think it's the philosophical and the character kind of aspect to the twist that that's where it affects them, and um, yeah, because just showing that although. What about the sequel? Or well, there's definitely other cases. There's the blops that the Titans fight against in one of the comics. There's definitely evidence of not every antagonistic force comes from Xylophor. So yeah, and Retron's already a thing of his own as well, but he's not like the most villainous character, despite crossing the line numerous times. The camos are barely, not much present in the fifth book, and yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think it could have been like cool to have like another payoff to type of evil design for. Maybe it could have had like another foe who, was going to backstab the Legion, and the Legion could like see right through him or her. Not to mention, I feel like the Legion should be like a lot more cautious with go for anyone new. Although, because when Frederick comes about, there was at least evidence that it came from the title run. So, yeah. Anyway.
The Legion believes only come from Xanth's allies. The Legion, despite having no allies, still has the favors of many planets, and so the Legion has an idea to gain help to protect these powerful energy sources on other.
Having no allies still has favors from many planets. I guess no additional allies, that's what I was trying to go for, because yeah, Earth is definitely an alliance with them still, that's for sure. But anyway, so that's the next step for them. For other energy sources and other planets. I hope you can still hear me, by the way. I know it's a bit noisy in here. If I get a bit further away. Actually, I've got to change location. There you go. Hopefully it's quieter, and yeah. Anyway, so in fact, let me just do one thing. It's a bit cold. Right. So yeah, favors for many planets. Still has favors for many planets. What does that mean? Because that either means helping them out by protecting the forces of energy, or still assisting with the crime fighting of the planets. Is that what it means?
The planets. Considering Earth already has many valuable
Protect these energy sources on other planets. Yeah, so that's definitely the idea. And yeah, I think this is already getting to what I said earlier about Earth can't have two energy sources. Like, luckily they didn't know that Pod was had the third one, which Earth had possession of. But I think with all that splintering away and Pod going off anyway, that already makes the energy sources not only well protected but separate. So yeah.
Valuables such as the Legion members themselves. They need to keep the whole Earth safe. It was the first planet they were protecting after all.
Yeah,
Minute
so the Legion definitely, because whilst it could be like a broken promise kind of thing, but um, yeah, they forgotten about the Earth. No, definitely not. That's why they dispersed, or just put the energy sources elsewhere in the first place, because it would sorry, in the first place. Yeah, as protecting Earth instead of making it even more of a target. So yeah, yeah, it's just yeah. I think the Legion do also feel guilty when Earth does get battered. Because if the Legion were down there, then yes, they would have helped protect Earth. But I think Torrid would have gone on for ages, even if the kind of storm he was doing.
later, the Legion does come back to Earth where they have a go with the Universal.
Oh, that's another sound. That's the fun. Sorry, I can't switch it off. It's like an air cycle kind of machine. They're 10 minutes later. Go back to the Earth. They have to go with the universal GPS, yeah. And then this is where they get the idea of bringing the life force back to the Titarans, and they luckily knew that the Sotras could help too. That was lucky, and it's also probably a lucky when Pasnos was like, oh, the Titarans I've heard we're going to the Hishtu, but I don't know how he found that out. And whilst it would help with the pacing, just to I don't know, like why not go to the Titan planet, and the goons would have followed them anyway, and they would have been easily defeated, if not more so, but like more than defeated. And then go to the Sutchers. So even if Nahash 2 is like a neat world building kind of thing, and I think it still works as like a race mixing area where activities happen, and I don't think much fighting is about. So it seems to be safe enough. Um, so yeah, but yeah, that's actually like a couple of major coincidences right there. Because if the Legion did go straight to the Titan planet, like straight to there, then I would have meant, oh, our two leads have gone elsewhere to Nahash 2, where we're going to help out, and if I would be far less dramatic.
GPS from the Green Apes, allowing them to gain ideas for where they can protect the other forms of energy. As a planet GPS, Zami wondered one day if he could see his planet, wondering why
Oh
if
yeah, there is an effort from me to try and tie it to his arc in some way, but other than seeing his planets and just kind of getting disappointed, it gets dropped, and yeah, like throughout the middle of the story, it's just like a thought that Zami had, because he's not majorly insecure about where it's come from. He's only wanted, but at the same time, when he encountered Zythor, he was angry that his race and planet, the planet was redundant, and his whole race was gone. So yeah, I think maybe it should be more applied, like a proper victim of what Seinfeld has, done, against his race and home. Because I think in the reboot, I think Zemi should maybe still be like a bit of an outcast, but at least knew where his place was. But once his planet was wrecked, that's where that's where you could have like a proper grudge against Seinfeld, something. Yeah, because Pod already has his own antagonism against Mechajol, and Apasanos just simply wants to have a go against him for fun. So yeah, there's already like that variety dynamic. But at the same time, in the reboot, I might make Pod the main character, because he has the most. Um, it just seems to be the most interesting, and even Pod. Yeah, with having his own like little subplot, yeah, I feel like it makes him like seem more significant. Although Sammy still works as a protagonist, even if other characters shared the spotlight. Even that was the case from the get-go. So yeah, I think overall, I think the whole Sammy and this planet thing, I think that should have been explored more so, instead of just being, simply part of an arc template, and that's it.
this big galactic community there had been no one else who looked like Zami, creating odd questions in
Bigger to community. Oh, okay. So yeah, just in general, for a second, I thought I'd jumped the ball about Nash too, but no. It's just because if they have been exploring from any planet to planet, then yeah, of course you will be like, wait, hang on, where's my race? That's a bit unanswered, and we haven't really explored how Arvin feels about that, because he's probably in a very similar situation to Zami, like similar starting history, as explained in the first book. So how did he feel about that? I can imagine he'll be disappointed too, but I think he found more of himself with the Legion, especially as he'd just been born, as he came to the Legion. Yeah, by the way, to find a baby pet and make it, although I suppose it's no different to, raising a dog to make it a guard dog, etc. So yeah, it's similar, but except Arvin probably would be a bit smarter, with the machinery in that. So yeah, I wonder how you feel about, just being quite encouraged into the Legion.
his head, something which Pod could sympathize with, and despite having the technology, that would have to
Sympathize with. Oh yeah, because sympathy is feeling for something, even if it's not similar. But if it's empathy, it's the exact same situation. Is that how it is? Yeah, because if it's similar, then yeah. And or just a thud. No, it's fine. So yeah, it's just part of feeling a bit sorry. Just they have connected a bit more, despite not a lot of moments in the previous book. Actually, no, not a lot. And yeah, we'll just continue.
wait. Thanks to Diane joining the discussion via an audio call and mixing his knowledge with Pod's, they consider placing these forms of energy to their prior keepers, or at least
So
find
yeah, Dion and the Pod definitely would have a lot of knowledge of the polar galaxy. Yeah, I can definitely see that being the case. And so yeah, it's just like a definite example of Pod and Dion working together. I think Pod brings up the morphals later on, I think, unless it's just a thought. Anyway,
another race capable of protecting such power. Like former guardians of the universe before a certain someone ruined everything. What are the considered planets?
yeah, that's definitely referred to Zynfall right there, isn't it? And former guardians. There were quite a few, really. Is that the Suchers? Or the Tartrans even? Is that what it's referring to?
Thanks to the galactic GPS. Firstly, according to Diane, the Titanrans used to look after the life force. And with the universe being safer, and with the race using the life force in various ways, why not bring it back to them?
So yeah, this is our introduction to possibly my favourite ever race I came up with. But yeah, they pretty much know the ins and outs of the elements, so if it's safer, then yeah, why not bring it back? Especially if the Titanrans would be kind of struggling to have just a genuine struggle to leave the planet. Various ways, why not bring them back? Yeah, but yeah, to go for other guidance as well, yeah, that's already kind of a good thing. And these are also probably the type of races that won't leave the planet very often either.
Even if the planet is very far away, the other idea is where to place Ozona's
Very
power.
far? Yeah, I think that's fun.
The world of the Sochus was also recommended by Diane. And with the universe being
Also
safer,
recommended by Dion, so he was the one with the ideas. Did Pod feel a bit left out? Although Pod has nothing against Dion, so
and with the race using the life force in various ways, why not bring it back to them? Even if the planet is very far away, the other idea is
did I accidentally duplicate this? I'm not sure.
where to place Ozona's power. The world of the Sochus was also recommended by Diane. Many races like the Sochus have created their defenses if they were to protect any significant energy or anything else precious. The Sochus would be glad to be protected.
So firstly, I guess Dion probably knew about this, but has he like been to the planet recently at a point where they're still there? Like the searchers haven't really protected anything. They've probably been stranded on their own planet for all we know. I'm surprised not all of them are went, because their planet isn't established to be hidden either. But also, this planet hidden excuse doesn't quite work considering how many little planets there were at the time. Yeah, with the final guide I made at the time. Yeah, I definitely need to showcase that off someday. To show what my universe did used to look like. If they were protected. So, yeah, because they have a vault of some kind, which makes them protect the element. But yeah, I think this is, yeah, with the Sochas, like, unless they, like swim around the lava and communicate and also commute with one another, yeah, I don't know. It just feels like because the idea of a volcanic planet is rather cool, but I feel like there would have to be more to it and more to their lifestyle as well. But yeah, why would they still have the vault and the defenses up? Because they weren't exactly waiting for the Legion, were they? So, that I'm a bit lost at. Yeah, this is it's not a very exciting start. Like, granted, it's it's cool, good to account for the energy where to take them, and I guess there's like a mystery of what's going to happen. But I feel like this starter is a lot slower, or probably just feels like it because I'm just a bit worn out. Anyway,
Once again, after having to act like normal residents.
would they? If I put a target in their back, do they get a
Tilda
say
Chapter
unless they
32,
are up for it?
Legion's Golden Age. It is the
And not
Golden
to
Age.
mention, as we'll find out later on, the Suchers were also like the element experts, but at the same time, I accidentally created another race that were experimental with them. There's also the Fletchers that also did research at a point where they can fire a multi-powered arrow, just a whole selection of them made out of different elemental powers. But yeah, because whilst the such as being the element experts is definitely a nice idea on paper, yeah, I still would need to neaten that and that.
Of the Legion, and the Legion is galactic heroes, nearly getting rid of all Xanthus
But we don't know much of their lifestyle until when, because when they start mixing with the Legion, that's a whole different status quo. It would have been nice to see what their world was more like. The Titans in the following book at least had like aspects of what they kind of do, and both in the real world and in the on the more serious side of things, and then they know how to protect their planet from attacks. Yeah, we don't really get that with the Suchers, hence why the Titan fans may have more screen time anyway, and already have more going for them. But yeah, because because I think the Suchers still like to carry over because they're like giant stone people, which is kind of cool. But yeah, they might still stay in the volcanic area, just would have a small area. Maybe could have them mixing with any races too. I think that's something I could do.
allies, but this does leave Earth with less of a guard. Similar to Dian, the Legion is
Alright, so it's nighttime apparently. Okay, and so I go back to Arvin here to see what he's like.
relied upon by various planets, making the Legion prioritize multiple planets.
Saving the world and more. I suppose it goes back to Orpheum and the Zona, where yes, it probably evolves outside galactic forces, but it was still straightforward. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Now, the Legion is helping some green apes on the planet
Yeah,
Swy.
like literally a couple.
This is mainly a pale jade green world, made up of a glossy yet hard material, similar to glass.
Oh yes, so that's something else which probably could have done with Phoenix expanded upon, almost like a celebrity status that the Legion have. Yeah, because I think yeah, we see what Arvin thinks of it, although yeah, like I say, it's not fully expanded upon. If it's like celebrity culture, then we're talking about paparazzi, signatures, photos, merchandise everywhere. Um, so yeah, it's all about that. And oh yeah, I remember that part. Yeah, so Arvin has to escape whenever he's found. Yeah, he probably feels very vulnerable because, like, for instance, I don't know about Pod actually. That's not explored, but I can just see him like use his powers and probably threaten anyone to back off, especially when you probably won't like the flashing cameras. It might bring back some bad memories actually, yeah, because flashing cameras can be quite triggering. But um, but yeah, with Arvin, yeah, he's like a more gentle creature, so yeah, I think he will be kind of startled. But yeah, he has to, yeah, like escape in that way, which is, yeah, I felt quite bad for him.
But without the transparency. The world has spheres everywhere. Some are floating,
I don't think it's either the wrong word in this text of speech or the text of speech doesn't know how to pronounce that word.
some have entrances as buildings, and the rest are there as part of the environment. From how gripping the green ape's hands are, they can climb
Oh
around all the
yes, because if Sammy updated his power, then I guess it's like find a ways. Oh, I don't know. He would still have to update the gadgets around it, unless the gadgets are managed to stay the same and adapt to the same um, concentration of electricity. Then I suppose it's Sammy still experimenting with it because yeah, if it's a more powerful form of lightning and electricity, then yeah, we're talking about supernatural experimentation, which um, yeah, Arthur wouldn't really know what to do. Like he may be a supernatural entity himself, but he's not knowledgeable or a tester like that.
these structures. Speaking of the green apes, they are bigger than the biggest apes currently on Earth. They have darker fur
Oh
alongside dark.
yes, I think that does like make the Legion go, Nicole, why are you doing that again? Well, I hope that's not like that because of course they would want new Legion members, more help, etc. Um, But yeah, and not to mention, I feel like, well, I think you do kind of see both sides where, the Legion could do more help and there could be some willing to offer, but at the same time, if you like to save some residents and they're like, hey, do you want to join us? They might be scared. So yeah, hopefully that kind of concept is explored because it does come back a couple of times, like each time, but yeah, like I said, I think probably could have been expanded a tad more.
Blue skin, bare feet and hands, and their whole head is bald too.
Okay, yeah, good to do research. Yeah, makes them more prepared and known and everywhere.
With massive eyes to boot. These green apes live in a world that is essentially
Oh
the
yes, so they pretty much find comfort in one another, which is um, yeah, it's just really nice for them both.
galaxy's GPS, and many have been trying to get hold of this technology. This race is happy to help a legitimate set of explorers or galactic airlines, but
Um, uh, I, there's the celebrity status and well, I know they're sort of that Mechadraw is delayed, Um, but Pod is like, well, he would be like extremely handy with all of these like crime fighting and other situations, and he's looking after Arvin. So why is he thinking he's losing purpose? If anything, it should be like a tad tedious that they're using the same spot, but without sort of like Mechadraw, but not losing purpose. That's oh, I tell you what, maybe it's like referring to Arvin, perhaps. Yeah, sorry, I was getting confused for a second. Yeah, I think hopefully that's referring to it, but if I did accidentally label Pod as such, then yeah, that was not an intention.
those who want to explore for evil will often fight back. While they do fight back well enough, there was too much
Yeah, I
damage.
think also the same could be said, for Ivan too. Like he's because like yes, he's not on a standstill like Pod where he's like really keen to go after someone else, but Arvin, but, he will still help the team
And the
at
Cubs
many times, and maybe what I could have done is like write scenes where Zambi and maybe you could have had Pod, be so overpowered at a point where Arvin feels a bit left behind and not as needed. And maybe Zambi could be like, Arvin got to help me out, and then Nicole could also criticize Arvin and Zambi for relying on each other too much, perhaps. But even then, if any scenario goes serious, then relying on each other is not a bad idea. If they were getting distracted by each other, then maybe. But even then, so yeah, we've got a couple of other suggested improvements here, and so yeah.
Need defending, and this is where the Legion helps. The foes they are fighting are Rickos, T-Rex-like
Oh yeah,
aliens.
see, Arvin's just gone out about in the middle of the night. If he can fight his way out of things, then yeah, I guess that's why he's fine. And I was going to say something else as well. But yeah, he's just having a bit of a nostalgia trip. Just going around like certain fields and yeah, just reminded me of the good old days. Nostalgia can be such a nice like force of healing, and it's also worth mentioning that if you just type in, I don't know, on YouTube, John Hamm explains nostalgia on YouTube. I don't know what film it's from, but this is like really interesting scene where he goes through photos and he manages to explain nostalgia in the best way possible. And because, not gonna lie, the only moment I can remember is that he says that nostalgia is even more powerful than memory alone. And yeah, I just find that really striking. Because I think the kind of nostalgia that kind of hits me the most would be, like seeing old places, which is not really always a thing, but definitely strikes me. Certain video games like Mario Kart DS, Mario Kart Wii with the music, and other DS games as well. The Nintendo Wii, that's a big part of my childhood. I used to watch a lot of old video games on YouTube, like Donkey Kong Country, find them nostalgic too. And what else is there? Oh, and some of the music I grew up with as well. There's a lot of songs I like nowadays at a point where, just kind of like admire the craft nowadays. But if it's like songs from 2012, for instance, which was my last day of primary school, and last year, and because those kind of songs only go back to every now and again. But sometimes when I revisit it, I'm like, oh gosh, I do remember those times. So yeah, I think that's going to show that Arvin should have had that kind. Well, that's where it should have gone more descriptive. Imagine if nostalgia was that hard hitting for Arvin. But probably have a point where if he's going all around space, yeah, he's probably not got to admire Earth for quite some time. So yeah.
Which are designed for various combat situations, and they had nothing against the Legion, so they too later had to
Yeah,
bail
then they do have a spaceship, which is mentioned later, which explains how they got here. But we've got them from the end of the second book, so yeah.
their mission like many other Xanthas allies beforehand. As the Legion and even Diane arrive, they already act on a strategy Nicole tries to use.
Yes, so despite putting on a facade, well, I guess we'll just focus on the Amaki side of things, unless I said otherwise. So, whilst pretending, he's, just pretending to be nice, being like, oh, where's this Legion? And then, in the Pasternosh, you must be quite impatient and quite rash at a point where, because I think whilst Pasternosh is probably like too keen to like get ready for the next battle almost. I think that's why he's whipped them out. But by doing that, it does look like it makes him, more, that I can see why Arthur would be like, oh no, they're going to try and find the Legion and try and attack them. And see, I think because Arvin does try and fight back, doesn't he? And so yeah, probably a bit more clarity for why Pasternosh did that. And it's almost as if I'm relying on other events to back this up. But other than like I said, being like extremely forthright, thinking for the next fight. Yeah, it's not like the best thing to do really. Yeah, I've had a mix on that.
Use the high ground as she fires her stun laser at the Rickos. As her high
Yeah,
ground
he must have done that rather quickly once he saw them to, yeah, of course she would like tell the others.
Ground is a massive sphere. She is stood there without falling off while the Riccos struggle to climb up there despite their decent claws and leg muscles.
Landing near to where Arvin is, or nearby where Arvin is, yeah. But yeah, if the river would definitely make Pod a lot quicker. So he must have whipped himself out of bed rather quickly. But yeah, he's there. He's about to defend Arvin once again.
Yes, these Riccos will be spared to see if they will turn and stop fighting. They are not causing anything
By speaking, by getting his weapon out, or using some of his power. That's not explained, but I can see that being slightly satisfying.
catastrophic compared to the likes of Orpheon and Ozona after all. But the Riccos isn't a race that gives up, even if one of them does. Diane mainly helps
Oh yeah, speed boost. Yeah, I never really gave a Pasternoff that anymore because not only of our characters with speed boost, but I feel like Wolf was like the one that was like the quickest, but even that wasn't set up much either. But yeah, I think that's what the temporary invincibility does for a Pasternoff. Like I said, a quick speed boost, and Pod makes itself threatening. Oh yeah, so he does do specific actions, and yeah, and Nameku, whilst pretending, to be this good old chap, he's like, oh, if I don't respond, then he'll be calm. But Pasternos doesn't do himself any favors, because whilst it is like a front, and well, I don't know how Amiku know about this Legion in the first place. Well, maybe it is like the story spreading around, what they're like, etc. So maybe that's where Amiku really picked up upon, like a, um, you know, when like a massive event goes on, and then there's like a, like a nerdy person being like, oh, you know what, I really want to get to know them more. I tell you what, it's a good comparison. That ABBA film, because part of the plot is the guy who was like really keen for an interview with the band, and yeah, because ABBA would be, because Arrival was a massive success, but then the film was made in the following year in '77 with alongside ABBA the album, and so yeah, so they're still fresh, and yeah, and even that makes people like him go like, oh, I really want to learn more about them. So yeah, Amiku could be that kind of archetype, well, pretending to be, of course. Once again to put on a front, and but yeah, it looks like Amiku didn't tell Pasnos much, not even told them to um, like calm down, so we can get to the Legion's favor. Because you can imagine if the Legion like locked them up or something. They probably would have picked up on the information about being like, going, well, we'll actually see if the storm is true, it's good to check. But yeah, I guess that's like a what if scenario, but not to mention, I guess it's kind of lucky he didn't get to that conclusion. Although Hailwolf's situation was kind of similar. Although no, she was running away from and hiding, but them two are like said to want to meet them. Because I suddenly thought, Emiku could have let Pod potentially let Pod off. No, leave Apasnos to it, to not knowing how to pretend to not know how to handle Apasnos, but so that the Legion members could be, hurt some way because because the true Torrid wants the Legion aside for whatever goal he has, which we'll get to. I'm very curious about that. But yeah, regardless, so yeah, Pod is misses. Well, no, it's Apasnos just getting out of the way quickly. And Apasnos gets Pod to back off. Okay, so yeah, Apasnos is he's definitely like a vicious fighter at a point where I can see why Pod would be like, oh, okay, but anyway.
Defend the young green apes or the green apes which are at least inexperienced, while using his body force to stop the Riccos. Any of his long-range weaponry is too harmful.
Oh, okay, so he is is that pretend you're not knowing how to calm him down, unless Todd just like, what do I do with him? So I can see that being a either way kind of thing.
The Riccos do anything by trying to bite at Diane, charge at him
That
or
does make Pastor sound a bit narrow, but I think at this case he's just been threatened by Pod. So yeah, and if you knew Mikio for a while, then of course you would want to try and defend your friend, because even the Pasnos, despite being told whatever he's been told, even he could be like, we know the Legion could try and fight us back, which I think should have been a mindset that should have been explored.
Him hard. But none of that dents Diane once, resulting in Diane moving their attacks aside.
The whole calming down thing has been repeated once, but never mind. Passmore's escalation, oh gosh, how would that be?
Or throwing them towards the ground without damaging the ground, trying to make them lose interest in fighting him.
Again, Nicole is already capable of calming down situations, but it looks like Sam is just like that. It could have stunned them, but it looks like that's not needed. But yeah, anyway, it looks like all of that is clarified. Although I think there's some practicality at how to stop this fight. Actually,
Arvin are fighting alongside each other. Arvin is on his own, but because this is yet another world for him.
Pod wasn't that aggressive. So yeah. Although, why did he push MQ then if he didn't want to? Well, I guess if anything, it's getting MQ to put him off and fighting, because sometimes if you do shove someone hard, it might put them off mentally. But also with Asmus, it looks like I don't know. I just felt like it got being consistent, because it just makes Pod sound aggressive too. Would he? Well, no, he's partially pacifistic, so yeah, I can see him, trying to confront them first, really.
He is scared and distracted, but
and this is me trying to make a comparison to which, it's just trying to outline their differences, which isn't a bad idea, but let's see what's said.
His back. Pod avoids using fire, but he uses ice to make the floors slippery for the Riccos, water to push any Riccos away or put Riccos into...
Okay. So the MQ part makes sense. And that was an aggressive similarity. Okay, so it's just a Pod and a Pass not winding each other up. Is that what makes this different?
Any ice blocks for an easy hit against them. And they are also trying to be mindful of the residents around them. Arvin helps Pod by using back spikes to prevent any Riccos from trying to eat.
So firstly, there should be a comma after ground. And once again, I've explained the fight after it's been done, which is, oh gosh, no, not meant to do that. But yeah, regardless, so Pod attacked first, so yeah, he was just getting defensive because he had his blades out and Arvin was getting scared. So yeah, this is a scenario that already stands out, and also stands out when MQ's like, oh, maybe let's go and see the Legion, but they don't know their intent yet.
Eat him, and stronger arms to prevent himself from being stomped, holding any Ricco legs up and away from him. Other green apes are trying to help. They have the power of a sonic scream which enables them to hinder any Riccos while also
it's almost
bringing...
like a sword fight, except it's like one long one and two miniature ones. So yeah, I can see how that could be kind of fun.
Them down using their strength, and these creatures mainly fight solo. They know they have enough of their inner strength to resolve
the... so it is exploring, well, we already know about our personal abilities, but we're just seeing more about how they counter each other, and Personal seems to be extremely powerful.
Situation far quicker. And these sonic screams can only hurt if you are within the radius, meaning no green apes...
A ball of ice. Oh gosh, I was going to probably chuck it at Personals, but Personals would have turned on temporary invincibility and the fight will probably go on. But I can see Pod winning because he has an element after all.
Gently hurt any of the Legion's ears. Zami, however, who is still defending the main...
Which we already knew, but oh well.
Main source of all locations isn't doing well on his own.
Chilling that Pod is getting really challenged. No, that's the wrong term. Arvin should have helped, he wasn't like that scared. He would be able to defend himself, and he would have helped out Pod. Yeah, why didn't he?
Constantly looking around. And with his new gadgets not working, such as a throwing wheel which also zaps lightning, enabling him to produce lightning elsewhere. But this doesn't work.
Okay. Oh, it's like a more massive key between one another. Yeah, I can see how that could be like kind of jarring in a McHugh. Like if Torrid is intimidating and McHugh is like a alter ego, then I can see how McHugh would have enough presence. Because he's quite extremely odd actually. Yeah, he's Jade Green. Oh yeah, not to mention, so as you'll see by the storybook, he used to be like a massive otter that can form constructs, but now he's more like a humanoid walrus. And yeah, both could work because both animals, they're like rocks, and they'll probably have done some improvising with them. But even then, I'm not too keen on the matching idea. That's why I was thinking of bringing Pixel back because he actually matches the Keeb aspect in a way that makes them make more sense, really. So that's what makes Horrid probably one of my lesser favourite characters, but not to mention we have yet to find out why he probably won't make too much sense despite a decent effort all those years ago. But anyway, so this is what Emiky's ability is, and I'm surprised he didn't do anything like that with Ozona, but Ozona was extremely vicious, so um, yeah, and yeah, you can really act against Ozona because of the strict rules, but yeah, that's not really the case for the Legion.
Zami had rushed it considering how busy they have been, scaring and disappointing
Now,
him.
oh, wait, he was doing it constantly. Well, that's not okay. Although, hang on, placing. Oh, so there's other times where it's just some simple cubes. Players push forward towards the pod to reduce anything fatal. Okay, so he was doing bits and bobs against either of them, and so if once again, if Amiki, I feel like this is going to be very long. If Amiki was pretended to pretended to put a front on, yeah, I guess he just demonstrated that he's mature and he probably wants the all of the team together. Oh yeah, because when uh, his uh, backstabbing is revealed, he's um, yeah, he said that he wanted all of the protection as he makes his way, but he's shown to make his way to a motor later on. Oh, hang no no no! Oh my gosh, why did he go to once Ozona was out the way? But even then, he could have like floated plant on his own. You know what stopped him? Because the Sosh just didn't give him like a final bit of final tip and make him turn to go, oh, let's like, I can finally go to my planet now. But his only wasn't slowing him down, and it's not like he didn't need the Legion at all in his plan. And oh, I tell you what, was it to make the Legion get stranded? Oh, okay, well he could have destroyed their ships right then and then. Could have kind of attempt to backstab them from the get-go, and not to mention Apostles was already on his side, so yeah, yeah. No matter how dangerous, like they were left on Zami's former planet, which yes is like risky and not a lot to do. Oh, well, I tell you what, that Zami planet is lacking in resources at a point, and like resources and help at a point where they would be massively stranded, because even the only way out was for Zami to master his own ability, creating his own vehicles. So. Oh, okay. So yeah, just keep the Legion in one spot almost, as an attempt. I thought I had like a massive plot hole, but no. He he pretty much dragged the Legion along until it was like a good time to trap them. And the such a planet also could have worked, but he would have been massively outnumbered then. Nahashtu also has loads of resources and people back around. So. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, sorry. But anyway, so he's just he's almost presenting himself as pacifistic in some way. Anything fatal. Yeah, because it just looks like he well, if anything, it's almost like making him a life preserver, only for him to not be the case. So once again, it's just like a manipulation of gaining trust.
And even Nicole isn't very pleased. So she has to help Zami by shooting at the Riccos nearby Zami
Fatal,
alongside
they were gonna really go for each other like that? That's a bit rash. Yeah, because Pod isn't keen on taken lives, he would only be massively angry, to defend Darwin. So unless it could have looked fatal in the eyes of Amici, I think that's what I should have said.
Anywhere else, even Diane gives Zami a good boost by flying from one Rico to the next, providing enough force to move them harshly without too much bruising.
I hope Pasnos puts his blades away.
Even after this, Zami thought this gadget was a flawed idea.
So, Amici pretending is... sorry, I'm going to have to repeat that a lot. So he seems to have like a lot of wisdom above Pasnos, just getting into almost like behave almost. So he's almost like a parental figure or like a much older yet experienced mate. Euthanasia was never the plan. So I think that just goes back to what I was explaining earlier. That massive plan, just probably wants. I don't know. Like if Pasnos did manage to take down Pod, but I guess it's just the whole trust building thing. Because if I'll tell you what, if Pasnos did accidentally kill the Legion, then that would have been the maybe Amiku could have been like apologetic, but if Pod was lost to Pasnos, then the Pasnos would have been arrested, and I think they would have been like imprisoned or something. Maybe Amiku would have to work his way out that way, and there'll be a whole new timeline that would.
Thinking he could zap elsewhere isn't the most responsible. He can shoot lightning from long range after all, and so this makes Zami wonder what else he can do. The fight goes on until
yes, so there is a ongoing grudge between Pod and Amici. That is kind of consistent throughout the story as far as I can remember. And with Pod being asked to calm down too, because even if Pod is pacifistic, he is still he can still get quite aggressive, almost like animalistic. So but with Amiku being presented as like in the right almost, I guess it just makes Pod like further push away, especially when his request to going for the Morphils is constantly getting rejected.
Ricos around eventually stop,
Well, not
knowing what to do. And with no
not
one attacking...
rejected, but pushed back. Anyway, this is Emiku's description. This was totally replaced. Because there were a couple of improvements that I spotted when making these videos coming from the original novel copy. But I just remember thinking, if I'm not keen on Amicu being an otter anymore, then of course we need to change that. And not to mention, as shown in both the sequel and in one of the comics, the sequel is also in a form of a comic, by the way. The otters are already a thing, so it still makes sense for Amicu to be an otter anymore. And if I wasn't interested in, Amicu just being a giant jade otter, which sounds cool at first, but it definitely needed a more suitable design. And if I did want to explore more about otters, considering how I really like them, favourite creature in fact, then like sacrificing Torrid's like original form was no problem. And there has been other character updates which I have thought of doing, but I think this one was the most drastic. It was almost like started from scratch. But even then, humanoid walruses were already a thing I was drawing before. Possibly in... what was it, like the original sequel idea that I talked about earlier? Something like that.
Because of how aimless they have become, no thanks to the strong
resistance. We've got an overlap here. Never mind. That's not longer arms, legs. So similar sized Pod, okay. And I think his size was probably somewhat explained, so at least we've got some idea.
Of the Legion. These Ricos also do not...
I don't know what happened then, but we'll finally go on to the next page. Alright, that was a very lengthy first chapter, wasn't it? Gosh, that was probably the longest time I spent on the chapter, aside from that longish one at the end of book 2. But regardless, so this was definitely an example of a storybook, a scene, that definitely needs to be done, considering that the original storybook didn't really give Slivrock a proper introduction, but what I came up with was this pretty kind of cool idea. But if you're wondering about the image below, so it's Slivrock with his customised stone nose. I don't know if they're made of biology or exo-endoskeletons made out of metal. I didn't get to clarify that, unfortunately. And those are the wolf wielded weapons, by the way. They don't look like they look like weightless, don't they? But yeah, these are these Bidjos, I think. Yeah, pretty much like creatures with small spider legs. Like they do have a body, but then move themselves around, a bit like Doctor Octopus and Spider-Man, and also Ultimate Spider Monkey from Ben 10. Yeah, because I just thought it's a cool idea. But I just have to hope they do exercise their arms and legs well enough, despite their four much bigger ones. And yeah, it looks like they have a board full of fan art, and yeah, they have the tone. Yeah, I think that they were meant to be like graffiti drawings. They're all like shared, but they also had the other posters. So yeah, I think I just wrapped a load of iconography on. But yeah, it still shows how they kind of like them. And yeah, this is Steve Rock just kind of wanting to diminish this, Legion culture, which is a yeah, it's yeah, I quite like this concept. Like, granted, Steve Rock is whether intended or not, kind of limited in his screen time. But for someone to be constantly like, oh, let's not, stop all of this, stop being a fan of the Legion, stop the hype, I suppose you could say. Yeah, it sounds like like an old book would be in the 60s, where you're like, oh, you youngsters liking the Beatles, could be similar to that kind of archetype, but obviously in a far more serious context. And um, but yeah, I think also Sid Rock is almost like a response kind of villain specifically for the Legion, which also kind of makes him a shame that he's a bit limited, and that part should have been explored far more. Hell, probably even more scenes with the Legion. Because yeah, it does have like a backstory which explains why he's not so fond of the Legion. The Legion did something which has totally affected his way of life, and um, but yeah, compared to Orphan and Arizona, they were just going about their stuff until the Legion interrupted them, and the same could be said with the others. But like I said, Slip Rock's almost like a response. Although he was already Team Zone 4, was he? Did his life get ruined and then he joined Zone 4? That I'm not so sure on. But also on the Ultimate Guide at the time, that's like a key term, isn't it? Yeah, I did. Even how I presented Rock and the rest of his race is kind of consistent, where they're on a like an informal planet, almost like a just a very untidy, garbage-like planet. But a cool one at that, of course. And yeah, his race are like the top dogs almost. But anyway, let's start right there, and yeah, let's see what he's all about.
Tilda chapter 30.
And not to mention, he did get mentioned once in book 2, so once again he has like a minor setup before he goes ahead.
3. Slytherock himself. In a world where we see a whole race struggling to live everyday life, they were a race that used to thrive via robbing and making controversial.
Okay, yeah, a whole race. Okay, so there is like, oh, what is this race? But you'll later find out.
Deals with other planets. The last few ones they try to perform have been hindered by the Legion.
Oh yes, so yeah, Slytherock was already doing dirty deeds, so yeah, the Legion definitely would have had the right to stop them, even if it is explained to in a too abstract manner. There wasn't anything like too specific. But maybe it was just like a series of them, and it's just explained a lot that way, which I guess is fine because you don't want to go literally in every detail because we kind of get the gist. I think that's probably like the mindset at the time, not to overly detail at times. But I think this is the only case where the limited description is fine because we're like, oh, okay, I do understand that. But also, yeah, just more additional world building. He's not like the most original idea for like schemes to happen all across planets and between aliens, but it is this universe's version, and I think it's probably less common and more under the radar, perhaps. But even then, they overthrow a whole planet where they're essentially like a load of mob bosses. Anyway.
Meaning fewer resources and income to go around, meaning the whole.
So yeah, these were like bad deeds to just essentially help their race, really, which I guess creates like a minor grey area. But maybe the Legion should have. Oh my gosh, why didn't the Legion decide to help them out? Like a compensation. Oh my god, because that's like label them as villains, and well, because after book 5, no race gets vilified. None of them do really. If anything, the niche bots, the rest of them had to go. The Morphils were slightly misled, and so were the other races. And yeah, even the Narvas, like, sure, they're extremely power hungry, but once they were brought back, there was that exploration of, oh no, yes, there will be no Zone 4. Like, yes, it would be kind of, neat, to have to bring the Narvas back and, make them a bit more, less power hungry. Yeah, and not to mention, like, if Sivrock's race, which are called the Reptiles, not a great name, sorry about that. Um, yeah, you can see, kind of see where the inspiration comes from. But um, yeah, like, if going by the final guide at the time, this is not just Liverock's race, this is potentially other races too. Not to mention, it's Gara's race, and even he might not be alive then, but even he too gets affected because of the Legion, much later on. So this planet is just, I don't know, like, why didn't like the Legion help? It doesn't have to be combat based issues. Why not help them out in more political and economic ways? I feel like that's like really mean. So it's almost like the Legion's fault. And I tell you what, it could have been like an interesting idea for Sivrock to be like, hey, where's my compensation? And the Legion could have helped him out that way. Maybe it could have been like a good guy at the end. That could have been kind of neat for a story. Like, granted, this would have had to be a different compared to the original rewrite where Sliverock is like the one to go for Earth, leave them, to be vulnerable. And I know that happens early in the story, but that's far smaller in scale. But I'm talking about big scale in a potential rewrite. And but yeah, I think if the Legion were like totally like proven wrong at one point, just not understanding like the full picture, or well, maybe they should attempt to at least. But yeah, yeah, I'm really, oh gosh, I'm really disappointed. Um, I was also going to say something as well. Few resources, income to go around. Oh gosh, I was going to say something else. Uh, if I play it back, it might jog my memory.
Hindered by the Legion, meaning fewer resources and income to go around, meaning the whole race has to make cost-effective decisions and careful ones at that. This race is called the Repiles.
Try again.
Around, meaning the whole race has to make cost of Tilda Chapter 33, Slitherock himself. In a world where we see a whole race struggling to live everyday life, they were a race that used to thrive via robbing and making controversial deals with other planets. The last few ones they try to perform have been hindered by the Legion, meaning fewer resources and income to go around, meaning the whole race has to make cost-effective decisions and careful ones at that. This race is
No, completely forgotten. I think I was going up with multiple points, and I just went on a tangent about whole improvement. So yeah, a cost-effective decision. So yeah, it's difficult, but not impossible. They weren't totally left with nothing. So maybe the original story still stands, but even then, well, now we got to a description.
called the Repiles, consisting of yellowish-green skin, 2 fins on their head, a long neck, a bulky body, around 7 feet tall and almost dragon-like. After also have a variety of fire-based abilities, which have been useful for the likes of warmth and cooking for the race. One of them
Oh, yeah, so it is just using abilities for other benefits outside of combat, which is not something that's been explored much, but it should, especially in my reboot.
is a previously established ally of Xyanthor, Slitherock, who is one of Xyantha's best allies. If his
Okay, I hope, well, I know he was there from the get-go, but what does make him more impressive? I suppose making an entirely new army is kind of impressive, and it looks like he tries to work hard, so yeah, and he's made it this far, so yeah, I can see why he's probably one of his Zionvol's best ones.
race is struggling, he has to do his work to help his race. He is also an inventor. No one else in his race matches his skill level for what he has been capable of. He has
Um, yeah, yeah, even that, it comes back once, I think, this whole eventing side of things, and how, even, it could have had like a parallel with Zami, like, the use of inventions, but even then Sliverock doesn't really wear a suit. He could have, maybe like a fire-based one, that could have been kind of cool, but oh well. But does he work with I-4 to help his own race then? Is that what's going on? Unless he goes like back and forward, that's not really clear. He has to do his work for the race. You know, it's not like what's I-4 like? Always any of his goons pay him? Is that what's going on? Although here's the other thing, like, is it just trading amongst this specific planet? Oh no, it's going on with other planets too. So which ones are doing dodgy deals too? Maybe under the radar on Zona's planet, or gosh, I've got my original guide already. He is also an inventor. Yeah, cool one. Okay, well, let's just see how that pays off.
Been inventing all sorts like walking turrets as well as giant robots to aid Xiantha's energy searching quest. But
Oh, okay, so yeah, that's, you know, wonder he's rather good, so he's been trying to help, but I think all those resources have been massively diminished recently, haven't they? Yeah, but maybe Seinfeld should have been like frustrated that the inventions haven't been doing like well enough. That could have been something to explore too.
recently, because of the Legion, he is getting downtrodden. The only thing he has left is two things: a clone of a certain Legion member which he is nearly finished, something which he makes
Nearly finished. Okay, we get to see what this clone is, which is exciting.
in his ship. What has been ready and
Yeah, just imagine if he made a clone of someone else, you know, whether biological or robotic. Yeah, I think I dropped a hint. But yeah, imagine it. Yeah, that's a load of Otis Snows right there. He could have also although actually no, if it was to account a particular one, then I can see why I didn't join him later. So yeah.
roaming, however, are his upgraded Stonos, his mechanical ones.
Ready and roaming. So they have been going all about two, and perhaps four to those times too. Did the Legion talk about how they probably were familiar with them, unless they've just missed them all this time, because God knows what they've been doing.
Made up of a harder type of space rock.
They are mechanical, okay. Oh, okay, wow, they sound kind of tricky, especially with how artificial they are. Yeah, wow.
But also with a metallic skeleton. While an average Stono is a dark cyan, these are a lighter blue and are slightly bigger. Even their weapon, which is a shooting mace, is now a dual mace with blunt weapons on either end of both sticks, which enables more airbending abilities like stronger gushes of air. Even Slitherark has
Yeah, I think we get some bits and bobs of that, but it's all about all of that excitement, which kind of gets undermined later on, which I think you know, becomes a bit disappointed later on. Like, whilst the Stonos were also like kind of boring compared to the Nitrobots, but at least the Stonos were consistently throughout and would do all sorts of like roles for the main villain and such, you know, whether they liked it or not. But yeah, with the Nitrobots, however, you know, you get told what their abilities are and how, you know, they kind of make it a hard time for the Legion, and um, the Legion never have got to really have another fight with them again. Maybe a little bit in the, you know, like in the later parts, but oh yes, yeah, the base attack, of course. But yeah, it's just like knowing their abilities and the Legion counter them. Like, granted, not every, like, it's almost as if the Nitrobots are using their full capabilities when fighting a serviceman, but not so much when later on, which, yeah, once again, I think that's another improvement. But yeah, yeah, I get the idea.
helped generate new Roxy serpents. Made a similar way to his
Oh, good for him. What they're like.
upgraded Stonos, using a machine that can duplicate many at a time, and as there are loads. They have been going from one planet to
Okay, would that be similar to? Well, actually, no, it would be different because it's more mechanical. Yeah, totally different to Mechador creating you know, new biological morphils. Yeah, why didn't Mechador make them have nitro bits and bobs too? Once again, I think that could have been an improvement, unless Mechador already wanted to make himself stand out. Yeah.
the next, but even most of them are getting brought down by Diane. As Slitherark flies away from his home
Ah, Dion. Okay, so he must have been the one sorting them out, preferably.
once more, looking down on his struggling world, he contacts Xyanthor for what to do
Oh, he could have had like a, I don't know, goodbye moment to his race before having to go. Because I bet he's like, you know, this time I'm be the one getting involved in the forefront of sorting out the Legion, because Orpheum was unlucky to be the first to be down, and then Ozona's like, yeah, well, yeah, let's see what I can do, whilst the rest of you do your thing. And now Sivrock's almost like the next one to offer, but he could have joined in on either time, really. Like, granted, probably would have been helping to search the elements all this time, but at this point, yeah, they would know the life force down on Earth. Earth is no, Hermota is unknown, Vibra is unknown, and Ozone has Forza. So it's actually looking for three of them, really. Um, maybe he was just trying to find out where the three are, like finding clues in that. And I feel like probably creating a side story, to see what it's like, to try and, go back from, 100 years ago and try to make a mystery and go through, like, I don't know, like the temples, just finding out clues and see whether they could finally be at, even confronting others. That actually sounds like a really interesting concept that should have been added, considering, it's mentioned loads of times that Xyphos been getting help with searching all of these elements, although he should have got up his fat ass. Sorry.
Next, as well as which planets the new upgrade Stonos have been visiting. Xyanthor, despite...
I've lost myself. To contact Xyanthor what to do next, as well as which planets the new upgrade Stonos have been visiting. Okay, so it's updating. Though, despite being disappointed that Sivrock only has one army, he's still happy with the upgraded Stonos. Okay. Oh, so Xyanthor's a bit easy game with Sliverrock, that's good. Because maybe he's like, maybe he lost all of those turrets, etc. But he's still got the Stonos, that's good. Probably been doing well. Except when they're getting slapped by Dion, and that's it.
Being disappointed that Slitherock...
Yeah, imagine if, because if like one Stoner tries to like fight Dion, and all Dion needs to do, it's just like a simple slap on the face, and yeah, now they're down. Mind you, it'll be a very strong one. And yeah, once again, these Stonos are, well, these upgraded ones, upgraded Stonos, as they're specifically called, they're artificial. So yeah, they're just going down no problem, pretty much like the Nitrobots. So there's definitely no second guessing. Yeah, they definitely need to be brought down. Essentially, another robotic race, really.
Only has one army is still happy with the upgraded Stonos. As Slitherock often updates Xyanthor about his resources.
Yes, I guess just happy with the Stono's capabilities. I guess they have potential. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Additionally, he tells Slitherock to try and get to Earth.
Often updates. Okay, so he's constantly updating. Yeah, that's kind of good.
As another chance to take down the Legion, as well as get one or two forms of energy which the Legion should have. Before going to Earth, however, he goes to...
I like how it says one or two, because I think Xyphor could be open.
Tilda chapter 33, Slitherock himself. In
Even
a world
too,
where
they
we
could
see
be
a
like,
whole
they
race
could have
struggling to live everyday life,
taken them, one
they
of
were a
them, 'cause
race
they're
that
probably
used
not
to
stupid
thrive
enough
via
to keep
robbing
both of
and
them.
making
They
controversial
might be,
deals
but
with
they
other
still could give one
planets.
to an ally
The
on a
last
completely
few
different
ones they try
planet.
to perform have been
Well,
hindered
it
by
must
the
have been later.
Legion,
No, yeah, the Legion try
meaning
and get rid
fewer
of both.
resources and
But I
income to
suppose
go
taking down
around,
Earth and
meaning
the
the whole
other
race has
is,
to make
like a big
cost-effective
deal.
decisions and careful ones at that. This race is
Something
called the
for to get
Repiles,
to Earth. Okay, yeah,
consisting
so
of
Brock's just
yellowish-green
like, you
skin,
go to
2
Earth
fins
now.
on their head, a
So
long
we'll see how
neck,
that goes.
a bulky body,
Although,
around 7 feet
even though
tall and
Sivrock
almost
leaves
dragon-like.
Earth quite early,
After
because the
also have
Legion's
a
not
variety of
around, but I
fire-based
think the Legion is
abilities,
definitely
which have been
involved to
useful
take
for the
down.
likes
Yeah,
of
definitely.
warmth and cooking
Compared
for the
to Earth,
race.
like they're
One
maybe
of them is a
enhancing, but they're
previously
not doing
established ally of
anything
Xyanthor,
on a galactic
Slitherock,
scale like the
who is one
Legion
of
and Dion are
Xyanthor's
doing.
best allies. If his race is struggling, he has to do his work to help his race. He is also an...
Oh yeah, that's a Snope is quite a varied planet. Well, from the Ultimate Guide I've did recently, once again. But that was kind of developed afterwards. But at least, the name stayed the same. They live amongst a race, and the guide says, they're like the definitive Legion fans. Not an awful lot to the planet in terms of visuals, so the planet could just look like anything. But um, well, actually, but I think was this the same planet that Ekron's Wraith was around too, and he has like a rough looking land, and yeah, it's what the Legion visit in the sequel, which takes place, well, was it 60 years later? So it's that planet. So I think that's what the sequel helps visualize later on, I suppose.
inventor, No one else in his race matches his skill level for what he has been capable of.
4 of them to be exact. Sorry, I should have said that.
He has been inventing all sorts like walking turrets as well as giant robots to aid Xyantha's energy.
Galactic Travelers, how exciting. I should have put this in the guide too. Yeah, because I wonder what they think of their own world, even if I've totally forgotten. Is that the world I came up with where it's almost like an ongoing war between like certain alien fractions, which also sounds cool, but I think it's like put on hold because of the Designfall stuff, so I suppose that could have been explored or hinted, especially when the guide was done. But yeah, I wonder what else they encountered on their travels. Maybe just seeing what the Legion culture is like all across the planet, and yeah, I guess as an example, and then H2 display some things too, and then there's Tadran and such as which just see the Legion in a more formal manner without getting overexcited about merchandise.
Researching quest. But recently, because of the Legion, he is getting down. Ekran has seen during one of his
Alright, so on to the next page. Just next paragraph. Let's see what's said here.
spying duties and even contacts all of Xyantha's goons for who is up for the challenge. And
wait, hang on. Has seen during one of his spying duties even contacts? Oh yeah, so this is the Spotty Joes or Spid Joes. They've seen the Legion in action before. Okay, did the Legion ever see them? Yeah, what would that be like as an experience? But yeah, apparently I spotted this once. So yeah, even if the Spidgeos don't need their lives to be lost, it would be, it's like a warning to be like, stop spreading this. Which it was probably like a foreshadow for later on, where everyone kind of turns their back on the Legion. Like, granted, the design for Mechadra are far worse, but you never know. This planet attack could have got rid of either of them, so could just be hating anyone. Even the flooding, etc., could have done anything designed for, because I don't know like what any myths or legends say, not that I've created many of them, but Designfall's been down in his fortress all this time, so oh my god, he's barely explored the world. How sad. The universe rather. Yeah, definitely has a lot of space around the fortress, but I suppose he can wait as long as he does, which is bold of him. Yeah, losing 100 years just to wait to get everyone to do the job for him. Multiple jobs even. So yeah, but yeah, like because there's some like the jaw sharps for an example. But Quan, and there's also many others who would have surely managed to find Signford down at Fortress or spread the information or the others known about that, because he's not going to be on some other planet unless that was an idea for some too. This Ekron has seen during one of his anyway, let's just get going.
Slitherark is fed up with the Legion's fan clubs
Up for the challenge. Hang on, let me just go back, because encountering the Spidgeos is not a challenge, because the Spidgeos aren't combat adaptive.
This Ekran has seen during one of his spying duties and even contacts all of Xyantha's massive spider legs behind them, enabling them to climb. These are some spreading stories of them all over. This Ekran
I wonder what the stories are. And yeah, but like I said, yeah, this is not a challenge. Like I said, they're one of the more definitive residential kind of beings.
For the challenge, and Slitherark is fed up with the Legion's fan clubs considering what the Legion has done to him. After a
Are there other Legion fan clubs? And just suddenly realised, well, of course there would be, because Earth is a thing.
long drive via light speed.
Yeah, okay.
Slitherark and his army of upgraded Stonos arrive on their Roxy Serpents to Snope, planning
updated ones.
an attack. The fan club is seen as a community, sharing tales, creating art and showing off footage.
Well, sounds like a lot of fun. So yeah, that's enough detail going on right there. Yeah, it looks like Slitherark's about to ruin it all. But yeah, Snope is the planet.
But all of this gets interrupted as Slitherark sends his army to mess up the whole community, injuring all sorts. But
wait, hang on, is there other aliens in there too? If if not, then it should just be all sorts. It would just be hurting most of them.
Considering this is a race that isn't into combat according to Xionthor, no killing is done, and killing this race would have alerted the likes of the Legion or Dian alone. Even
Okay, so they're putting that to account as well, yeah, because even if they would want to um, yeah, anyway, so they're accounting for if the Legion is as present as they are now, then yeah, so if they do try and take down residents as like bait, yeah, it looks like Zone 4 is not willing to do that, which is a bold decision, even if they want to get the Legion over and done with. But it looks like they can probably do that with efficiently, with those like really willing to fight the Legion without the need for baiting. So yeah, and yeah, we also got an example of a residential alien race. Yeah, the closest we had before that was probably the Stonos. No, Tengers as well, of course. The Legion, yeah. Actually, imagine if Seinfeld did try and go and see the others, such as like the team with the lot, with probably Wolf coming back and the Basnos and probably tried to still bring on the team, and Seinfeld tries to have a go against them, maybe with some other goons too. So yeah, that could have been one of a what if scenario, but then I think Tara just like stuff all of you, and then it's having to solve him. So. Yeah, imagine if they're like, oh no, you let this planet storm go out and about, and then they could be like, well, we defeated Cypher for you, and they're like, yeah, but what about all of this? So that would have been a complete like backward set of events.
planning to get the community to not contact the Legion if they want to live. The world they are
Oh, okay, yeah, that's like a good threatening thing. Yeah, if all eyes are on them. Would they be able to hack if they leave the planet to be like, let's make sure they don't like contact the Legion at all? But of course, this is why the Speedos don't report this. They probably like stay on this planet in fear until they eventually hear about. Because they probably might receive messages but not make any. To which is probably the best idea.
in also lacks technology, and it is a world Dian hasn't got to just yet
Like technology, okay. Yeah, cool.
regarding placing one
Well, I mean, it just makes the planet stand out. Yeah, it's nice to have a more of a tech-free one.
of his satellites there.
It's a world John has. Oh no, so they don't have a satellite yet. Okay, maybe they do later on, or they must have. Like once Zion Forest are done, I think all of the aliens will be like visiting each other planet, being like, "Hey, have you heard the news? Zion Forest stopped scaring us after 100 years." So yeah.
However, the Legion does have to go to get his race back on track and to please Xionthor too. Even Dian is
Um, Wait, what? The Legion does have to go to get his race back on track. Oh, yeah. So the Legion have to go, and yeah, for his race to recover. Okay, that's what that means. Yeah, of course.
currently sorting out another issue which is far more
Please like for as well. Yeah, from the previous point. So, yeah. Please sign for yeah. So he's keen to oppress him, and he's doing an alright job at that. So yeah, once again, a villain appreciates another villain, which is somewhat fresh. It's kind of cool.
serious, involving a collection of Xionthor's allies to try and diminish another fighting race on another planet. Mollog had been trying to use
Um, okay, so that explains why Dion's not about. So okay, so that's okay. It's something, but it should have been more specific, because if it did go specific, we're talking about more world building. Yeah, I think there should have been like cases in. Well, if anything, the most detailed one we got was when he went to Concro to save the bouncing creatures, from the tank. But you're like, what other planets has he been visiting? Which ones have actually had serious problems he had to go for? Was it like another battle? But I could see, because the Speedos are mostly spared, so I could see why Dion would bought other ones before this one.
Spells to keep the allies under the radar despite adding pressure to his book energy-wise. But even then, Diane has been
Trying to use spells to keep the allies under. Okay, so I just hit my arm on my laptop. Anyway, so yeah, it looks like Morg's book is like extra powerful at a point where he's able to multitask. Okay, yeah, I forgot how diminished these goons were in the previous book. They probably have a decent amount of presence here, as well as book 1, book 5, not to book 4. Um, so yeah, manages to keep the war hidden. Okay, so that I guess that explains why Slivrox managed to get away with that too. But if they are like kept under the radar, wait, hang on, how does the Legion know about the Green Ape thing? Like, I guess that was like making a communication with a satellite or something. Yeah, I can see that happening. It would that to be the only way, unless the Legion's casually, unless the Legion just casually go from one planet to the next and just saying, oh yeah, any danger? No, let's go to the moon. One oysters, this danger. Let's go and sort it out.
managing to zoom from planet to planet, taking down one foe after another manually, unless he is with the Legion. The upgraded Stonos use their maces to either
Yeah, and with the Legion, it's still achieving that goal to, once again, diminish the evil. Sorry, that's fine. Sneeze gone.
fight the community up close or create gushes of air to push multiple people away, hitting them into walls and tables alongside
Aliens away, but I guess you could still label them as people, still a community or collection. Although, what is the definition of people anyway? Oh, human beings, general or considered members of a particular nation, community, or group. Group of people. So I think it's just more of a human thing.
many other items like the artwork. Even Slitherark joins in the action by
That will probably make some of the work too. But yeah, just showing how this army is completely making themselves intimidating at a point where where they just have like full control of the situation, and yes, Slivrock can just do more than threatening than that. So yeah, just really just showing their presence.
not only using his fighting skills but as he has a massive claw, he uses to scratch any of
Fighting? Well, maybe the Spidgeos are like fully innocent and they're all just getting beaten up. Doesn't sound, very nice. But anyway, oh yeah, massive claw. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Yeah, I was like, what was the rest of the describing? But is that what makes him unique? Because I thought everyone else had the massive claw, unless I thought it was like a biological thing, but is it mechanical all this time? Okay. Grab. So yeah, this is just a load of abilities and how he fights, how he counters his foes. And yeah, if you used fire is used at the minimum, yeah, because you don't want to be that destructive either. Because even some of the artwork and the community would be falling apart after this.
the community members or grab anyone to then throw them. The fire powers he keeps to a minimum because he doesn't want to cause a fire. It all ends quickly, ending with Slitherark warning the community to stop representing the Legion, stopping them from making the Legion godly icons. As the upgraded Stonos goons start to leave, making Slitherark is very intimidating on his own, enough to make a whole group of aliens scared. Slitherark
Athletes leave. That's a bit of a nonsense. Like, if taken, I literally makes it sound like Slivrock is only intimidating when he's on his own, which is true, but his presence should be maintained. I think that's what I should have written instead. And but yeah, I've already discussed that this whole community representing is probably going to be on a halt, even more so in book 4 and so forth, which should have been explained. But these Spidgeos only acts as like lighter world building, just like a abstract sense, which I suppose it still works, but once again could probably more detail a little bit. I know I was saying that a lot, but it's just I think it just goes to show that maybe my novels were too simplistic all this time.
Has been going at various races considering how widespread the Legion's fan base is, with the Legion worshipped in various ways. Even Slytherin.
So maybe that's what Sliverock's been mainly doing all this time, or more so recently, being like always stop with the fan clubs, and he just happened to go for the most super fans. Yeah.
recommends they tell other planets to narrow down the fan clubbing.
Oh, I would have liked to find out how the Legion is seen by many positive ways by various different fractions.
Otherwise, there will be severe consequences for them all. There is no need for killing if ruining their lives in a variety of ways.
Oh wow, so that makes Sliverock like a hold my beer kind of moment.
Could be just as dire. This is how Slytherock works. He likes to make others suffer long-term.
And he knows that from experience. Well, he probably is like being a bit over dramatic. Well, no, he's not. Like, scrap that. Check. But it's right. Start over. So yeah. Sorry, just starting again. If yeah, so he knows what it's like to have his his normal life routine really spoiled, and if he's having to budget and run on limited resources, both him and his race and his planet, maybe the deals he's trying to maintain or losing with whoever he's making the deals with might be nice to explain a bit, but never mind, we kind of get the deal. No pun intended. And so yeah, it's almost like what he's probably lived through he would pass on to others, because yeah, he's in a position where he's having to do, like, yeah, granted he could have it gave himself a much better role to do, but hang on. But yeah, he could have. He could have given himself, like a better job role, or maybe even settle in a way where the resources and money don't need to be transferred. Because many other alien races, like the Nubians, despite not knowing a lot of their living, the ways of living, or at least kind of, almost like just very old fashioned, with their camping and just fetching firewood, just they're not trading or any economy, they're just living everyday life, perhaps needing to hunt maybe, but I don't think I did any other wildlife to that planet, so unless they eat the spirits on the sky, I'm not sure if that sounds impractical. But but yeah, regardless, yeah. So with his lifestyle being ruined, and just feeling like quite bad and feeling like really low down, as we can infer, he's threatening to apply that to the others, because yes, there's no need to take their lives, but if you can like really like ruin them, then I thought I can see how that would make him feel better, more powerful. Create a, or now what it feels like. Whilst also making like the Legion like the centre problem. It could even encourage the others to take the Legion, to make them wish they weren't so representing of them. Also, I just remembered something I was going to say earlier. So there's onto another pop culture thing. So Amazon Prime has the show Reacher, and well, yeah, just a bit of context. So when I was just mentioning why the Legion didn't help with conversation, I help Sliverock and the others. Like, even despite the Cyborg connection, they could have tried to snap him out of it and go be like, oh, try this other lifestyle as well, enough of the criminal trade. Because Legion, just like a simple team, but at the end of book 5, they become a very proper galactic protective force, which does have its pros and cons, which I only explored in a draft that's not public at all. But yeah, regardless, yeah, I can see the Legion making all sorts of like, banning all sorts of dodgy activity once they become, more very present across the universe. But yeah, like I said, yeah, they should have really helped Sliverock in the right direction, because going back to Reacher, in season 3, there's a moment where Reacher spots someone who was about to mug someone, like steal from a bag. And Rita, like he catches him. He's like, don't do it. And then he analyzes. Well, he just manages to work out his intention. Why go for, like this easy target, working out that it was his first time. And then Reacher, then he's like, tell you what, I'll give you 100 quid because, and by the way, also get a job because, if it's just not like worth it anymore. One more specifically, he said that, the next person who caught you trying to thieve someone will probably go for him, which sounds horrendous. But it's Reacher stopping someone from doing an evil deed and hopefully steering them in the right direction. Funny enough, I haven't watched the rest of season 3 yet because I'm waiting to watch it with others. But yeah, I just hope that character's managed to turn his life around. Yeah, he could do a lot with 100. And find whatever simple job and go on from there. But I feel like that's what the Legion kind of should have done with Sivarok. Maybe in other moments too, definitely not always the need to battle. But once again, it just depends on the scenario. But what Rigi did there, I don't think there's hardly been any other case like that.
Effects while also making himself good, and killing isn't always his vibe. Now,
Oh my gosh, I've just been like phasing off into air and phasing off into air. Well, it still sounds accurate. While some of this description was down there, so yeah, he likes to pass his own suffering on to others. Make himself look good. And he's not as bloodthirsty as others, so then that's kind of fresh too. So yeah, so even if he's told not to go for anyone, it's almost like yeah, fine. I don't really like to go. That's the first choice. He'll definitely do it with the Legion. To please for and his own goals once again, revenge. But yeah, so we actually got quite a lot of interesting details at a point where I want to say this is probably my favourite scene of it. This is quite a good counter introduction. Like, granted, there are a couple of bits and bobs, but never mind, he still sounds cool.
this has been done, the next stop is Earth.
Yeah, alright, let's go on to the next page. And so, yeah, looks like this image was meant for earlier. You can see him in the corner Sammy being like, oh, stop fighting, you two. You lot, rather. But regardless, yeah, it's just what this chapter's all about. I think this is shorter.
Tilda Chapter 34, The Legion and the Duo. The Legion's day isn't the only day incomplete. Even Retron decides to go and see the president. He has been living his worst life.
Okay, so yeah, it's just like a quick catch up between the Retro and the president, considering well maybe this is next time they've met after a while, and yeah, I can see how Retro could be at his low point, yeah, because the Legion are pretty much everywhere at this point. Well, there would be other things going on, because Retron, what he tried to do, he brought it on
Tilda Chapter
upon himself,
34,
and
The
I can see
Legion
him
and the
not
Duo.
being very
The
liked
Legion's
by
day
like the
isn't the only
servicemen
day
or
incomplete.
the
Even Retron
resident
decides to go and
men,
see the
that were
president.
briefly
He has been
mentioned in the
living his
first
worst
book.
life, feeling
So yeah.
useless, with eyes all around him and with no support from anyone. But recently, he
Oh gosh, I think that still sounds like a rough time. Maybe, I think Mike and the President should have helped Retron out, to like stop him from being lonely. Take him on like a nostalgic trip and be like, those were good days, and we're all old now. Why not all have some fun? I think that could have been like a cool idea, and maybe during a possible rewrite, Retron could have been enjoying those moments, but then once he sees like his opportunity to take down the Legion, he's like, yeah, you know what, I don't want to just stick to nostalgic trips. What I probably still want, just go show that he can't be budged regardless. And it's a bit repetitive and tedious, but I guess it just shows how strong Metron's goals are and his intentions.
has been looking into Earth's development with Netro, wondering what else to do with it.
Yeah, it's cool that it's been researched and updated, and I suppose that's where he's been around. Even if people aren't keen on him, he still would be in charge and look over it. So, yeah. And he's probably been keeping an eye on the coating with the metal. So, yeah, okay.
While Netro, for now,
Although, why would this be? Oh, well, yeah, if it's being applied to base items, then yes, of course, we will be around. But would there be like another scientist or something to oversee this and know how to use it properly once it's thoroughly researched. Yeah. Also, it just sounds like kind of an odd thing. It's like, because not to mention, if it's the strongest metal, what is its melting point? I just feel like you need your own little sun or something, and um, yeah, and yeah, paint metal on top of things. Because actually, yeah, just to mention a comedy show, Hello Low, because they cleverly hide the gold by painting it upon, what was it, like a feature in the clock, and they take the feature later by being like, well, this is the gold that was melted, and we painted all around it. So I would really find it funny if that was like the inspiration, but well, whilst that was like a heist and transporting and a deal kind of situation, as I can remember, this is literally painting metal onto other things to make it stronger. And yeah, because even if they do ban nitro later on, to which, like, of course they do, because not everyone should have it, but it seems like beneficial at the time. And I guess some of these items are still kept, but yeah, good luck trying to recycle a then banned metal, banned after Design Falls Rain.
Has been used to paint over anything that needs hardening, like vehicles, via coating anything with metal. It does have many technological advantages despite Diane's warnings not to, wishing Diane is out of the way. Well,
Yes, even Retron's like taking a step further, which once again acts as like kind of neat foreshadowing. Yeah, because it does sound like the intentions are coming about in this very story, but let's just hope that it doesn't seem too misleading.
the Legion being out of the way overall. Retron goes to see the president to try and negotiate the use of Netro, perhaps
What was that?
used to paint over anything that needs hardening, like vehicles, via coating anything with metal. It does have many technological advantages despite Diane's warnings not to, wishing Diane is out of the way.
Oh yes, so yeah, despite not really seeing Dion, so Retron definitely has a grudge against him too. To which, yeah, he's a little extension of the Legion pretty much, so I can see why.
Well, the Legion being out of the way overall. Retron goes to see the president to try and negotiate the use of Netro, perhaps getting Diane and the Legion to agree to use Netro for extra Earth defenses.
Yeah, more foreshadowing for the following book is trying to get the president's permission because, I guess he's the one to have the say, and then Retron has this cool plan, but it gets rejected first, but then it gets reconsidered once the Legion probably let everyone down. And the way it's done, I kind of like, but we'll just maybe I'll explain it a little bit now actually, because when Nicole is calling Mike Bear being like, oh, I feel responsible. Enrique was horrid all this time. He stabbed our backs. So yeah, let's just hope we catch him, before he does anything drastic. And then Retron's like, oh, after hearing this call, that's actually the Legion's fault. I'm gonna spread this information. And actually, I think Retron should have maybe recalled the call, to which could be possible if it's like the future, but on headcanoning stuff. Sorry. Um, but regardless, he just made a statement, with using the satellite, telling everyone that what's happening now is the Legion's fault, and it would even more seem more that way once Earth and other civilized planets start getting absolutely battered, by cubes, which it sounds kind of daft at first, but probably isn't because. Yeah, because it's like a load of fairly massive objects. Not to mention, I do keep forgetting that anything that passes through Earth catches fire. So it'll be like a load of meteorites, actually. So I feel like maybe it should have done more damage um, than, than I thought. Because while the president disagree first, disagree. Um, Okay, so yeah, the president's like, yeah, I do agree that the Earth is more does need more to be more defended. Yeah, because the Legion going out of Earth. Okay.
At the same time, there have been more servicemen thanks to the Legion, inspiring more people.
Oh, okay, yeah, sounds like a good trade. And I guess Retron would have been like, oh, more servicemen for more me to lead, but I think it just goes back to how the Legion is pretty much everywhere at this point. So, yeah, I don't think that helps him specifically. Um, But yeah, that's kind of cool, for more servicemen. Yeah, that's neat. Um, yeah, like to help face dangers. And they have a small protected, so yeah, no need for nitro.
People to protect others. And so Netro coating everything is helping them without needing the extra step to turn Netro into technology. Retron
Yes, sounds reasonable.
demands the change, and the president stands his ground, seeing that Retron only wants to perform this idea because of missing the feeling of being on top. Retron then goes quiet. And he
Okay, so it's like the president being like, I know your intention, I can see right through you, and Retron being like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, just to completely shut down. Although, because even if Retron's keen on this goal, he still wants what's best. But the thing is, he's talking about going against another being's promise. To be like, don't do this technology because of the consequences, which should have been expanded a bit in the fourth book, but the consequences are still there, because they do work against Megadol's massive flooding, etc. And yeah, it just sounds like a drastic change too. You don't want to, because he places like these defenses like almost everywhere, like definitely within the town. I forgot the name of it. The one that's close to the base. It's like quite evasive in that. So yeah, even that would warrant a debate too, despite many debates going about on that book.
leaves the president in anger, wondering what else to do. But the president has said that if the Legion isn't around on Earth all the time, then there could be a chance for Retron to be a hero of his own. But for Retron it is not enough. Mike is leading.
Um, oh yes, because in the fourth book, with the Nitra defenses making Earth like probably the most powerful planet, Legion aside, and not to mention emotions, well, him and the others, well, he's not an engineer as such, but he just had the idea of, why don't we create these missiles that can fire heavily onto another planet, which proves to be quite effective. So I think with the Legion reaching galactic status, I think that's what he was wanting to aim for, even if that should have been both clarified and expanded upon. Yeah, because maybe Retron could have had like a moment to be like, oh, maybe I can like just have the Earth for myself, but it's almost been implied that if the region's like reaching master statuses, then it's making him go like, oh, I know I want that. But at the same time, he dislikes aliens, so although it's probably an intimidation thing, known to be feared, I think that's probably what he would want to go for because he despises aliens. But yeah, that's like a type of jealousy, isn't it? Where you like compare yourself and you wonder, oh, can I make it up there myself? Can I make this popularity in my own way? Could I, um, reach the heights they have? Yeah, it's just a specific type of jealousy. Yeah, even I get that. Not that I want to be on top like Retron, but at least be on like similar ground to everyone else. Yeah. Um, yeah. Anyway, let's move on before I get sad.
The servicemen everywhere, so quick that Retron cannot get his sniper in time. For now, he just needs time to strike.
Um, why? Why? Um, I don't know. I'm a bit stuck. So. Wait, does that mean like wherever all of them go, like a crime, etc., is just resolved so quickly at a point where where Retron doesn't even get to have a shot? Is that, with his sniper rifle? Is that what that's implying? Okay, I can see how that might make Retron feel left out and useless. But yeah, that should have been expanded upon.
A time to strike either Diane or the Legion. Despite some concerns,
Yeah, and that could mean both in physical or other logistical ways. Like the satellite thing just earlier later. That's definitely a way to bring them down in some way.
Tilda leaves the president in anger, wondering what else to do. But the president has said that if the Legion isn't around on Earth all the time, then there could be a chance for Retron to be a hero of his own. But for Retron it is not enough. Mike is leading the servicemen everywhere, so quick that Retron cannot get his sniper in time. For now, he just needs time to strike either Diane or the Legion. Despite some concerns, the President is also okay with the Legion leaving planets if the Earth is safe enough, which he thinks it is.
Yeah, like if crime is reduced, which I think was mentioned earlier, then I could see that's a bit. I think it's the president being optimistic rather than being naive at a point where he thinks, oh, yeah, the Earth is fine now. But even Retron could have some truth where he's like, I think he probably mentioned a couple of times where he's worried about the Earth being more of a target because they're getting more involved with other planets.
Legion may have its capabilities, but the servicemen together have survived massive situations too.
That's also true. Yeah, I think they can only go so far, but the main heroes, of course, are the Legion because of their variety of abilities and how they can combine those abilities.
Conversation between the men's, leaving Retron to be better. Hardly in the mood for the President,
I bet. I didn't understand the last part.
despite being buddies who used to fight in battles together. The President too lost his legs from his last battle.
Um, oh yeah, then it's just expanding more of their um, yeah. I think that was like a clarification that yeah, they do used to fight in battles together, and but yeah, let's just see how this goes.
Humans only, no aliens. The President is unable to move around as much as Retron, and the President chooses.
Oh, so yeah, the president was injured from just a battle on Earth, but yeah, when aliens started coming about, that's where Retron then got hurt. So yeah.
A role where he has to sit often. He isn't as bothered about moving about compared to Retron. Retron not only tries to push for his legs to be as good as his former biological ones, but the President has also been weirded out that the President has coped with his loss of legs compared to Retron. The President...
I think that's meant to say Retron at the first part, yeah, because their president has adjusted, but Retron hasn't. Yeah, it just goes to show that the Retron just wants to be everything he wanted, whilst the president does the best he can.
After all, can cope thanks to his patient approach with everything. But Retron, as the perfect hero, demands instant perfection in his eyes. Back at the Legion's building, the Legion...
Yeah, I think that explores more of his narrow mindset. And not to mention, I think, did Retron have like an upgrade with his robotic legs in the previous book as well? As that been a thing, or was there other upgrades that happened later on? I was just trying to remember.
Chats with Opusnost and Amiku with handcuffs on. Opusnost and
yeah, as like I said, the precaution, and I can see them having like different sizes of handcuffs. Yeah, I can see that being possible.
Amiku provide evidence. Thanks to Amiku having a projector of a new foe, they show that there is a new foe for the Legion to face. This new foe is...
what does this projector look like? Unless, whilst Amiku is pretending, could he have pretended to create a projector? Because whilst I'm not sure how Pod or even Dion is like familiar of these capabilities. They should be kind of surprised that there was like one more of this race left. Yeah, Amiku is a Gradity, by the way, and yeah, because if it's just a projector that can still project, well, it is just straightforward technology, I suppose. Yeah, it would just be like a lot more wiring gear to create like a video camera equivalent. But yeah, these capabilities, can't form illusions or anything like that. So yeah, what is projected, as like a recording, yeah, I can see how that would be enough evidence. And yeah, and also Amaku's like saying, oh, this is like Sivrok's doing. Although they should say where the footage come from. Like, did Sivrok record this at one time? Did Amiku then create the recording and then lied that way? Or when did Amiku do this? And Also, how is McHugh familiar with Sliverrock too? Did he encounter him once? Is Sliverrock famous? I'm not sure. Yeah, a bit lost with those elements.
Slitherark. He is a right-hand ally of Xionthor and a very loyal one at that. The Legion is additionally told
I think that's like an explanation for the Legion, but this almost sounds like an introductory kind of line. Because I remember whilst I did add that Sliver introduction later on, but even then I should have written that as in, oh, this is where the Legion are first told about Sliverrock. That would have been a better line.
that Slitherark is not only very efficient with Xionthar's missions but can create proper life forms to assist, including the
Some of this is repeated information, but being described as efficient, like that's new at least.
new upgrade Stonos and even Roxy Serpents. This aspect the Legion finds odd. Especially Pod, who not only finds this triggering but knows what it's like to be another form based on another life form. Diane has stated that he had taken
Oh, okay. I was wondering why Pod found that trigger, but of course, yeah, because Pod is almost customized. Like, yeah, because yeah, creating like another different version of another race. Yeah, that's something that's never really been done before this far if going by the books. And uh, so yeah, just like made it only to battle. Yeah, I wonder if this gets expanded upon. Although considering where Pod is at, because you know even the niche bots were like created artificially too. Like, should Pod be more open-minded or sympathetic, just in case any of them snap? You know, a bit like what I was trying to do with Alice. Although I guess if like the other lies are at risk, I think that's where you know, can't really risk that. And you know, if almost like these niche bots have to go, and these are upgraded stonos, they're just made artificially, so they can easily go away. You know, I don't think they have enough morality, which should be clarified. Because the Valis situation, you know, there was nothing too much at stake then, so that's where Pod tried to use the time to try and turn them. So I think that's what makes those cases different.
down a group of them before, puzzling him, but thanks to Mollug's cloaking spell and with fewer allies to stress the activity of his book. Slitherark and this new army
Uh, stressed activity. So, well, it's, I think, despite a bit of a clunky line, it's like you know, the book can only do so much. So, yeah, and yeah, I think that's one reason why Monarch's getting cut out of the story, because yeah, cloaking is very tricky to write sometimes. Although the best way to do it is that you know, just have something that is cloaked and then generally hidden. But yeah, and then not create a decloaking device to then counter it, because that's where it'll be a step too far. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of cloaking, even if it is like sensible. Oh, that's weird because I made like characters that can camouflage. Or the monster hasn't come in handy yet, but I really like the concept. You know how chameleons can blend into bark like they do in our world. You know, quite like that. Um, um, so yeah, a group of them. So yeah, I've done this fought them before, and that probably means that he's managed to find them despite Moloch trying to hide them, you know, from CCTV, etc. So I think that's what this is going back to.
remain hidden from time to time. And both Amiku and Opusnost go on to say that they found
And I guess that's one reason why they haven't really like showed up until recently. Although how many is Moloch managed to cloak? Maybe he's only cloaked a certain number of individuals if Dion can identify threats, you know, such as when Kaborji went to fight on Uzelland. And also, oh yeah, so yeah, if there's less of them, yeah, I think that's what Moloch looks like. We know I definitely can hide Slivrock on the others, so I think that's why it probably sounds easier, but even then, it are very hidden. Yeah.
this out thanks to overhearing another one of Xionthar's allies' conversations before bringing them down, making both Amiku and
Okay, so whilst I still don't know about the projector, and I think what is said here could be true. They would have to sneak around like extremely carefully to do something like that. And not to mention, if the personal struggles to keep a lid on, then Terror will just be like, you know, this is like dangerous territory. We're just here to gather information and then join the Legion. You know, we're definitely not fighting. So yeah, that has to be true because you need. Oh wait, no, because you know the storm was his doing. Maybe that's how he found out about Sliverock, and so that's why McHugh sneakily could be like, I could like swap it over that way, to make it look like it's Sliverock's doing because he's going to be more on the forefront. I can see that happening, but it's not blatantly outlined here.
And Opusnost into a set of peacemakers themselves. Amiku also explains that he too thanks to hacking CCTV.
So they have, oh, so they have tried to fight like other crime from time to time. I guess a lot, like Basnos does have his, he likes fighting, he enjoys it, and I guess it's like a way for Makino Basnos to be like, oh, if we're like crime fighters ourselves, then we can be on their good side, and yeah, because even if there's like no later chapter when there should have been about in like a retrospect on why MQ said all of those things and what was actually true or not, but I think when looking back, I think you can definitely infer a lot of these things as lies. Um, so yeah, so I can imagine about trying to become like their own guardian. Sorry, yeah, how being their own guardians themselves. So yeah, I can see how that would benefit them. Although, yeah, I think that's the only reason I can think of. And then
Technology vis his cubes, considering they can manipulate any physical matter. They managed to stay
via his keeps, sorry.
under the radar too, making the Legion wonder why Amiku and Opusnost have been unheard of. This is certainly handy because as Xyanthor has been getting
Okay, so whilst it's a tad lame and it makes you kind of, well, they were like trapped with a Zona for I don't know how long, maybe as long as like before the first book perhaps. And if it's only been a few weeks, yeah, it could be loads in a few weeks. So yeah, I think that's why they remain hidden. And yeah, I think the hacking to CCTV bits and bobs have I think that pays off later on. And manipulate matter, yeah, of course, because yeah, like I say, cubes in this world are like a atom equivalent. And what was I going to say? Oh yes, yeah, because I was mentioning before about how Torrid's not like the best representation of a all Hermota kind of foe because considering how many of the abilities that I've considered with Hermota, in fact, I'll tell you what, if I'll try and add an image if I can remember, but I've really condensed all of the not only all of the abilities of each element, but which race represents each individual one, and of course with the villain representing the lot, because Orpheon not only experimented with Livigor in his own way by mixing a metal, but there's like he possesses life force, controls plants, even making them metallic too, which I guess blends Hermota a bit, but at least the experimentation's still there, which is interesting. And yeah, nothing too astral, and not so much of bringing things back from the dead. It's just more like life generation, which still applies. Yeah, spirit and wildlife are from the Nemeans. Yeah, I think that's mildly tied to that. And of course, our Orpheon does update himself, which is also like a more very subtle representation too. But yeah, as for Hermota, yeah, there's the cubes. Definitely no shapeshifting go. Definitely no acid, because yeah, I kind of consider that's like a earthly kind of thing. Because I know that acid can be like generated by living beings, but I don't know. It's just because there's things like battery acid, which is definitely not biological, and of course there's no use of rocks nor crystals by Torrid juice either. So if I was to rewrite it, well, I probably would have gone for a whole new Hermota foe, because I guess Amiku could be unique by just simply being very good at one particular element. Because if he has like the embodiment of all material, pretty much, just anything solid, because yeah, it's just the construction that, and yeah, if it's like just make it stand out, but I still wanted each villain to be like a good representation of each element. I nearly thought maybe the cubes could like store be represented as rock crystals etc. But um, like a way of what a possession of the motor is like, which could be an interesting twist. And even the original design for Hermetic kind of went for that idea, but yeah, I think it would need to be a bit more like the others. But yeah, so the capability, like I said, it's a load of construction to, other types of material, and rock is, just very hard and very good for hacking, like more of a bigger blunt weapon, especially compared to many forms of ice, because ice, kind of is probably like better for like smaller tools and it being sharp. And crystals I've seen as like the more reflective material, for things to bounce off. So yeah, there's a difference between each material. So yeah, that's why I wanted to emphasize more so. And um, anyway, so that was a long tangent. But yeah, yeah, we'll get going. Although actually, no, if you were wondering about the other um, elements, so yeah, I've listed everything with living core and the motor, so it's pretty much 5 in all of them. Forza, so yeah, telekinesis, force field, and air, which is Arizona's race. I mean, has the lightning. Sparko races super speed plus gravity. Green apes have the sonic, and there's another race that can do energy conversion and absorption. And actually, I think that's more like lasers. I think. Yeah. Okay. And then finally, so Vibra is so there's another creature that has the whole embodiment device. There's I've removed nuclear. Okay, well yeah, it is a bit abstract in it. Yeah, so does heated air, and so the rock has the fire and explosion. There's a rock race that embodies water, and the Sochas embody lava. So yeah, nice and straightforward. Yeah, I think I remember times where I think the living gore side of things was growing far too big because because the involving plants and animals and that. But yeah, I feel like all of it's been simplified a lot easier, and it makes it easy to write design for when he pretty much has like 20 abilities overall, which is quite big, but you can work around it, make it for each function instead of because sometimes when you give your characters like whole heap of abilities, sometimes you think, like what's the difference between this one and this one, and how do they benefit multiple scenarios? But anyway, sorry, this is too long of a tangent. We'll keep going.
Resistance from so many planets, including Xionthor losing many allies, Slitherark gives Xionthor another hand in that
I just need to go back actually.
cubes, considering they
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, we talked about how they, have and why with the whole under the radar stuff recently.
can manipulate any physical matter. They managed to stay under the radar too, making the Legion wonder why Amiku and Opusnost have been unheard of. This is certain.
Yeah, quick thing, it's also like really good to add reasons why characters only show up now, or if they have been around all this time, but what not been present. So yeah, there is yeah, it's just it's good to justify these things, and sometimes would Damaku and yeah, I think both of them. Well, it's like more world building, but sometimes when creating new characters, it's actually exploring something a bit more existing. But I feel like once Miku's race and No Personal's race, like explored a bit more, then that's where you see a bit more of the life around the universe. So I think it helps with the world building that way. But yeah, I've said my points.
Certainly handy because as Xionthor has been getting resistance from so many planets.
Oh yeah, so they can hide for Zone 4 too, and and the goons too. Yeah, so they're made themselves proper under the radar. Yeah, I'm surprised the Legion haven't done something similar because they would want to not only remain hidden but almost act as a element of surprise for later on. Although have the Legion been told that Orphean going and Ozona going, has been known by Sign for making them even more targeted, unless it is just something that they infer, because I can see the latter being the case, but not really hinted at in the novel. Um, Yeah, because you don't want to make your locations too obvious, because otherwise you'll be chased down and it could be attacked at a wrong time.
Including Xionthor losing many allies, Slitherark gives Xionthor another hand in that regard, and Xionthor has never felt so weakened and lowered.
Yeah, so it's almost like the low point for the main bad guys, almost like not just for Retron but for Stonefall too. So it's almost like a swap in position, but then it slowly swaps again. But even then, in Book 5, Xionthor is at his, well, he would be at his lowest, with the least amount of allies and presence. But once he starts collecting the elements, yeah, I think that's where it just get he starts climbing his way up slowly, despite the universe being in a very quiet kind of stage almost. Yeah, because imagine if it was during the Golden Age, yeah, I think there'll be everyone like chasing after Xionthor as he chases the elements. Yeah, that's a what if scenario.
He is starting to get more impatient and run low on options. Amiku also states that Slitherark has another trick which will help.
Impatient. Yeah, just like frustrated. Yeah, I can imagine that, and yeah, running out of allies there for options. Or what else Amica about to say?
Xionthor win, and there is a storm that is.
It also states that the book has another trick where Haphazard will win, and the storm. Okay, yeah, so you just mentioned the storm and making it sound like it's Slivrock's doing, because when you actually pay attention, because you think, oh yeah, well, you know what Slivrock's like and up to, and how he's motivated, and how he connects with Xionthor, but what has he got to do with the storm? Because there's no connection yet, and that is intentional. So when it's revealed that it was Torrid's idea all along, that he went, oh, okay, so that's why Slivrock has not talked about or had any relevance to the storm at all. Yeah, because imagine if there was a case when they're like, hey, Slivrock, maybe once we win, it will stop that storm, and he'll be like, what storm? But what also could have been interesting is that, well, if Slivrock's race, actually no, because there's the Flamos as well. Yeah, even the simplification for what you tell him ability, that's what it's like for the reboot, but I think the abilities and how many races represented each element ability, that I think was much bigger at a point where Slivrock does have fire powers, but it's the Flamos from the start to the body of fire powers. But we all know that Slivrock is far more of a interesting not only character and race, but the design too. Yeah, like a different take on a fire representing character or race rather. And but so yeah, this storm would have to be like artificial if oh yeah, because is it also like intentionally like abstract with what the storm is? Because the storm could be anything, especially if it's from another planet. But I think once it's oh yeah, because leading on like hang on, this is like quite blocky. So yeah, I think at first it could have been like a Slivrock convention where he's like gathered a load of energy and to burst it out everywhere. But so yeah, that's where that kind of mystery is somewhat built up. So yeah, I think that's one part of the story which I quite like, and I think will build up well enough.
Currently building up on another planet, and it will be released between hours or a single day. Amiku claims that
Oh yeah, that's a very short amount of time.
they don't know what planet, but they should be able to track it via.
Oh, sorry, I got my volume low. Sorry. Don't know the. Let's just go back a bit actually.
Help Xionthor win, and there is a storm that is currently building up on another planet, and it will be released between hours or a single day. Amiku claims that they don't know what planet.
Okay. I wonder how they find out. Yeah, I'm quite curious on that. Yeah, because if we do get an answer, then good. But if I forgot to put an answer now that got there, and they just happened to, I don't know, go on to Sammy's planet where it was like somewhat charging up, then yeah, that would be quite bad writing if I forgot an explanation on how they actually made it to the destination. And I remember because it's like charged up on Sammy's planet because it's barren, but it also has like some technology to like build up some energy, and yet the storm is mainly originated from. I think it probably can. Oh yeah, I think it does continue from Sammy's planet, but then Torrid still goes to Hermota where he's on his own familiar environment.
But they should be able to track it via energy tracking from one planet to the next.
Track it via energy tracking. A bit too many tracks, but anyway, the energy tracking, yeah, whatever, how it's achieved through technology, etc. Then yeah, please that's something.
Next, seeing which planet is charging up energy. While the Legion thought to stop the storm, they did, however, Want to sort out the energy sources first.
Um, if it could be hours until a day, then I feel like there's not a lot of time. Maybe you should have gone for the storm first, and then I think that's where Torrid could have done the backstabbing first thing. Hopefully, the Legion have like more of a justification, like to protect them ahead of time before the storm gets out. But the storm could be so bad it could diminish races, destroy what's protecting the elements, and then Sign for etc. could just have like a easy stroll down to any of the elements too. So um, yeah, I just feel like stopping storm first seems sensible. Like I know Earth's in possession of three forms of energy, but they could I don't know, like what if Zyvar, etc., like all decide to go to Earth, and then the Legion make a massive call thanks to the satellites by being like, oh hey, Sign falls about, this is our chance to get rid of him. That's a cool what if scenario, and that also sounds kind of cool, but it just sounds too climactic if it was going to be 3 out of 5 books. But and if it was like a shorter trilogy, then cool. But then it would just mean another side story to get rid of Mechadraw. But Mechadraw could have joined along if this was going to be like the last one, so I can see that happening. I think that could be a cool, sooner ending. Yeah, I say speaking of villains, not sure I've mentioned this before, but a load of other what if scenarios I've thought about is, what if either villain won in any of these stories, because Orpheum would just simply harvest off Earth, which I don't think Zypher would be too pleased actually, because of humans being nearly harmless, because their technology can go so far. Because if you remember, even Nicole, he's probably the best human fighter at this point. Will not go to Iron 4. She has to remain as a long range fighter. To simply help the more advanced individuals. Like Wolf, etc. And Azona would just simply oversee Earth and perhaps a chance to provide even Livigor, even Zypher would have like Livigor first then as well. And if Torrid won, Zypher etc. will probably go after him. If Mercador won, same probably applies. And if Zion 4 won, we're talking about a whole new near permanent status quo, done by Zion 4. Zion 4's like what if victory would be the most interesting, how he probably sees himself as like a new singular god almost, creating a whole new era. Although, let's go further in the sequel, if Garrett, etc., if he did win, although that's still what will be really tricky to take down the Legion, but if any of the Legion and allied planets at the time were too battered, then that would have heavily weakened the Legion, and that probably caused like a bit of a uprising or a disconnect. Yeah, that could be something.
This building storm could be a trap. Even Opus Nost or Amiku could lead the Haphazard Legion to a trap of their own, not building.
Oh, okay, so they are keeping that in mind. So did the Legion make themselves aware only to get backstabbed later on? Well, I suppose Amiku cleverly built up enough trust, and there's no other than Pod not being so keen on them for almost the surface level reasons. There's nothing too threatening at this point. But once again, it's Amiku being a schemer. Being a schemer is can be quite tricky to overcome. Look at Terry Silver in the Karate Kid. How many times he managed to be successful from time to time.
Trust immediately. Nicole, however, sees another angle. They could be potential members once the Legion and the duo build up enough of a bond.
Okay, so Nicole's a bit of a bias. So once again, if there's nothing too off so far, like passing us, it was just simply a bit over the top. So Nicole likes her new members, and could lead to have trouble of their own. So I just wonder what the others say about the team. I think that's explored.
Then the enemy.
Well, sorry if not, because it should have been done. At least we get Pod has like a negative point of view, but we had to see what the others think of them.
Energy sources could be.
Although not to mention, Dion only meets MQ once in a fight, and he doesn't really. He only sees a personal in book 5. Quite a nice scene between them when they first meet one another.
In danger if they aren't sorted out beforehand. meaning that Slytherak would have to be
Although I did come up with a couple of counters otherwise, so it sounds like a good explanation at first, but no, it would need more detail and more considering of the opposition.
confronted after dropping the energy sources off. Opus Nost and Amiku eventually agree
If it would have to be confronted, still applies for what I previously said.
with an idea from Nicole, knowing the storm is to be released in a day. There is enough time to
But it said hours to a day, so I might have contradicted myself. But well, at least I know the destinations and the titles and such as should be easy to agree with. But in both times, there's been a battle on either planet they visit, which would have slowed them down and could have accidentally been too long. Because even if light speed is really efficient, we're still talking about half a day used potentially. Not to mention I'm not knowing where the storm is, so that will take ages to try and locate. Well, no, hang on. Is the GPS technology from the Green Apes, does that simply give locations, or is there additional information such as energy charging on one of the planets perhaps, or which planets have more life than others? Yeah, I could have gone into detail on that. If it's just a simple locator, a bit like Google Maps, then fair enough. Although at least Google Maps shows how busy traffic is, at least, or what's the difference between roads and footpaths. Confronted dropping of energy sources off means everyone would have to be confronted. Anyway, yeah, I think we'll get going.
drop off each element, or at least attempt to. The Legion is off. Opus Nost and Amiku eventually agree with an idea from Nicole, knowing
I think agree and say, oh yeah, but Basnos, is just simply along for the ride and have some fun with fighting at this point. I am curious how he gets to be a bit more of a multi-layered person or individual, so we'll see how that goes. With Amiku, I think he probably sees this as like some trust building before the backstabbing, although should he be a bit more like, oh no, shall we stop the storm first? I feel like he would be a bit more eager because why wait for your goal to be delayed? Like, you already kind of got the Legion on board at this point, so this is a big problem.
the storm is to be released in a day. There is enough time to drop off each element, or at least attempt to. The Legion hasn't
Attempt to, so does that mean you have to take more time trying to hide them again, only to then go to the storm? Or try and go for other options? Well, good luck doing that within a day.
heard of this storm before, and Amiku states that the world is hidden well from any radar, even
Oh my gosh, it's not my favorite. Like, at least it's something, but it's just how many planets could be under the radar at this point. Although I guess MQ's at least can hide from CCTV and that, if it can manipulate technology that way, or whatever he does. I don't know, alter footage, like summon miniature cubes to loop the video camera footage or satellite feeds, etc. That's a bit up in the air. But like I said, yeah, this hidden planet thing is getting a bit repetitive, and we're barely started book 3.
Slytherak too has been able to hide from plain sight. The Legion has only heard rumors about him. There was the idea
And that's probably thanks to Moloch, so at least that has an explanation and is like a relatively fresh and newer one, even if, once again, I'm not that big fan of hiding.
to split teams, but if there are going to be dangers as bad as Orpheon and Ozona, then they must
Oh yes, I remember a counter for that as well. Yeah, because that could have been a neat idea, for then split off. But the question is, who would we split off, and how would that benefit one another? I guess Arvin and Pod could be split from one another, really showing how much they rely on each other. And once Arvin goes, that makes it probably feel even worse. And oh yeah, because there's 6 of them, so if there's an equal number, Dylan's out and about anyway. And he could be split. Yeah, because he needs to learn from the keys from MQ, unless that story element no longer exists. In that way, I guess Sammy already has the technology, not the data power of his own anyway. Nicole, I guess, has already hired the Legion member, so I guess she can go on the other side away from Amiku. Maybe Amiku and Basnos could be separate too. So, um, yeah, so because that could create a sense of Basnos knowing Amiku so well, but once he gets to know the other team, then that's where um, he's like, oh, probably start to get into this. So, Team 1 and Team B. So, Amiku on Team 1, Basnos on Team 2. Pod, oh, Pod would bond with Basnos more so he's in Team 2, and Arvin could be, yeah, because if you build like a trusting relationship with Amiku, and then Arvin becomes the one to get rid of him, then yeah, that I could see that time be beneficial. And then Zamika will be with Arvin and Amiku, not to mention Zami and Arvin could reconcile with the whole, Arvin being alone, and they cannot benefit each other. And Nicole, I can see, trying to communicate with Pod multiple times about the Morphils and also helping with Vipasnos. So yeah, we have our Team 1 and Team 2 is split into teams, but of course that's not the case because the story does have a reasonable idea to, keep this team all together to, to benefit the goal. But I say, what a cool alternative for Book 3 yet again. Like, I know I've been, the early animations I've done do show that I can do Book 1 and 2 a different way, but Book 3 seems to have entirely different premises when it comes to rewriting it, and I think this story shows how flawed this one is. How, I think the more flawed the book is, the more, like, the longer it will take to explain and come up with other ideas. Um, what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, but also as evident by book 5, like that does, well, book 4 has Pod on his own anyway, so I guess we could call that like a splitting off with teams, and Dion is already like a single entity, so I won't really count him. But yeah, both book 4 and book 5 kind of show instances of goals not always working because of the teams being split. Because book 5 really shows everyone struggling to defend each other's elements. Even Earth being a force, really struggles even with some Titrons and Dion. And but book 4, I guess, is different because Pod's doing his own thing, and the Legion at the time, plus the Titrons already do well on its own. So yeah, it's just book 5 having more dangerous scenarios, but with the team split, which gives each other a disadvantage. So at least that's consistent. And although on the other hand, like um, we haven't gone into detail about what will shut down this storm. It's almost giving the impression of, oh, we will see what it's like and we'll encounter it that way. But I tell you what, why not keep any of the elements which could have countered the storm? What if you unleash Forcer onto it to destroy it? Or if it's a machine, you can generate plans to crush it, be like a tank. If Pod finds out, thanks to the Sutchers about, his trident, then I could do all sorts, freeze it, wet it, burn it, there's all sorts. Oh my gosh, that's another thing. Um, oh my gosh, I'm going on like multiple tangents. Um, oh, I was about to say, um, Staying United, they're splitting teams and elements. Oh yeah, so yeah, as I was saying, yeah, so yeah, because whilst it's like a mystery kind of way for not knowing what this storm is like in particular, it need to be a bit of a shock factor, but well, I suppose the villains would have intentionally, been like, no, because Amaki would have lied by saying, oh, it's just maybe a cosmic storm. I don't know. They didn't go into detail and they couldn't stick around, so that could have been accounted for too. And but also, as I was saying, I got back on track. So the storm could be very easy to shut down, and Sliverrock is also definitely not as powerful compared to the likes of Orpheum and his owners. So the team splitting could have been possible, and yeah, could have had Amaki with the storm, with leaving Sammy Narvin, stranded, and then they could have tried to leave Sliverrock and some of those Ironfall goons to get rid of the latter half, but then the other two have to join to then sort out Torrid, and then Sliverrock could have escaped earlier and then attack Earth that way. So, oh my gosh, it's like taking me, well, yeah, obviously quite a long time, but we're already talking about like a third book. Oh gosh, gonna experiment with that. Well, we'll get going, yeah, because this is already like a massive long tangent again.
Stay united. While the threat of Slitherark is convincing from Amiku and Opusnost, Nicole and
I guess with the storm and such, Namiki seems to be slightly trusting at this point, especially when he doesn't fight the Legion. So yeah, I think probably overthink about. Oh, actually, no, because you do have to convince the good side to be like, oh, this is danger, please believe us, and if they got evidence and so forth, then yeah. Actually, did they meant talk about how they were trapped by Ozona? That could have been worth explaining. They could have showed footage and evidence. Pasnos could have even talked about his fight with Ozona, how hard it was on his own, despite being possibly a fun challenge, and now having to get to confront him. Um, yeah, that could have really add to it. Yeah, that's this opportunity.
Pod are keeping an open mind for what kind of beings they could be. Not fully applying trust yet.
Yeah, both of them are smart enough to figure out what to do, because Ami doesn't really have that mindset of, oh, is he legit or not? And Arvin is pretty much just kind of welcoming despite being a bit scared earlier. I think he would have warmed up to them kind of quickly.
Despite the potential to bond. Even this storm could be a way
Yeah, so it's just been open in both ways, so seeing if everything continues to go well or goes fishy.
for Xionthor to trap the Legion to get hold of the energy sources, adding to why the energy source.
Oh, okay, now that is actually quite a smart suggestion. So I think that's like a reason why the elements had to be put away first. Yeah, wow, that's actually a pretty good potential, being like a good counter. Um, but once again, if you bring the energy sources with you, then you might already have like an upper hand against Nightfall, but at the same time, the energy can only be contained, and it's only helped through accidental means, such as the tank being crushed by the evolved vegetation. So, but I suppose it's teamwork, using the elements in your own way. That's something else I've entertained myself with, because when the villain's like, oh yes, I'm going to fetch all of these powerful forms of energy, but the heroes find their way to absorb it in their own way to then fight time for that way, because or just any villain in any fiction. Yeah, I think that idea of entertain with, where nearly all of the individuals had their own little absorbing devices to absorb a trait of each element to try and fight Signfall that way. But I must have took it out to not only avoid complications, considering the kind of events I was going for, but also I think it's going to show that even with the Legion United, that's where they can take on anything, including a all elemental powerful being. And because they have traits of elemental abilities anyway too, and so yeah, it's like a neat what if scenario, I suppose, or another neat story. They could have had an amulet of their own or find a way to wear it themselves and fight on for that way. But yeah, that would be, or that would need ground cover.
Must be away from the Legion but still well protected. Even Pod asks why to get with the Legion
Yeah.
if they could sort it out themselves. Amiku answers that as he and Opusnost have also heard rumors about the Legion trying to get new members, then they have this chance to.
Oh yeah, especially if Nicole has been bouncing from planet to planet, it's been like, hey, do you want to join? Then, yeah, that would be one reason. And yeah, Pod being slightly cynical would have been like, why not go there?
Tilda chapter 34,
yeah,
the
Sam
Legion
McHugh
and
was
the
pretending
duo.
to be naive
The
by being
Legion's
like, oh, you
day
just want
isn't
to
the
join,
only
but want
day
to help, and I
incomplete.
think he
Even
could help
Retron
us
decides
if
to go and see
that
the
part's been
president.
mentioned.
He has been living his worst life, feeling useless, with eyes all around him and with no support from anyone. But
yeah, that's like a neat manipulative lie.
recently, he has been looking into Earth's development with Netro.
Yeah, just like I said.
Wondering what else to do with it. While Netro, for now, has been used to paint over.
Would have been nice to go into specific races and planets and all of their reasons. It could be anything, not just courage, but it could be for political reasons, economical reasons, not enough power, not enough ability. It could be anything.
anything that needs hardening like vehicles via
And yeah, when I say could be anything, once again, that could have been expanded upon too. Fight against Einfeld's goons on their turf is one thing.
coating anything with metal. It does have many technological advantages despite Diane's warnings not to.
Uh, some fighters over on his turf. Did I accidentally leak that the Storm would be involved on MQ's own turf? Or unless it's referring to fighting Zyphor on his turf. But in the protection of another planet or more is quite a stretch. Too much of a stretch for both Trident and the Pasnos on their own. Is that what they were trying to play as well? That was already too much for them to handle, so they need help from the Legion. Is that what that's trying to imply?
Wishing Diane is out of the way, well, the Legion being out of the way overall. Retron goes to see the President to try and
Yeah, and as we later find out, it's not just about the numbers. So, because more is more, but sometimes less is more, which can be quite confusing compared to when you talk about literally everything. But yeah, I think this story is trying to attain that, no matter how many number of Legion members there are, then anything can be achieved. Maybe the sequel nearly contradicts that, but even then, we are talking about even more fighting individuals, more to join the cause, and yeah, there was like a constant robot generator machine there, so the numbers definitely had to be high then. Yeah, because there were goons too, and two machines to count for, and Gara, etc., being tricky as they are. And oh, yeah, not to mention he had his own big army too.
negotiate the use of Netro.
Army that would also need to be updated because of the reboot, yeah, because there's one or two races that type decides to cut out.
Perhaps getting Diane and the Legion to agree to use Netro for extra.
What was that last part? Arvin, however, somehow borrowed by two as it adds to the changes. Oh, yeah, so, yeah, there's. Although Zami was new to him and he was kind of welcoming, but I suppose it was still like the routine. I suppose similar, both of them were just like nice and straightforward, but they've gone through a whole heap of other bits and bobs, and Emiku and Abasnos being two rather big personalities with their abilities. Yeah, probably adds to the unfamiliarity. Maybe that could be like whether Arvin, doesn't like the popularity. Maybe that's what I think that's like a big enough factor which could have counted him, but hopefully that's enough justification, because otherwise it could be a character assassination where he's normally like the open and optimistic one, and maybe that could have. And if he remained optimistic and he enjoyed the fame, maybe it could have been just as sad that he had to sacrifice all of that to to fight Torrid, who ends up being quite tricky to fight actually. Because interesting enough, Torrid is, despite being biological, he's like solid too. Like he was like really hard to battle as well. Yeah, because who did I say which villain was more powerful than one another? And I did create like some kind of order. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was entertaining. And I do have some power calculations too, but I feel like they'll probably be updated, due to the reboots and that.
Arvin, however, is somewhat bothered by this too, as it adds to the changes. But even Zami think this might be a good opportunity to make new friends.
Simple, yeah, and I guess it adds to well, yeah, maybe simple, but it's also straightforward. Adds to Zami, started to like the Legion, and it's a bit more of an audience, and and if he has started to get too reliable on others, then it probably would mean more help for him as well. But at the same time, it could mean like less independence if he's relying too much on friends.
Once the new duo is aware of what kind of energy sources they are, they go and make their way on Opusnost's ship, a ship.
New duo is aware of. Oh, okay, so they're updated. So they're like, this is Life Force, this is Ozona's energy. Once again, Ozona should have been brought up by being like, wait, you defeated Ozona? Oh, wait, no, they would have known that though, wouldn't they? Yeah, how famous was the likes of Orpheon and Zona, etc., by the way? I'm not sure. Should have been explained. So yeah, they're just updated. Yep, so it's good to make them familiar. Oh yeah, because yeah, Amiki would have pretended to be naive, but yeah, Personal certainly doesn't know much about these energy sources. All of them get further updated thanks to the Sotters later on. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like that's one of my favourite scenes, even because I can't like scenes where like, oh, all of these things, they're all connected all of this time, and that's what they were. Because like Guardians of the Galaxy, where do you get like more in even Avengers: Age of Ultron, where you do get more confirming scenes of the Infinity Stones and how they're all connected everything together and what they used to be like and what powers they have. Yeah, I really like revealing moments like that.
which may be smaller but is quicker, and is called the Comet Front. A ship which has
Yeah, that ship has been in my early drafts for a very long time, and I think it used to be more like a average flying saucer, and it was like nice and round. Because when you like look at various images of comets, stars, because they're quite oval at the front, so I just thought that's kind of a cool name. But now it's been made into more of a like a jet kind of thing, which you'll see both in this and even the storybook as well. So still a nice nickname, but doesn't quite fit the shape of a comet, but still fine. But it's a faster of the two, just by being smaller, so it's a bit of a trade-off. We do get an explanation of what the ship is like, um, and yeah, I guess it's also kind of inspired by those stereotypical spaceships, our NASA ones, where it's just like, I'll tell you what, in Armageddon, those type of crafts they were using, so that's like a good comparison. I think we do explain what kind of weapon it has on it later, but we'll wait to see.
been Opusnost's oldest friend. The Comet Front is
Oh, so he's known that ship more than Amiku. Fair enough, adds a bit to the history, means that probably he's probably had the ship since he was young and Amiku come along, although I don't know how they first met actually, come to think of it. Because if Amiku was like the last Gravity, a race involved in the war, which has been heavily talked about, then how was everyone's reaction? Was Pasnos aware of this battle too? Was he like, oh my gosh? Did he already know the story of the war, even before this novel and the Legion were updating about it, and more when they first introducing it, what was this certain event that constantly getting hinted? And also, by the way, it says Comet Front instead of Comet Front, so that's a spelling error, by the way. Oh well. But yeah, like how did they first meet, and why did they connect as well in the first place? Like, were they? I think they were both outcasts, which I guess adds to the theming and could be like the best reason. Could have been hinted in this very book. Because we'll wait and see, but should have been applied if missing. So yeah.
a mixture of lime and jade green. The side and top fins, however, are a pale blue. The ship looks like your average rocket, except it zooms horizontally, not vertically, meaning it has a pointy front too. Zami sadly has to awesome a tone down at the Legion building. He will be missing the familiarity of his ship, but it's
Has to has to leave the awesome tone down at the Legion building. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. So I've been missing a word. Oops. But yeah, this is probably has to this might bother Arvin too actually. Go for a different ship. That should have been probably stated too. But we could definitely imagine why not having the atone for once could be like a bit of a miss. But it is still a vehicle at the end of the day, and it does come back when Simon managed to make another one. And did he make yet another one in the fourth book too? Like, how many did he manage to make? Although maybe in the fourth book it was a bit messed up. Although how many of those ships might make it? The ones he made, I'm not sure. And yeah, we'll come back to those ships later on. But yeah, I wonder what the others think of the Comet Front. Do they think it's like a cool ship? Is it comfy inside? Was it like good for battle? A bit of a shame if all of that was not written.
not all about him. Thanks to the planning from earlier.
Yeah, I think that's what Sammy's kind of come to learn. Like, even if he is like cocky and that, but it's not. It's more of an insecurity thing more than a benefiting ego kind of thing, if that's any different. But yeah, he is like even less of that always all about me kind of attitude. He definitely has less of that.
Everyone has a good sleep, with Amiku and Opusnost giving their room while security systems are up. They remain.
Hang on, less than a day. So they're going to sleep for like, I don't know, 7 to 8 hours, maybe less, because something I found out recently is that many armed services, many fractions all across our planet Earth, sometimes army men are like given, way less than 8 hours, probably like 4, and they adapt to like short amounts of sleep that way, so they can adapt to certain routines. So should the Legion have done something similar? And what about Haphazard and Emeka, did they have like a similar sleep routine? Because it's lucky that they didn't sleep earlier, only to go sleep like 5 hours later. That would be really, unless they're really tired, that could have been like a convenience too on top of it. Yeah, but why not sleep on the ship? You can make your way then, unless the ship's too quick anyway, to which that should have been explained. But yeah, not to mention at the base, yeah, so they do have security systems, so that prevents any backstabbing them on the way. So yeah, I think it's just like a safety thing. But it's not just protecting Legion from this new duo. It'll probably be security reasons if anyone tries to break in the base, which is already a sensible thing. So yeah.
Handcuffed, and they only get their cuffs removed once they get going, when possible, which could take place where the Legion is more prepared.
Yeah, if they need to be more active and seem to be trusting enough, then I can see why the handcuffs would be about the way. Maybe they should be kept just in case they're into any seedy activity, when possible, which could take place. Hang on, they only get cuffs removed once they get going, when possible, which could take. No, I don't understand that middle line.
Arvin, however, didn't sleep immediately. Arvin shows Pod during the night that he is nervous about these new aliens. Alongside other changes, Pod not only understands how these changes have been making it difficult for him to consider that the added fame and priorities are taking attention away from the Morphils. As long as they have each other.
That's quite a lengthy sentence, so I do apologise for that. But also, yeah, at least that's already one reason why Pod and Arvin rely on each other in this way. Because I think Pod isn't too keen on the changes too, but it's just more so about how it's delaying this gold, which could be frustrating. So yeah, I could see that.
They should be fine to settle with the Legion. But at the same time, probably.
And of course, that no longer becomes the case when Arvin goes.
To strengthen their inner strength.
I think I just wondered, why did I decide to get rid of Arvin at the end of book 3? Well, I guess just makes it more of a sad ending, and even book 4 had Mike going, so that's even more serious. And Dion was also like a massive trade too. But yeah, why those characters? Because imagine if like any other characters, like especially like the Legion, if any else of them went. Well, we're talking about loads of different timelines. Losing the Pod would be a massive blow. Losing Nicole means like a leadership. Mike would have to take over instead. Losing Arvin was, shown here as like losing some glue, and losing Zami, I guess, is like losing another power advantage. And Arvin would have to drive the A-Tone instead. Yeah, we'll talk about all sorts of scenarios. But their time probably to strengthen their inner strength. Oh yeah, inner strength, that becomes like part of the theme, isn't it? Like the term. Both slept well in the end, that's good.
But they both did sleep well in the end and became up and ready with the others, first thing in the morning. Going from Earth to their first.
Became up and ready with the others. I'm not sure that makes sense wording-wise here. Yeah, because when I heard about making, when being told about what does or does not make sense, I've only been introduced to that concept in my life as like a wording literacy kind of thing. But nowadays when we hear about things not making sense, we often talk about, do events and stories actually link with one another?
Destination was like any other space trip, going through endless stars and rocks with a planet now and again. And the ship's speed generated light streams on either side of a vehicle's
every now and again, but regardless, it's just describing the journey, presumably light speed as well.
Window to indicate the speed nearly reaching light. But despite that, it's smooth.
Nearly reaching light? I thought light speed was a thing. And it said that the camera front is faster, so I've accidentally contradicted myself.
Making it a relaxing experience for anyone. The Legion has its destinations, the home of the Titanrans and the home of the Sochus. Opus Nost, who is keen on fighting, and Amiku, who isn't very patient, have an idea that the Titanrans do visit a closer planet called
Wait, if Emeka wasn't very patient, then I thought he understood. Well, not that it's explained, but I thought it would have been implied that it was understood that the energy sources had to go first. So either Emeki slightly mischaracterized accidentally, or yeah, something's not quite right. And yeah, like I said, it's convenient that Bastel's like going, what about Nateshtu instead of going to the Tatran planet? Although if they go to the Tatran planet instead, I already described that, yeah. So yeah, I've already talked about that what if scenario.
Ashtu, a way shorter area to get to, a resort where many alien races can hide while also
Yeah, that hides time, and not to mention, I think I already talked about how Nateshtu and Nahashtu is quite good for world building, like a proper alien mixing planet. And whilst in the reboot time, pretty much mixing alien races anyway to make it more interesting. Because I really like I know Zootopia or Zootropolis, depending where you're from, because it has been looked upon a bit mixed recently with with the plotting, but at least what it does well is how the different animals interact with one another and how they all share and benefit like multiple environments. So that's like one kind of thing I like to go for. Hence why I've thought about one singular alien planet, or at least far less planets compared to the many I've came up here. But yeah, no, H2 is it's explored bit by bit. At least it's given a good introduction, and it's a useful location from time to time as well. So yeah, and not to mention, I don't think this planet is cloaked, but at least the aliens can hide. Because what's also weird is that I'll say it ahead of the time as well. There's these cloaking devices that I came up with, which make them look like entirely other alien races. Which yeah, like through holographical technology. I didn't get to clarify how that works because are you still able to interact with these holograms without hardened? Because I tell you what could have been like a better idea. Why not? Instead of like making these holographic cloaking devices to make them all like different races, because because if the holographic technology is like too flawed of a concept, why not have each alien member actually transform into them by, I don't know, like a serum, or yeah, that could have actually been far better. And although that would also mean, how long do the effects last? Because even the cloaking devices won't establish, what. I think using a EMP, yeah, that shuts them off. Well, Moloch used an equivalent. But it's lucky that Nicole didn't drop one of those, yeah, because she has a concussion at her disposal, many of them. But also, yeah, because what is it? Because do they go on forever? Like, do these devices need charging? Um, what if there's the Beastosaurus, which is introduced at the end of book 5. What if one decided to come along and but needed to hide into another race? Does that mean the small body's there, but the giant body's like hidden? Well, it's going to be crushing everything. Like an invisible giant foot. It's like crushing buildings. People are like, what's going on? We've got a gravity problem. So yeah, this is where these devices aren't the best idea. And even the alien races they've turned into, some are quite interested and have carried over. My favourite is the alien form of Pasnos went for, which is a design I've even carried over from the storybook version of this story. Yeah, with the fins on the head, yeah, looks a bit like a fish, which I kind of like, but wasn't so keen on the others, yeah, because Pod becomes a human normal, which sounds neat at first, but I think they're like a normal mythical creature I've used elsewhere. So yeah, I just didn't know how to carry that over because we already have a load of large character anyways, and ones that do vary in other interesting ways. Anyway, so that's one thing that's explained ahead of time. So we'll just get going.
enjoying mounds of entertainment. There are even Legion fans too. Even the area it is has always been like it even before a certain event came.
Legion fans, like, yes, it's safer, although as they addressed, it could slow them down and be distracting, but then they're like, there is disguising devices to start making no sense. I say if I did, go for the serum idea, because yeah, I talked about lasting effects, but would there be like a cancer serum? What about clothing if it gone for a much smaller or bigger alien? Yeah, it's just unless you transform clothes, to which sounds like a whole noob thing. I don't know whether to make that more sci-fi or fantasy that way. Like with clothes transforming.
Along, always appealing to multiple races even before some of
Um, oh yeah, I think Nateshti was kind of a thing after the war, I think. So it's probably like a handmade planet by the aliens, like one world that was not made by the four elements or even like the other gods that were generating the universe. And if you're talking about, what others, so yeah, if you remember, there's the top dog who started everything, and then there was the four main entities that represented each element, as living forms. But then there's these other godly entities that are made up of every element combination. For instance, one of my favorite ones is the mixture. I forgot what I named him, but he's like a rhino with very long fur, a bit like a yak, which is a type of hoofed animal. And yeah, was standing upright, by the way. Yeah, he's another biggish character, but he represents both Livigor and Hermota together, and he also has like, and by mixing those elements together, it means more interesting combinations. Like stone plants or or spirits made out of stone. A low whole heap of of power combinations. So yeah, it's yeah these yeah the way with how these go. Yeah, I definitely would like to explore way more of that in the reboot. If they could even continue to live, or maybe trapped in a realm, or maybe they come back. I even thought about like bring the races back, but not the but not like the huge power, or at least not as much, because the four elements are already out and about anyway. But they would get brought back thanks to the Titrons, because they're pretty much well, definitely at the end of book 5, they pretty much control the narrative on creating all sorts of alien races. Whether it's multiplying them, bringing them back from extinction, or creating entirely new ones. Yeah, that's what I really like about the Titrans. Like a really interesting concept, and as you will know later on, they gather any type of sample, like skin, hair, etc., and then bring it back that way. Because I remember the storybook, showcasing all sorts of different silhouettes, and some paid off, but there were others where I was like, I wouldn't know what to do with that design coming from that silhouette in the storybook. Although I guess we could just infer they're probably a couple of more developing aliens. Yeah. Uh, anyway, Legion fans in the area, and it has always been like that before the certain event came along. So certain events should be in apostrophes, and um, came along appealing to multiple races. Yeah, I could see that being the case, because it's almost like an escapism. I wonder if you can actually settle in it, with any hotels, but I reckon it's like a back and forth kind of area, but even transporting might be a risk because of how Signforce goons would be travelling. Well, they have the disguise devices as opposed to using ships, so I don't think space travel is as much as a problem as I thought, even before some of the races had to disguise themselves. Yeah, so that's just introducing the disguising part. I say here's another thing, why not just make yourself well hidden through clothing? That would have been far simpler of an idea, because how they do this, without being seen at first, when the first part of the vehicle is the person that's going out, because he's not famous, and so yeah, so regardless of which disguise method Triton was, would be better, passing off still being anyone to fetch it, even MQ2. EOX is like the best first step, because the Legion members don't want to be seen, don't want anyone running to the car park or spaceship park, I suppose.
the races had to disguise themselves. Nicole
And that's a thought about is that other than the Atone being a wheeled or boat vehicle and the servicemen having their things, every other alien race has had spaceships, no more boats, no more wheeled vehicles. I was wondering if there was anything else, but um, yeah, there's not much variety in vehicles. Although, because whilst I really like a good, well-designed vehicle, I find them sometimes tricky to come up with. Even at a point with the reboot, where I almost feel like maybe Earth or maybe a couple of certain any races could have vehicles. Even the niche bots as well, because yeah, you have to have a certain mind to have a true investment in generating vehicles, make them original, make them stand out. I may have done that with the likes of the Awesome Atone, but I think I really struggled to believe that mindset in them again and again. I managed to come up with a good few, thanks to those 3D model videos, which you'll see on my YouTube channel, much earlier. We're talking about 2021, 22. But yeah, the vehicles aren't like the most forefront kind of thing, because not to mention, like I was going to make the alien world a bit more supernatural, while Earth is going to be like the more technological one. But aliens could have their own benefits to technology too, so I'll still keep an open mind.
While interested, is nervous about the idea because the Legion could draw too much attention when they are trying to plan many things at once. Despite wanting new members, she won't do so.
Yeah, that's definitely sensible. Yeah, there's like no right time for paparazzi at all at this point, not with a storm on a countdown. They would have had many times after, and maybe the Green Apes, as an improvement, could have been like quite thankful, maybe asked for autographs or something to run them by, maybe a picture, but maybe the Green Apes are too uh, like full of wisdom at a point where they just simply thank them, that's it, and it would have been like a nicer change of pace. I guess, yeah, like I said, it should have been applied or written either way.
Immediately, as she and others would need to see what the world is like. But Opusnost and Amiku tell them not to worry because
Oh, okay. Yeah, because if there's right of alien races and also in disguises, and funny enough, because she's still strangely asked at the end, but that's when they were accidentally revealed and still get a cheer. And I think, was there like a moment where Nicole was like, thanks for thanking us, but now we do need to get going, and no one managed to understand. Yeah, because oh, did they mention the store whilst they're in a hurry? Because if they mention it, then that will make everyone go on edge thinking, oh, let's hope we sort it out. But when it gets released, they're like, no. But if they didn't talk about it, then they still would be like, oh no, we're getting battered. Where's the Legion? Why is this not stopping soon enough? It maybe slowed down from time to time thanks to Sammy and the Pasnos, but even then. So we'll see about that. So if either point gets addressed. Um, so at least Nicole at first is sensible to not go for any Legion members, new ones, because yeah, so it's when she had like an opportunity, for us to join, like right at the end, well, despite the short amount of time. I guess she would just be like a quick call by being like, oh, anyone want to draw by the way, whilst we make our way. But yeah, imagine that's another what if scenario, how would those aliens connect, etc. And yeah, not to mention, if going for the team being split up kind of idea, then whoever went to initiative, if that was still part of the journey, we're talking about one team slightly being more built up, or what about the other side, the encountered any entitlements as such as they could have had one or two added to the team too, who knows?
as the world is trying to avoid trouble from Xyanthor, like many other worlds, everyone there wears a device that can turn them into any other race, a race that isn't targeted.
So everyone there. So at least one thing that has been talked about is that, or addressed, is that these devices only work on this world, which is at least that's like a good lid to put on. And because they mentioned the skies was there earlier, so I think book-wise it's like foreshadowing. But was that not talked about? With the disguises, like did Nicole still get worried after mentioned? I think I've done like a fight scene kind of thing where some explanations are slightly out of order. But anyway, because of the world trying to avoid trouble, like any other worlds, yeah. So yeah, so they're just having fun without the need for fighting, but they're just going more under the radar as well. Because in the hashtag, I would imagine there's still loads of other alien races, still alive that used to be in combat, but to disguise themselves whenever they go over there. Or they might have to stay there permanently. But once again, are hotels a thing in this world? Do they allow permanent stayers? 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 No, that's not a term. Visitors, tourists, etc. Yeah, because even in the final guide, Spyco's race were like they did the definitive ones to oversee the world, I think. I'll put it on just in case, but so that was like the one permanent race that's around the planet. So at least it's like some kind of order that goes along, and yeah, they're really fast creatures. So I can see how they would be able to juggle all sorts. Yeah, they're the fastest creatures, well behind Beyond, of course. You know, can reach light speeds in space.
By Xyanthor. Races that do good without the need for combating or dominance.
Oh, in a holographic way, so it is explained. Okay.
These devices mainly turn anyone into another race in a holographic way.
So yeah, that's what the disguises help transform them into. But what's also weird is that once they get the devices, they like transform into other aliens. So is that by random? Is there a device that label specific aliens to turn into? Does it recommend what best alien disguise? Yeah, because like for instance, it wouldn't give disguises of the Titans, for instance, because they would be extremely targeted. But even then, yeah, I think the just goes show some bits and bobs not explained.
While making the hologram solid too. The Legion and Duo arrive at Nahashtu. They land their ship.
Oh, okay. Well, wow, that is some powerful technology. That sounds both fantasy and supernatural. It sounds cool, but I don't know. It's just something about that idea that doesn't grip me enough to carry that over to the reboots, nor knowing how to entertain that idea. Uh, yeah, because I find transforming into another character or a race is a bit. It's just something about that doesn't engage me as much. Like, yeah, I think it's often a thing. It does have its own combat use because Morph in what was it, X-Men '97? The way he transforms into the characters and take it to his advantage. So that was kind of cool. But then in the original X-Men trilogy, Mystique mainly transforms. She's used it for a couple of combating purposes, like in the first film when she becomes Wolverine, especially with the claws. But she uses it to sneak around places. And my stories don't always have a sneaking about kind of premise because it's like more a spy genre kind of thing. Which yeah, I'm more of a I like I mainly prefer soldier films, where they go to A to B, a bit like or I'll tell you what, the Fallen trilogy is quite a good example, Olympus, London and Angel. But there's some spy films I like, First King Swimmers quite, has a lot of twisted turns in Casino Royale is my favourite Bond film, and so yeah, it is a genre that still has a lot to offer. Oh yeah, not to mention, so the holographic devices. So I don't think they've been explained here, which kind of sucks because in the storybook they look like the 8-ball, from snooker or pool, as whatever you call it, because that object alone is like a really nice, such a iconic object. Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, everyone likes the 8. Yeah, something special about it. Well, it is like the last ball to put in or something. Yeah, I haven't played pool in ages. Pool or snooker for ages.
Around a spare spot. And Opusnost goes to fetch the devices. The Legion wonders about the payment.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's later explained that they're around a shipyard because they like to look at other ships, which then has a cool payoff later on.
For these devices, but Opusnost tells them not to worry about that too. Pod decides to follow Opusnost close.
Oh yeah, and then that leads to a scenario. So firstly, this world is totally missing a economy system, as in me not really writing one, which I've thought about it, but I think that just goes back to in the reboot, the alien planet will just be just like in the animal kingdom, I suppose, when you watch all these animal documentaries and how they go by their day to day, and like sure they would nick or trade things, but there's no economy involved. So I thought I could do something like that with the alien planet, but whilst having some kind of order, and obviously it'll be far more sociable and even mixing too. But yeah, with that lack of explanation and we've not known what kind of currency exists or how many types, yeah, it's not been applied in the novels, and it's something that I won't go in depth because, not gonna lie, I really struggle with economics. I really struggle with I still don't know the full working out of a mortgage or like a loan. I've got a rough idea of contracts I vaguely understand, and insurance, like car insurance, house insurance, and how using resources like electricity bills and how that goes about. So there's some bits and bobs I know and should be more familiar of, especially as I'm growing up. But yeah, it's just so tricky at a point where I would really struggle how to apply it. Like maybe I could just have a simple thing as, or just simply buy the thing and get rich, without coming up with mortgages, etc. But even then, as a economic noob, I won't be applying such thing. But regardless, so that's not really. So the reason
Closely despite Amiku's
hang on, the reason no economy is mentioned at all because Pod managed to find his way out twice by offering ice with unlimited water, which is quite a neat trick. Yeah, and he gives it for free, which is quite yeah, because Pod asks for nothing in return. No Legion members like after money in that. It's like granted. Oh, I tell you what was interesting. There was like a gambling with fighting competitions. I think that might have been hinted once or twice. But even then, gambling still involves economics. So what would the bet be? They're putting the amount of food, and whoever gets it gets a whole heap of free dinners. Like as if someone was like, it just reminds me of that bit from EastEnders where Stacey manages to get a whole load from a buffet because she's like, oh, all of this is free, why not? So that could be like the new way of gambling. Throw in I don't know, your Pop Tarts, and whoever wins it, wins the lot, and they're like, oh, I got M&Ms, I got Whams, I got Clark bars, just chuck them all in, and then whoever wins gets the lot. I actually could be kind of a cool idea, or even machinery, iPhones, who knows? Yeah. Anyway, basically, a pod offers free, like an ice cube of some sort that can produce water, and whilst that hasn't been really discussed on how that works. Does that like permanently leak? You would have to like really contain it in some way. You would need like multiple buckets or something, or like place it on top of a fountain and get a load of clean water that way. I think that's how it would work, but like I said, I could have done with my explanation. But yeah, Pond only offers free melting ice, permanently melting ice with the free water in both this scenario, but you also did a trade with a spaceship in the fourth book. But yeah, like I said, yeah, with him asking for nothing in return, being like, I just want to give you this as a trade for some of these or one of this. Yeah, so like I said, yeah, none of them have the need or desire to be rich. That's not a theme in this story at all, because even Zeinfels' motivation has nothing to do with economy or being rich, etc. But in this case, so Apasnos was going to be like, oh, what, I'm going to get them for free because I'm threatening you. So he's gone for that approach, which is flawed. And not to mention the shop owner or whoever runs these devices is a race called a Hall, which is Ada explained. And yes, even a design I carried over from the storybook once again, but it was once again a design that I wasn't as keen on at first. It was almost like a last minute design I just had to draw because I was kind of rushed in the storybook from time to time because things were about to get busy. I had to organise all sorts. And just double checking something. Did I just get a message? Oh no, it's the no, okay, I thought I just got a boarding message. No, it's fine. But yeah, like I said, yeah, Hob were yeah, like almost like a designer quickly drew, and I was like kind of cool at first with like the horns, but yeah, because I tried to expand on it like in a one guide I'd done online, like as they're good shop owners and how they're strong, so they could deal with thieves, which sounds kind of cool at first, and probably have other abilities, but like I said, yeah, they were both not appealing to me at all. So yeah, once again, not in the reboot. Anyway, so after explaining all of this, let's just let the novel read out the rest.
objections, trying to tell Pod that Opusnost is grown up and can do it on his own. So far.
Okay, yes, MQ does say a couple of objections. Okay. But yeah, I think with Plasnos, not being quite unpredictable, I bet Pod was thinking, better keep an eye on him just in case he causes trouble. And granted, he could like risk his identity, but he already had his own counter, in book 4 and 5, and even in one of the comics too, where he calls himself an ice armor to make him look like some other entity, which I think could have sparked a conversation of wondering who this ice-covered creature is. But regardless, that's something that Pod should have done. Because if he's like seeing people like, oh my gosh, it's the Morphle with the trident, and um, yeah, and say a couple of bits and bobs not plugged in. But anyway, let's just get going.
The Legion and duo are okay. Nicole is eager to get to know them.
So it's creating like a father-son kind of dynamic, ish, or trying to apply that to make McCube, form even more of a facade, because as it turns out, McCube has nothing for no one, no connections at all. I wondered if he ever missed his gratitude. No, I think he was an outcast too. So even being the outcast is quite a theme in the story too.
But Pod is not keen on either of them, especially after this. Opus Nost goes.
A bit of a weird spot to be like, oh, what do they all think of one another? But maybe it should be written later or at other points. I'm not sure, because even Nicole being eager to know them is kind of contradicted where she tells them both off in different times. So that's a good point. It's just seeing what they are. If they are the real deal, if they can work as Legion members like additional ones.
To see the service that most would go to first, to get themselves a device. The cashier who is.
With Amiku letting off Pasmos, who's essentially thieving, through threatening. So wait, does that mean Amiku has, this presents himself as someone trying to break the law for a greater good? But hang on, he has the cube ability. He can like form coins or any kind of units or currency. Oh yeah, why didn't he do that? I guess I wanted the scene of the Pasmos being threatened at that point where, that's how he sorts out situations, only for Pod to completely calm him down, which is almost like a first step in their friendship almost. But yeah, once again, we've got another plot hole. Even if you don't really... but even Namku's ability is described as forming ability or manipulating it, so yeah, there's a plot hole.
Is familiar with Opus Nost. Tries to ask for payment.
Because I don't think there's going to be a counter of, I don't think there's no objection to why MQ could just form any type of currency. Digital currency could be a thing instead, so that probably will be the only way plugged in if aliens only go by digital currency, but digital things have not been there all the time unless they were there even before, I don't know, the first car was invented on Earth. I don't know.
Once more, but Opus Nost gets all fearsome.
But no, he's not keen either, especially after this. How did it go? When it says after this, it's talking about the following event, I presume, because other than, because it sounds like Pod's still not keen after that exchange, to which, I suppose it's still true. Go see the surface, most of them would go to first. Oh yeah, because going in disguise and then have your fun on the hashtag.
And so the cashier gives in. Pod comes in, however, to tell Opus Nost goes to see the
device. The cashier is who is familiar with. Oh, so Apostas is not only familiar with the Earth, but encountered the cashier many times. Oh, let's see how this spare is.
Service that most would go to first.
Have Mickey been on this planet before either? He must have told Apostas a couple of things. Apostas like, going to fetch the devices. I wonder if they've been there before. I can imagine that being the case. They're like pound their fun. But if you fight on here, then the planet becomes like a bit of a target. So, not sure.
Get themselves a device. The cashier, who is familiar with Opus Nost, tries to ask for payment once more, but Opus Nost gets all fearsome.
Oh yeah, so the cashier's like, this time you're going to pay me, and the Pasnos is still like, Sorry, that's really cringe. Sorry.
And so the cashier gives in. Pod comes in, however, to tell off Opus.
Oh, he must have come really quickly. Not to mention, did MQ not like grab Pod, or did the leader members be like, no, let him do it? But even Nicole, it wasn't like very trusting either. So yeah, why let Pasnos potentially cause crime? Why you turning a blind eye? That is not responsible. This is not good.
Nost, snapping Opus Nost out of the scary phase, and getting
because if Pod's like experienced and has got a lot of prisms himself, I can imagine him like telling others off, and then Abasnos being like, oh, okay, I'm a bit caught off guard. It should have been explained further, but I can see that being the case, something that I can infer. I'd say something else I kind of thought of is that with a pod being a half animal kind of creature, I've thought about what sounds he can make because, maybe because I thought maybe he could do like a deeper sounds of orcas. You know, orcas often create sounds of a high frequency. It's quite squeaky sometimes, and a pod could do like heavy low basses version, which could work. Growling, not so much because whales don't growl. Not really. Maybe funny noises, but even then, and maybe funny noises could be turned into fearsome ones. Who knows? But even I once had this idea. When because I imagine my own scenes as like fight scenes, like a screen going off in my head, and I could just imagine like whenever creatures try and scare Pod, all Pod has to do is blow from a squirter because it's already quite a loud sound, and then that like scares f off anyone. Or Pod probably does it's like a start off kind of move before fighting to indicate, yeah, like don't mess with me, I'm not orca after all. um but even then, that squirting only happens once you're underwater, so maybe Pod just like quickly dips his head in water and make a blow through his blower. I keep forgetting what that feature is, and then be like, yeah, be scared of me. Turn it into like a scary thing when in the real world it's just simply there for air. But like I said, it's loud and explosive, so it could work as like a scary thing. Is it called a blowhole? Is that the name of it? For instance, orca. Yeah, but yeah, they're called blowholes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Yeah, yeah, just like a cool animal sound. Yeah, and get a Paternos to leave thanks to Pod's presence. Oh, yeah, so yeah, presence is mentioned, so I bet Paternos like, oh, alright then. Yeah. But not to mention, if Pod didn't come about, would the devices have be handed in, or would the Paternos go even further this time? I'm not sure.
Pasnost to leave thanks for Pod's presence. Amiku follows Pod to explain that's how they normally get the devices, but Pod is
Oh, no, that's not good. We talk about law breaking, but I don't think law breaking is such a thing. Like, because I, if the Spikos are like set to be the overseers of this whole world. Did a lot of them not run by? I think, hang on, what's going on? This is potentially theft. We're trying to create, a currency system going on here, and also, Sparkus could have also should have been like, oh wait, that's Legion. Let's go and say hello. You know what they're doing here. They could have also helped with keeping them in hiding. Ask them what they're doing here. Is it for a mission? Is there an incoming attack or something? But yeah, regardless, yeah, this is a constant crime being committed, and not to mention with Spyco being, even the Spyco race being the ones to form the rules, and like not attack. But I feel like that's common sense at this point, because if anyone, makes themselves too fearsome or powerful, that could be like raising Seinfeld's eyebrows if you ever heard about this. So yeah, just no tangent.
not a fan of this, thinking it's criminal, making Pod and Amiku not get on the right foot with one another. Pod offers
Yeah, because Amiku kind of seen never did it, but being like, oh, do we rob these all the time without the need to trade currency? So it's not something I'm keen on, because I know Amiku's like nice, but he's not that naive. Because as we later find out, well, it could be once again a facade again, pretending to turn a blind eye, because Torrid actually doesn't care about these things. Um, so I think character-wise, once again, if it's a facade, then it's fine. But once again, it's just criminal activity should have been punished, even if Pod telling them off might be enough of a comeuppance. That's the word. um, and get on. Um, but yeah, it's just it just doesn't quite make sense. Yeah, like I said, just because yeah, even if it's like a facade for Amici, it's still going to make him look like an idiot in front of the others, and turning blind eyes is not like a good sign either. So that won't make the Legion want to go for them either. Because one thing for sure is that Hellwolf at least knew right from wrong. That's for sure. And um, yeah, and obviously if they do fight crime, then of course they're going to be anti-criminal.
his payment of a whole heap of ice, to which the cashier
I wonder what the ice looks like. I kind of see it as an ice cube, something as simple as that. But maybe it could have created like a little fountain, so it kind of gathers water that way, and then you can like drain it whenever you're ready. That could actually be the best idea, actually. Um, so yeah, but regardless, still like how Pod and MQ getting on never really happens, and that does really benefit the final battle.
Is happy enough. Even this ice melts
Yeah, free water, why not?
infinite water, which adds to the appeal. Pod asks why Opusnost does this, and it turns out that Amiku has been encouraging Opusnost to be more fearsome of others because of what the galaxies are like. Pod, however,
So decide put on Haphazard once again, and I think Ty's real reason is to make Pasnos, like perhaps like more, intimidating, so it makes it easier for him to sort out scenarios if Torrid is. Although why? Because I know baiting the Legion is one thing, and maybe Pasnos acts as like a right hand man, but I don't think Anakin needs help because he's really powerful, so that doesn't work. But regardless, it's like a facade for Amiku, probably someone, trying to make friends. So maybe that's like a front for that. But yeah, and also, for Amiku to seem nice, they need to be like, treated him to be far more fearsome because, the galaxy's dangerous after all, and, Basnos does break out of his more violent ways. And maybe Basnos could have had like a rough history and Amiku took advantage of that. But no history of Basnos is explained when I think it should. I think it could be quite an interesting origin story. Because when I've been thinking about the reboot and what my character's weaknesses are and how they cope with their problems, I thought Basnos could be the type of guy who would like punch well, just go for a punching bag, whether he wants to, whenever he feels angry, and if something's out of his control, he'll lash out his anger that way. So I could see him being that kind of character, in the reboot. Sorry, it's just removing something. So yeah, so a couple of flaws in this plan, or this idea of making Bastos more fearsome, but yeah, how would you be able to make a good mate if all you do is be like, hey, keep being angry in front of others? That just sounds a bit manipulative as well, but I suppose Bastos is naive as well, actually, so yeah.
counters this by talking about how things can only get better if everyone gets on and agrees with a significant level of peace. Acts like this will continue.
Not the best response. That doesn't sound like a conversation that flows, but I can see what Pod's going for because, like even if they, win, that means the Pasnos would be just constantly hostile all the time because, it's not something he's going to snap out of once he does have a good chance against Iron 4 if he ever won. But yeah, if anything, it could make a Pasnos seem even more dangerous by being like, hey, I'm the one who took down Zion Thor easily. But well, obviously, we both know that's not possible because, we need a whole team against Zion Thor and more. But yeah, Kansas by tweak. But yeah, it's just because yeah, even if the Legion are combat based collective, they have to have like a peaceful and open mindset, to know how to solve problems when the Pasnos doesn't always know how to do so, and Namaku clearly not helping with that. Yeah. Although if going back to the Torrid form in a facade, like could he make a Pasnos fearsome at a point where, well, not only is it making a Pasnos now minded to make a Pasnos like, like a right hand man almost, whenever Emiku wants to get on with his thing, or could it be like protection for Emiku in the meantime when Emiku's like pretends to be limited in power? Could that be the case? Or could he be misleading a Pasnos with all that anger at the point where it makes Pasnos less good at fighting and Emiku just being able to overcome in that way? But we'll talk about a whole heap of questions and potential plot holes again. But yeah, what if a Pasnos like stayed with Torrid till the end? Would Torrid be like, oh Pasnos, if you just keep an eye on everything, I'm just going to perform this thing, and Pasnos could be like, what are you doing? And he's going to be like, oh, I'm just going to chuck cubes everywhere, perhaps, well, to decrease Steinvoll's forces maybe, and then Pasnos like, wait, hang on, I want to do some fighting, and then could be like, well, they could come over here, you could fight that way, but just protect me, be good for something. So will that be like the alternative scenario? What would happen afterwards? To see all the planets battered, poor Basnos would be like, where else could I fight? And maybe Emiku could deal with him in a certain way afterwards, once Basnos is done with his purpose. Yeah, because I think one thing I do like, yeah, sorry, we'll talk about a whole heap of other potential writing flaws, but what I will say is that what I still like is when thanks to the Legion, Evasnos is a tad more sentimental, and Amiku's like, come with me. Evasnos, says no, he refuses. So at least that's the bit I like, but
The problem.
oh, that's the end of a chapter. Okay, but yeah, that is true. Yeah, you can't have hostile behaviour like that any time, really. Yeah, it's always a negative thing. Because the only time violence is necessary, is like for defensive reasons. So, yeah, let's carry on. So, firstly, this chapter doesn't really make sense considering it's called Entering the Hashtu when they've already entered, but I suppose they're exploring more of it. And yeah, from the image below, yeah, this is a snippet from the sequel comic book when Nahash 2 is revisited. So yeah, nice to carry that over.
Tilda chapter 35, Entering Nahashtu. Regardless, the Legion and Duo wear their devices and become a variety of races.
Yeah, so we get quite in-depth descriptions for what Aramon turns into, names, features, not so much of abilities, because, that's irrelevant, but yeah, let's see what these creatures are like.
He becomes a Killink, a race that has 2 extra tentacles. Nicole becomes a Blup which has spikes on her back. Pod becomes...
Oh my gosh, yeah, because the Blups were later redesigned and they end up becoming the rival race for the Titarans in a later story. Yeah, because in one of my comics, because I created this interesting story where it turns out the Titarans weren't the first race on the Chronicate, which is their world. The Blups actually came first and got overthrown. So, yeah, as a shorter comic, it works, but things like that require way more explanation. Yeah, because it's weird because I'm creating like a load of short animations, so I feel like everything would have to be extremely simplified yet satisfying, or I'd have to try and find visual or maybe somewhat audio ways to convey certain world building or other kind of explanations. So yeah, fancy going for that race. Wow. Um, yeah, okay.
a narwhal creature also
Yeah, not gonna lie, I thought this was going to be a breeze, but I thought, oh no, an Easter egg.
known as a Hawp. Arvin becomes a Minap which is the same size but more reptile-like. Opusnost turns into a Heddle that has a face with some fins, and finally...
So maybe the race will have a different name, I think, depending how I made the guide. But yeah, that's the only race that possibly the Blup and this Heddle is probably the only races that made it to the reboot. But actually that's not true because then Alita, the Amicus, turns into like it had a updated design in making it a more of a all four alligator like creature. Because you see far more clearly in the storybook, but over time some have had updated designs and converted into 8-bit, when they're more pixelated, somehow updated, and yeah, like I said, half are gone, half are still around. But yeah, unless depending on what my story's like, yeah, I don't really want to create like stories where they pretend to be other races. Yeah, it doesn't quite have that appeal to me. I would kind of struggle how to write it because it's a bit like oh, what's a good example? Is Invader of the Body Snatchers? Yeah, I think that's like a type of old film that really goes with the really explores thoroughly with an idea of creatures disguised as humans or disguising them into other races. Yeah, because yeah, it's a very it's quite an exciting concept, really, but I just wouldn't personally know how to write it. I'm just more of a this first kind of person because I like that kind of satisfaction, with the fight scenes and that, whilst having some simpler transportation, whilst also being aware of your surroundings. So yeah.
Amiku becomes a crocodile-like creature also known as an Alita. With all of them disguised, they are off to find the Titanrans. While they are disguised, the Titanrans do always go for the same race. One's called Loganivs, massive creatures.
Oh yes, yeah, Loganovs. Yeah, they have two. Although have I renamed them into Loganovs recently, something like that. Yeah, they get a description, and yeah, once again, like these some of these first draft or a quick design kind of drawing that I've done in my storybook, and some I've made it into like the reboot, which is kind of cool. And even those Loganovs are one of them, although I think they're going to be treated as wildlife from now on, which brings up the question: could they turn into animals, even the speaker ones? yeah, once again not addressed. Therefore, a small missed opportunity. So Titrans all go for the same ones, so that's fine. Yeah, it's like a consistent thing. And yeah, so the disguise is disguised first, but their true form is explained later on, which I remember. So yeah.
Creatures with 4 blue fins on their back, mostly green and scaly, and have long necks. The Titan Rans normally go to Nashtu for various reasons, like supplying food,
Now hash two. Sorry, that's a misspelling, even if it's my word.
vegetation, or getting various DNA of various races to help clone other races. They even
Yep, so that's well, the cloning part is definitely one of the main purposes of the universe, hence why I'm a massive fan of them. You know, they have a galactic use, you know, they're just extremely present. But yeah, to go to Nash to help with, you know, supply, because yeah, like yes, they're gathering DNA to help them out, but even you know, like I said, you're supplying food, yeah, it's actually quite handy. And I don't think the Titrans even ask for payment too, you know, they just simply want to help other races, really. So yeah, it's interesting because whilst they, you know, they're helping races here, but they primarily are onto the scientific side of things where they help clone the races. But the Zivit, who's a character in the sequel, he's like a zookeeper equivalent. Well, yeah, even the whole races, which is explained in the Ultimate Guide, to which, yeah, I got to have it up on like a private site somewhere. Yeah, hopefully I'll remember to link it all down in the description if you're interested, being like, what are you on about with this guide? Because yeah, it's currently updated, well, ish. I just simply took off the races I didn't want anymore, but oh boy, I'm so got to update it and go through a thorough explanation of how everything works, considering how short and punchy and visual all my new animations will be. Sorry, that's a weird tangent.
provide a special type of life force-based energy that can heal any injury. A secret only
Whoa, 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 okay. Um, um, oh no, hang on for a second. I thought that was like ability of the Logonovs, but that would have created the bottle where you know, do you had to carry over creature abilities or not with the devices, to which yeah, that wasn't addressed. Yeah, I like that between holograms, transforms, serum, you know, a bit like Apologies potion from Harry Potter, or even just wearing like a load of clothing. I picked the worst of the three, and it sucks. And yeah. But yeah, so it looks like the Titrans know how to, you know, use this healing energy because yeah, it does come into good use where it's like a very complex kind of ability, even so complex that even Zionfall has to have all 4 elements to unlock, you know, some more powerful abilities like that, which is, you know, quite a feat, and obviously it warrants, you know, the whole energy beam against him to finally go. Um, and um, but yeah, the whole healing part is, you know, treated, you know, with a lid on, because you know, like super healing or healing others, you know, it's like a quite powerful ability that I need to cap on. But I did well by, you know, making it, you know, quite tricky to perform, and it's also like partially stationary because in the fourth book they, you know, Titrans invented like a bed like device when they lie on it and then you get healed that way. Balls in the book 5 and are like, oh, you can just spawn a vibe that can heal, but it takes a lot of concentration, especially when Vondor isn't, you know, he's more keen on his fist than his plant powers, but even he was like, going with no concentration, I'll try and form the healing vine to help you a lot. So yeah, so like I said, it's enough of a lid to go along with the stakes without going against them, because even when because the events come like in between like moments of tension, which also helps out as well. So yeah, I'm glad they worked that out. That's actually rather good. Well, here's the problem. What does this healing energy look like? Is it packaged? Is it as long as the bedding that's introduced in book 4? Is that what they're literally transporting here? Are they supplying healing vines to certain locations? I don't know. That part isn't explained, which is a real shame because the later books clarify how to actually heal others.
the Titan Rans have unlocked considering their history with the life force, ones that are either under
Hopefully recently. Um, so yeah, wow. But yeah, once again, just more world building. Not only see more of the life force, which seems to be probably the most explored form of energy, which, like, even if the life force slash living core is my favorite form of energy, the others should have had far more like exploration. With what they can do, how they can be experimented, and even, healing. It's I can see that being like quite a feat for them to unlock, considering the Titrans essentially like carry over living goal, actually the true living goal, living entity lived. And yeah. Even Seinfeld won't know that, so that explains why he doesn't have that ability in disposal. Thank God, he's already too powerful. Um, Oh wait, no, hang on, he just still heal that side injury, but he does later on keep getting the amulet constantly off him. So yeah, and like I said, he goes in the way which no healing ability could help. Anyway, consider history of the life force ones that are what secret that unlocked have considering their history with the life force ones that are either populated, making them good beings. Oh, okay, no, I think it's just listing various bits and bobs, which then goes back to benefiting the unpopulated or extinct races. Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to go for. Yeah, I got a bit lost for a second. Making them good beings, yeah, absolutely. Help under the radar, yeah, so they seem to be careful while they don't have any technology, so that already gives them an advantage, with not being sensed, etc. But yet again, energy sensing is a thing as well, so maybe I accidentally created a barrier somewhere. Under the radar galactic heroes. Yep, so they're almost like a legion of their own, but of the same race, but even then still quite powerful. Even like if the legion wasn't a thing, I reckon that the Titrans alone, a good portion of them with very good knowledge of living core, they could possibly overtake Xynthor and the others. Like granted, it's partially explored in book 5 where, like granted, it's less of them, trying to take on Zone 4 and that's all of them losing. But I reckon like a massive army, with all a similar high score level, I reckon they would take on Zone 4, most likely. Because they would have the healing and he doesn't, so that's already an advantage. And it makes you wonder who else could take him on, which group, which variety, etc. Which of the same race could do it. Anyway, let's continue.
Populated or extinct, making them good beings continuing to help others under the radar when the race was galactic heroes.
Yeah, underpopulated would be, the Tengas, for example. I would imagine there's other races that have been massively diminished and yet tried to survive.
Foreseeing the Titanrans, however, the Legion has a good exploration around the area. They see the likes of food stands.
And I think I've tried to imply that they were exploring as they make their way. I hope they didn't go around a trip and they're like, oh yeah, should we go and see the Titrans now? They think that's actually important. I really hope that doesn't happen, but hopefully you can assume that is the latter, not the former. Former, not latter. Oh gosh, the wrong way around. I might have completely been using that. Former and latter. Yeah, I swear it's former and latter. Yeah, sorry if I misused that in earlier parts. But anyway, at least you get a good explanation of the area. So this is probably a good description. Just gives us just an idea of the setting, considering we're not there long.
And resource.
Not to mention sports. I've even come up with a whole heap of other sports, even in Olympics. For the reboot. A whole heap of fun activities like fight competitions. Things that can challenge strength, speed, shooting, throwing. Yeah, because I think that could be rather cool as like a series of animations. I could do like animations, like a load of them. The Olympics in which race or fraction wins, and that kind of still kind of work out. They're going to be aliens for certain areas. It's just specific aliens. Is it the aliens representing certain elements? It's bits and bobs like that I need to work on. But not to mention, I was thinking of creating flags representing each race, which could be extremely cool, or flags representing certain areas. I still need to choose and work it out because I'm always giving myself like too many cakes and having them and eating a lot of cakes too. I mean, that's the best way to describe it. So yeah, I need to become one idea, but maybe mix them carefully. But both might be possible because look at football, for instance. For instance, there's loads of teams in the UK and US, and yet they all get represented as one country when it comes to world tournaments. So yeah, tournaments, games. I don't think tournament's the right term.
Is coming from many planets, alongside many sport-like activities, excluding any combating sports, and there are even many areas for vegetation to grow.
Of course, good to account for that, but also what kind of food. I feel like that's been heavily undermined too. The only fictional food I can think of is the Titans created a superfruit or some sort in the fourth book, so there you go, that's your food exploration for you. Not to mention vegetation, even that's been kind of limited despite going to alien worlds. So yeah, that's kind of limited, unfortunately. Once again, so think for the reboot.
And the many races to race. The planet is also an open area for graffiti, and those who go there form all sorts like Legion tales being visualized.
Did I hang on? Like other racing games, many race vegetation to grow. Oh, there are many areas for vegetation to grow and many races to race. There is a racing game, you know, to play Mario Kart.
And there are even many areas for vegetation to grow and the many races to race. The
I
planet
also like them because assuming that, oh yeah, of course, yeah, the whole oxygen and carbon dioxide cycle are pretty much applying to every planet, which I'll get back to, but it's just nice to have some built-up areas, have some greenery every now and again. I think it not only looks nicer to anywhere, but yeah, I think it, yeah, like I said, I just personally think so. It looks nicer for any built area. But also, yeah, I think that's something else I've accidentally lacked creativity of, is that there's a lack of different atmospheres and gravity because all of it is essentially the same, compared to Earth. Is a bit of a shame because, could have had the Legion try and adapt to, anti-gravity areas, or, or having to wear spacesuits if it's unfamiliar areas. So, yeah, I think that I'll try and vary, but I'll have to be selective because I still want the alien world to be, adaptive enough. Maybe the gravity could be either heavy or lower, but I just have to be careful. But I'm just very used to watching things with similar gravity, because when you turn up the dial of gravity, it either goes too floaty or or too heavy. You should see. Oh yeah, Microwave Society. They did the. I forgot what car game they were playing, but they were like testing the various gravity. I just remember when the cars were falling, and because if they were having to go with gravity from other planets, and was it like planet Jupiter where the gravity is so severe the cars are like crushed immediately? It's something like that. It's nuts. Um, but anyway, not to mention, yeah, so free roaming graffiti, which is kind of cool, but I hope there's enough space. Yeah, how many races are into that graffiti? Oh yeah, because there's even some explanation of what kind of graffiti there is, even if it's because we're, for instance, anti-sign force stuff, but yeah, just makes you wonder what else is there. Is there like expression from other races? Do they want to promote certain other things like peace and other stories to tell? That's what the Fletchers kind of do, but in their own way, which we'll get to in book 5. But yeah, it's that kind of cool idea, but also what kind of graffiti, what does the paint made out of? Because I don't think they have spray cans unless they're like a super spray can kind of gadget. And was there, oh yeah, Morphil stuff too, which yeah, is a bit of a shame for Pod, but we'll see how that plays out.
It is also an open area for graffiti, and those who go there form all sorts.
Imagine trying to paint on the floor and you have to, like, I don't know, put barriers up, otherwise you have aliens being like, oi, stop working on my work of art, let it dry first, while I need to get to the store, get off my art. Yeah, but I hope they're wise enough to avoid that.
Like Legion tales being visualized, anti-Xyantha propaganda and representing various races.
Oh, Legion tales being visualized. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's just once again spreading the stories about. Not to mention when this planet does get wrecked after the 3rd and 4th book. Yeah, I reckon most of this art would have been done for, which I guess could represent like an uncertainty. What will happen in Zionfall? What are the Morpheus status quo like? And if not everyone will be keen on the Legion, are they going to continue to work together or what? So yeah, sorry, that's like a small metaphor of some sort.
Art such as Morphils being demonized. Something.
Oh, other the various races. What other races are being demonized? The Nitrobots might have done at the time. The Stonos would also get a lot of flack because of their connection with the Zona. Maybe races like the Sliverox, considering the dodgy deals. Would have been nice to make a list. So yeah, it's just yeah, once again, it's just they're visualizing them negatively, which yeah, once again bothers Pod and motivates him more to want to sort this out sooner because he may, although yeah, that's the thing I've already discussed how in book 2, Dion's like you can represent your own race, make they make them see the race differently. But Pod first interprets that as if Dion's probably like the only Itchbot, then I can be the only Morphil and completely redefine the purpose of the race. If that's even what was discussed, that's something they might imply, but I hope that's it applied in book 4 because Pod being alone is still the case. But does he talk about how that was an influence from Dion, unless he just simply wants all the Morphos to go? But I suppose the what he listened with Dion about, he could have intentionally taken it the wrong way in order for Megajaw and his army to get out of the way, only to find out that it's not as well, it's more grey than he thought.
2 ships capture the eyes of Zami and Opusnost, the monologue, and the starburst ring.
Have affected. Yeah, okay. Was this other shipyards? Yeah, or are they parked nearby buildings? Not sure. Anyway, so Starburst. Oh yeah, so those ships you'll see in the storybooks, you can see more of a visual of their design, which I carried over. Because yeah, monologue is yeah, so it's one booster which makes the ship quick, and mono. Yeah, that means one is mono, and I think, or is it nano? I'm not sure. And log, is as long as
Tilda
a
chapter
log, I suppose.
35, entering
Starburst ring.
Nahashtu.
So yeah, it's like
Regardless,
a
the Legion and
rubber
Duo wear their
ring-ish like ship,
devices and become a variety of
yeah,
races.
Starburst comes
Zami
from the
becomes a
Swede, yeah, because I
Killink,
do
a
like
race
them.
that has 2 extra tentacles.
And yeah, rings
Nicole
have a
becomes
lot
a
of
Blup,
connections
which
to
has
space,
spikes on her
like Saturn,
back.
etc.
Pod becomes a narwhal creature, also known as a hawk.
Oh, so Monologue's the
Arvin
quickest
becomes a
ship in the
Minap, which
universe.
is the
Okay,
same
that's kind
size
of
but
cool.
more
More
reptile-like.
world building,
Opusnost
I
turns
suppose.
into a Heddle that has a face with some fins, and finally, Amiku becomes a crocodile-like creature, also known as an alligator. With all of them
Oh, okay. The most. Okay, well, yeah, there's a lot of distinctive parts, which kind of comes in handy in the finale. We'll see how they do. And oh yeah, I think there's some explanations too, which is good.
disguised, they are off to find the Titan Rands. While they are disguised, the Titan Rands do always go for the same race. One's called Loganivs, massive
Yeah, with the ring shape, that's almost like a stereotypical UFO kind of ship, but with the fins, etc., makes it stand out a bit more.
creatures with 4 blue fins on their back, mostly green and scaly, and have long necks. The Titan Rands normally go to Nashtu for various reasons, like supplying food.
Actual landing parts. Oh yeah, because yeah, the common front's like flat underneath, which doesn't sound very practical nowadays. And I also don't like how that's almost like the only difference. But I suppose the monologue is at least bigger with one fat engine at the back, and the fins and the overall shape would be slightly different. But yeah, I think it should have been a bit more different compared to the common front.
Vegetation or getting various DNA of various races to help clone other races. They even provide a special type of life force-based energy that can heal any.
And this planet we do see in not only book 4 but book 5, and yeah, I think it was like Apostolos' idea for him and Pod to go there, unfortunately, until they split off. And there were reasons why they do go their own separate ways during the start of book 4, but also, a what if scenario? What if Pod stuck with Apostolos? I think Apostolos would have well, yeah, because they're going to the Morphos regardless to sort them out. But yeah, Apostolos would have been, quite handy. You never know, you might have lost the Morphos, could have got trapped there too. Maybe thrown in the Veronics with them too. Yeah, gosh, I'll say a whole heap of interesting bits and bobs. But yeah, Apostolos likes in craft. So, yeah, because yeah, Apostolos is no engineer, but I suppose he just admires like the surface of a vehicle. I guess like me and Hot Wheels really. Yeah, because I'm not the biggest car person, but I really like Hot Wheels. Hell, I've even found a boat car or something on Hot Wheels. If you type in boat car on Hot Wheels on Google Images, there's this really cool long vehicle that's both a boat with some wheels on, etc. It's I really like the look of it. It gives me like summer vibes almost. And but yeah, just once again, just nice setup and more exploration. Yeah, it's not just a world of aircrafts. It's like a airport on a planet, which Oh yes, because not to mention the Ultimate Guide, I've improved it by making Garrett like a um, multiple planets, but representing all as one, as the like all transport for one another. Because you can't just have Garrett as like one singular destination. You just have all of them be a settlement where you can go for certain vehicles, go for certain routes, and even um, well, not to mention, Nahashtu is already going to be a one-off. That would have to be a bigger planet, and that's already like one safe haven. And Gareth is probably like a safe haven, but just more simpler. Even the storybook come up with other ships, I guess ones that go from planet to planet, but not all planets will adapt to having their own airports, landing areas. Maybe there could be like taxi services that take them to specific planets, but that part hasn't really been expanded upon. It's cool at first, but it's kind of complicated at a point where I might skip the idea unless, if I'm going for one single alien world, then maybe you could have airports that way, or like a Uber equivalent services. Anyway, let's get going.
Injury. A secret only the Titanrans have unlocked considering
Yeah, that's true.
their history with the life force, ones that are either underpopulated or extinct, making them good.
Oh yeah, because yeah, I reckon there wasn't enough time for Abasnos and Emiku to like explore the area, because I think the Emiku, the Orsanatone is in a garage somewhere, so yeah, I can see why they probably didn't get a chance to see it, but now Abasnos does. So he pretends to be impressed.
Beings continuing to help others under the radar when the race was galactic heroes. Before seeing the Titanrans, however, the Legion has a good exploration around the area. They see the likes of
Oh, okay, so yeah, I think Apostle's like, oh yeah, cool shit, but why the need for a team? So I think this conversation is because even though Apostles does have Amicu, but they don't really have that bond at a point where they kind of feel like two single entities, and Zami tries to talk about how part being a team is good, etc. And I think Apostles comes with a couple of counters, which I think pays off later on. So Apostles is almost like some kind of embodiment of independence. Yeah, because I think that's one thing he has going for, because with the amount of confidence he has, but at the same time he makes himself isolated during book 4 and 5, at the start of it anyway. So yeah, it's a weird conversation to jump into, but once again, if you just wonder about the amount of alien mixing, I bet Bastos is like, it's just being a Mickey, why are you like to say mixed, in this big team, how many more are there? So yeah.
food stands and resources coming from many planets, alongside many sport-like activities, excluding any combating sports, and there are even many areas for vegetation to grow and the many races to race.
That's like one point you will need far more of a debate. Hopefully they go into more of one, but if not, then that's a shame.
The planet is also an open area for graffiti, and those who go there form all sorts like Legion tales being visualized, anti-Xiantha
Oh
propaganda,
wow, that's even more to the city. That's kind of cool.
and representing various
Although they only interacted with what, just seeing a couple of ships and the devices, and also just seeing the Titans in the settlement. Well, no, actually, no. Of course, they can't engage with much because of the limited time. So yeah, maybe in like other stories, I could have the Legion explore more of Hashtu and have fun or something. Even Zami comes back here in book 5, like to try and go around, because does he try and search for Xion on his own too? But why didn't he go with Pod for that? Unless Sammy kind of gave up. I'm kind of wondering what book 4 says about that, or the start of book 5, so we'll put a pin on it.
races via art such as Morphils being demonized. Something which does
Inability, the ability of how Amiku can form cubes. Yeah, I think that's what should have been said. So yeah, I accidentally missed a couple of words, but anyway, so yeah, because if these cubes these cubes haven't really been shown to build anything yet, but I suppose Sammy's still interested regardless. Why not show that kind of interest when, I don't know, yeah, because Sammy could be like, or could like mix lightning with ice. That could be cool. But yeah, like unless because I've missed this scene, a potential one where Miku can like show that he can form constructs, because he's only used like singular cubes, but yeah, if that was first demonstrated, that would have made more sense as I'm being like, I wonder how can like mix that together if technology can be formed from it. That also brings the question: imagine if Retron like got hold of this, like the remains of Torrid, and therefore, oh my gosh, Torrid could have the power of cubes and form anything he likes. Oh my gosh, he would be a bit OP, wouldn't he? Or with a what if scenario to explore, I suppose. But no, at the end of book 3, I think the Torrid gets like vaporized.
Bother Pod knowing that Morphils have affected whoever goes to Nahashtu. Firstly, 2 ships capture the eyes of Zami and Opusnost, the monologue,
Yeah, that's decent exploration.
and the Starburst Ring. The former is the quickest ship in the universe. And the latter,
Yeah, I'm a bit mixed on that because that's just something I managed to keep in mind all this time. So hint this power, so then it's like, just a little bit to work on, which is already quite sensible because you don't want a huge quantity. Although I think it gets way more because, oh yeah, because it was in book 4 that introduces a backpack or a back wear of some kind where you can summon as many cubes as they like, to assist his suit and transform it in all sorts of ways. Even a bigger version of the suit around him at one point. But yeah, for Amiku to be like, oh, you can have it when you're worthy. I guess, whilst it is pretending, and I've already talked about, the various reasons why Torrid would offer this in the first place, knowing who he truly is. But with Amiku having a facade, he's just like, well, you could have my power, but only if you're worthy of it. So I guess he's just like pretends to be a good parent by being like, oh, if you stay good, you can have it. So I think that's what Amiku's trying to be like. But if he's these the goodies two shoes, then why allowed Pasnos to steal disguise devices? That's so bad. I feel like yes, we've covered all sorts of like problems so far, but this is already probably like one of the worst ones. Yeah, I think it's one of the more unclear Amiku parts so far, that's for sure.
can take more damage compared to most ships.
And luckily, the Zynfall goons come in time for something like that. So, yeah, I think they would have encountered trouble regardless, especially when fighting the Stoners and Thivrog. So maybe Zambi could have thought, or maybe I get to have this power after. Um, um, After sorting out Thivrog, yeah, maybe that's a thought he had. And yeah, because maybe there could have been a debate. Sorry. A debate on, that if maybe Stanley shouldn't have this power because not only would it, won't grant him independence, but makes him stand out less. That could have been debated, but at the same time, with that more power, he can then become more independent and also just being wise enough with the power. So that's something else. But also in story-wise, yes, Semi does have like the power of cubes, but it's always to benefit his lightning ability. So that's what helps them stand out. Yeah, because sometimes when you like try and give your characters more abilities over time, it makes them stand out less, and so you have like too many variations of abilities. But yeah, not with Zami. Like sure, it's varied, but all centered around the same thing.
The Starburst Ring is like a rubber ring shape, but it has 2 small fins on either side with the pilot seat at the center, and with the engine at the
I guess Pastor doesn't really treat this situation seriously. I can kind of see that. Yeah, she's not the kind to be like, let's prioritize the safety of these people. But I think he probably got bored at a point where he was like, when I could go to fight a competition, maybe I could join. So yeah, I kind of like parts of this exchange because I get this because I think Apostolos drops the blade, but Nicole still manages to win, which could be evidence that Apostolos being all aggressive meant that he was easy to counter.
back, mainly a variety.
Also creates the question of what kind of martial arts Nicole has, and I'm almost tempted to say that she was like taught every single one by Mike, which not explained, but I would like that to be possible. I feel like not only do a lot of martial arts use like the same things or very similar, but how many martial arts could you give to one person? That's like an interesting question because karate is very they have many types of defenses. Kickboxing is very simple, aggressive punches and kicks with some basic blocks too, but I think that's similar to karate in that end. Krav Maga is made up of, judo with the throwing, and as an army-based defensive system, it means knife and gun counters, and even use of sticks, and also going for weak spots too, like eyes, and yeah, not to mention, there's the likes of Kung Fu and Jiu-Jitsu, and well, Taekwondo I think is the kick-based one, isn't it? But the other two I just mentioned, they have other complex ways of, countering punches. It's like very spiritual and fluid and quick and varied in the way it moves. How they, counter foes and then fight back, and judo is like a ground taking down based one, and I was trying to think of what other variation is there. I mean, that's all I can think of for now, but if Nicole's made up of all of that, then, well, good for her. But, oh wait, oh no, she only taught Kung Fu to Sammy. What would that be Kung Fu plus guns? Let me have a look, actually. I'm quite curious which specific fighting style. What does Gun which parts does it have? Short for Gun and Kung Fu. Style combat combines firearms with hand-to-hand techniques, often dynamic choreography, grappling footwork. Oh, and examples of martial arts in Kung Fu. So a bit of Aikido with the grappling, Kyokushin karate, used for powerful kicks and strikes. Yeah, I've heard of that one. Taekwondo with variety of kick techniques. Muay Thai features powerful kicks, punches, and clinch work. I wonder what that one means. And capoeira, something like that, known for its acrobatic movements and blend of fighting and dance. So that's what Kung Fu can consist of. So yeah, I think Nicole could have all of those, but on its own, or maybe that and more. Yeah, actually, what is clinch work? I kind of we're curious actually. Martial arts clinch work. Close range fighting where participants are physical combat, often with both arms controlling the other's opponent. Okay, I thought it was something like that. Okay, anyway, let's get going.
Variety of cans color-wise. Even the monologue is cyan.
Oh yeah, so Apasanos is almost like a wandering child, running off from the other older family members, I suppose. Would he be the youngest? No, Arvin would. Yeah, of course he would.
And it is similar to the Comet Front, except it has actual landing parts, a wide...
This is where independence does have somewhat of a negative, or independence being misused, so I can see that being some exploring of the theme. But it just goes to show how, solo Apasanos is. Like, sure, there is Torrid, but he just seems to be mostly on his own. Not all, probably still feels isolated in some way, but Cole's like, no, stick around.
design, and large side windows alongside a round exhaust.
I can see the pros and cons because, well, firstly, they're short on time. Secondly, Nicole will get hurt if Apasanos is too, if he's like too aggressive, because you never know, he might use like a blade or his abilities, the temporary invincibility or the astral projection, even not to mention the speed boost that team loses in the reboot. But I think Nicole was also trying to go for the idea of, if you're so keen on fighting, why not fight me? And so I think with Apasanos losing, I feel like if Nicole let Apasanos win, he could be like in like would he be like satisfied then, or would he be addicted to want to do some more? I'm not sure, but also but if Apasanos loses, sure, he could like feel a bit shut off by being like, oh, maybe I should like keep a cap on me, like a mini realization. But would that make him angry at a point where he would demand a rematch or something, or even go for Nicole unexpectedly, as like a payback, because they barely know him an awful lot. So I'm a bit mixed on idea. Like, it's cool at first, but we would need a whole heap of other connecting dots to make sure this scene works, to which isn't like the best, because even the pros I've come up with is accidental headcanon, I think.
exhaust which aids the speed. Opus Nost likes his ships, even talking about a
Oh, okay, so there's an ultimatum. Okay, and it looks like Basnos can agree to deals. Yeah, so he does have some kind of intelligence. But he can do whatever. But you need the team to stick together unless Nicole's like accidentally misleads him because she thinks she has like the confidence to overthrow him. To which, okay, well I suppose like aside the abilities, Basnos is like a dual wielder, to which Nicole might have thought before. I think people can use two blades to fight with. That is a thing. Do whatever. That's too much in the air.
world of aircraft also known as Garup, where it would have
Oh
the
God, that's even wasting more time, disarming all your gadgets and that. What do the other Legion think of this? Do they not have a say in this? Unless, because they weren't necessarily like split off to try and find the Titrons. By the way, they do not look like, they do not know what they look like. They didn't discuss this, and they don't know what the disguises look like either. Even if it's inferred, should have been written down too. But yeah, just what do the others think about this? Because even Pod would be like, "What are you two doing?" Because you two dislikes the time wasting, but maybe Pod could have been convinced, and Jacob would come like, if I know I'll win, and it will make them follow us more, because we're the leaders, aren't we? And so Pod could be like mixed about it. Regardless, anyway, let's see what this written choreography is like.
most types of vehicles across the universe. Zami adds to this conversation by showing a projection of what the automaton is like.
Yeah, which I kind of like because if Pasnos has always fought with the blades, I think something I've imagined is that he'll probably try and use like is it called hammer fisting, where you like where you're like your pinky finger is, like that blunt part of your hand once you clench your fist. I could just imagine a Pasnos trying to swing at his foes that way. Yeah, just like a different punching style, which is kind of cool. But I guess it also explores that yes, Personos can perhaps fight hand-by-hand combat, using his blade knowledge to assist despite having no blades. But I guess it also shows that he's better with the blades too, really. But did he self-train? Did he train amongst his race? That part's unclear. Because if I like him and his race, yeah, I would need a whole heap of exploration, for the reboot.
Opus Nost pretends to be impressed, but at the same time, Opus Nost wonders why Zami is so team-oriented, as Zami mentions that the size of his ship can fit many. Opus Nost.
Oh wow, so she managed to adapt along the way rather quickly, to which sounds a tad overpowered, but you're going to encounter a whole heap of other foes wherever you're fighting, so maybe Nicole managed to teach herself to become more open-minded of whoever she comes across if fighting hand to hand. So yeah, because sometimes you can like unlock tricks on the way to make you think, oh yes, I remember this, and this will work, or like any last minute thing which then works that way. So yeah, um, so yeah. Okay, so yeah, Nicole's just on the defense at this point. When's she going to attack?
Then goes on to belittle Zami that being in a team is not always a good thing because independence is needed. Which does make Zami defensive, but does start thinking that Opus Nost could have a point.
So if she caught the legs, does that mean she would have to throw herself quickly at a point to have Basnos face down on the ground with the arm behind him? Also, like yes, they dropped the weapons, but did they say no abilities either? I hope that's the case. Otherwise, Basnos got to form to like an actual body that way. Yeah, I suppose just like being challenged. I suppose a bit like Ozona, to which you could have made that kind of link and parallel, even more to do with each other. But never mind. But yeah, if I reckon, yeah, Pasnos, degree, no weapons, no abilities, to learn see how good a fighter he is. But not to mention, yeah, sorry, I felt like I didn't finish that previous point. Yeah, so I think like Ozona, Pasnos probably would like to experiment in other ways of fighting, if he enjoys it so much, seeing what it's like without the blades or without the abilities. But not to mention, with Nicole losing, making Pasnos losing this man, I wonder if this was like a minor first step into his insecurity that really gets to him at the end of the third book, where he didn't believe like the confidence to fight any foes. So yeah. Also, yeah, Nicole may have pinned Pasnos to the ground, but was that the rule of whoever pins anyone down to the ground? Was that the the final result? Because yeah, that should have been clarified, because because most games normally earn a point either side if one actually does a good hit, an undefended one in any of the torso area, like a karate tournament. So that should have been explained, because martial arts do have all sorts of rules.
Exploration of the area takes place, and they see a lot from stores, weapon workshops, and more.
And the Legion didn't say anything about this, which is flawed. Not to mention the pace is a bit off here. It's like, it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel very on point and constant, because at least there were reasons for being held up from time to time, but I felt like the Legion kept moving. But in this case, we just constantly go from one thing to the next, and even the whole success and cost kind of formula isn't working so well here, because that's what the first book did really well. But in the second one, yeah, that did develop from time to time, but not this one so far.
As they walk around, Zami becomes interested in the ability.
Oh, okay, well, that's risky. So so because they've been in one spot, they made themselves a bit more seen by Ekron, potentially. Oh gosh, the Legion are like idiots here, just stopping for a quick fight. Granted, it's short at least, but even then, no public witnesses. That too is lucky. So we're talking about contrivances being a bit more prominent in this story, which sucks. And anyway, we'll just get going now that we know what's happened.
Amiku can form cubes that make up every solid object in the universe.
And once again, it is pretending it's making MQ seem like the more formal one, or well, the more sensible one. And yeah, and I think he would want Pasnos to like stick around and be sensible, and not keep wandering off. So I guess there's truth either side. Legion gets to go with Pasnos. Yeah, Pasnos sticks around. Yep. So if he loses, he has to follow with him, and I don't think he breaks his promise either. So I guess he agreed with it reluctantly, but a deal's a deal in a fight. So I think he can agree with those at least.
Zami is very interested in having a power like this, even thinking that he can create all sorts of gadgets. After requesting a hint of this power, Amiku will only offer it if Zami is worthy of it.
I guess it works for. Yeah, I think it's like a nice reminder, for book one, considering I haven't heard this name in ages. But I don't know. Ekron also went to see Azonas, so mentioning the Arctic is probably redundant. And we already know that he was one of Zanvor's best as well. So once again, that's repeated information. But also, not that any of it was written before, but what on earth were the Legion talking about, to make Ekron go like, hang on, this is the Legion in disguise. So once again, the Legion men themselves are like idiots again. Oh, no. Gosh. Unless Ekron's been following them around, but did Nicole say, we'll just thwart the plan subtly, because, there could be moles around the area trying to pick us up. Yeah, because not to mention, because all of these Iron Force goons got away, so they couldn't affirm nor deny whether they're still around or not. Even if they asked Dale, he was like, "No, I haven't seen any of them since." So, yeah, once again, that's like 3 or more cases of being dumb,
which makes Zami eager to find some good to do. On the other hand, Opusnost and Nicole have a small clash where Opusnost sees a fighting competition to.
I was about to ask what he was doing beforehand, but he has a reason. Okay, and by the way, this ribeye or ribeye, whatever this race is, by the way, that is a race I came up with in early versions of the story. When I was talking about the version of the story where Earth was getting merged with 2 other planets, yeah, ribeye was like a small yet wise character of some kind. Yeah, like goo abilities, and able to jump around, and I think he could clone himself too. But he was a character I did lose interest in quite earlier on, and oh, we'll just get reading. It'll be easier.
which he is keen to go. Nicole, however, tries to keep Opusnost with the rest of
Okay, so I guess that's what he was doing beforehand, because he ended up on a Hash 2 and the Ribeye was like, oh, it's time to fight you. I know you are a Xyphor goon for some reason, so that's one plot hole. Second plot hole is was Ekron just wander around all this time, because it's not only lucky to encounter this being who was just keen to fight any Xyphor goon, but also managed to encounter the Legion, so that's other parts of luck, rearing its ugly head. One thing I will say though is that I like how it's like even inspiring residents to be like, hey, I want to fight you, because the Legion are, they'll be on my side surely. But I think it'll be a bit more tough after losing to Ekron. So yeah,
the team, and then Opusnost objects by stating that he doesn't want to follow anyone. This is where Nicole challenges Opusnost for a quick spar. If Nicole wins,
yeah, I think it's just good to keep an eye on it, I suppose, in just in case it does get a bit too out of whack in the eyes of Xyphor. But anyway, any context the others? Yeah, using the communication spell, I presume, even if it's not mentioned.
She continues to lead, but if Opusnost wins, he can do whatever. Both agree to have no weapons, so Opusnost throws a good few punches.
Of familiar faces, yeah, that means the others that were at the Arctic. So this is a subtle line I like, because it makes you think, what other familiar faces? Oh yes, those who were elsewhere with Ekron. So yeah, I like that.
Which Nicole dodges, and despite no blades.
And of course, yeah, there's another chance to get rid of the Legion. Yeah, why not? Even yeah, I don't think Ekron's pointed out that there's 2 more, and one of them could be Dion. So yeah, that would be, well, I don't think Dion would be like setting around a planet like this and wandering about. Like, granted, could have lost his flight, but he would be as eager as possible to keep zooming around the galaxy. And not to mention, if he's been probably sighted everywhere, then that would contradict that theory. You won't be on the Hash 2. But it looks like Ekron and the others are ready to have a go. It makes you wonder what they'll be doing all this time. But yes, the element searching would be one thing. Moloch and Ravcon's already like settled around Xyphor regardless. Ekron's doing a load of spy work, to give Xyphor more detail. What else have they done? Did they do like any additional training to prepare themselves for the Legion next time? That could be a cool idea. Shame it's not addressed.
Opusnost uses his blade swinging skills to perform some alternative punches. Also,
but yeah, there you go, that's some detail. That's good. Thank you.